Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Wedding Hells, Spy Games. Charlatan. I shall prove the matter of these lies over your corpse. The sly fox hides his teeth, but the loud dog bears them. Come at me, Yakur of Kyoto, and taste my steel fang. Two hot-blooded samurai were about to draw on one another outside an alehouse already infested by a group of bandits. At any moment blood would surely be shed. A crowd of gawkers attracted by the noise now watched in breathless anticipation for the combat to commence. Showtime, Suzuki Denbei thought. Put up your blades, O warriors of the shogunate. He proclaimed upon approaching the tavern. As mayor of this peaceful settlement, I, Waka Isa Ichiji, do abjure you from such unseemly displays before our illustrious visitors. Shame. Shame, I say. Meanwhile the bandits had picked up on the disturbance and taken this opportunity to flee the premises, squirming out windows and making a big show of hiding behind a troop of tittering geisha who came flitting by at just the right time. The audience laughed at their silly antics while the miscreants silently implored them not to draw attention to their flight. As they made their escape, Suzuki played his part and continued scolding the feuding swordsmen until they hung their heads in humiliation. He sent them off with a few choice words before turning to address the crowd. "Ye good visitors to our humble town," he declared in the trademark tones of dishonest politicians throughout the ages, "I, the Honorable Mayor of Kiyoshimura, do wish you good fortune on this auspicious day. I applaud your courage at not flinching in the face of yon lawless ruffians who have been marauding hereabouts. Should ye wish to view an example of homemade rice wine being crafted, why, simply enter the brewing establishment behind me, where our very own Miki-san shall ply her trade, and perhaps even offer the adults a taste." And with that he reeled them in. The promise of free booze samples brought the happy customers pouring past. Suzuki left the park patrons with the alehouse staff before heading off down the road. Well, that's everything on my schedule for the next hour. What to do until the Maple Leaf viewing party? Excuse me. He gave a start and came about. Before him stood a young lady with short spiky hair and sharp dragon eyes. An attractive one too. She was clearly another tourist visiting the theme park, judging by her casual dress. Denbei found himself briefly cursing the rule against dating guests at about the same time he realized he was probably too old for her anyway. Looked to still be in her teens. Although really, I'm not that much older, so maybe. I'm looking for a temple that's supposed to be here. Do you know where it is? Oh. Right. The job. He might just be playing a part, but that didn't mean he couldn't help her out. Be of good cheer, fair maiden, he gushed theatrically. For I, Waka-san, no. Never mind. With that she turned on her heel and strode off. Hold on. 1 second, please. Suzuki took a deep breath and consciously dropped his stage persona. It was rather a relief, truth be told. He then ran to catch up. The girl scowled as he drew to her elbow. Sorry, really, I don't mean to make such a big scene, he rushed to apologize as they moved on together, him in an antique headman's outfit complete with top knot and wooden sandals, her bundled up against the low autumn temperatures. It's part of the job, we can get kind of set in the roles. Are you looking for the temple? Let me show you the way. Please. Fine, she grumbled sourly. Right. It's just down the street. He then proceeded to lead her through the throngs. It was a bright sunny afternoon, if somewhat chilly, and many families were taking advantage of what might be the last nice day this season to visit Kiyoshimura theme park. The artists and actors who made their living here were enjoying the opportunity to ply their trade. Fashioned to reflect the Japan of feudal times, great attention had been paid to accurately reconstruct the setting, from the architecture of the buildings to the layout of gardens and streets. For most people it really was like stepping back into the past. The effort had not gone unrewarded. Numerous samurai films had used this site as a backdrop, and it had been designated a National Heritage Site some years past. That meant a stable gig for artists too often left at the mercy of a cold, uncaring world. He pointed out a few sites of note to her as they went, which his companion seemed to pay little interest. Suzuki did not bother with the Edo-esque grandiose speech he normally affected. Nonetheless, he continued to chat with this lovely if somewhat distant female, while being very much aware of the veiled looks he was getting from some of the other staff members. It was tradition not to break character during work hours. This sort of thing was frowned upon. But how often did he get an opportunity to pal around with a pretty girl? And besides, if they were going to the temple, that gave him a chance to interact with. Oh, no. His fancy-filled brain finally registered where they were headed. And more importantly, where they would have to pass through to get there. The artists' quarters. Painters, instrument makers, and the silversmith. Right on cue, he looked up and spotted the person in question. Farther down the street, through the press and past several other shops doing business, Gato Izanaga flashed his permanent grin while dealing with some customers. Money exchanged hands, and he tossed the coins to clink merrily in his palm while bidding them goodbye. When their backs were turned, without warning, the silversmith turned his head, and Denbei found himself being stared at across the distance through those blue-tinted glasses. Gato's smirk grew even wider as he seemed to notice the young woman keeping pace with him. Immediately the long-suffering mope looked away. Beads of sweat slid down his spine in defiance of the cool air. More than once he had found himself the victim of Izanaga's disturbingly accurate taunting. Worst of all was when he got humiliated in front of the ladies. Gato seemed to take a special delight in mocking him for the benefit of girls. They probably thought it was all part of an act. At least, he told himself that was the case. The suspicion that they might secretly be in on it sometimes crept up on him as he lay in bed at night. On rare occasions Suzuki was tempted to respond in kind, only the fear that Gato might actually kill him served to keep such impulses little more than daydreams. He gritted his teeth in preparation of the coming verbal onslaught. Any second now. I can hear it already. Oi, Denbei-kun. The courtesan house says ya can't keep charging on credit no more. Pay your tab, man, pay your tab. I don't have a tab, damn it. You alright? You clammed up pretty quick there. Huh. He swiveled his head. The teenager was regarding him out of the corner of one eye while she tramped on. Oh, yeah, fine. She really was cute. A bit rough around the edges, yes, but personality was a criterion of more demanding men. Denbei took what he could get. Of course, the thought of how she might soon bear witness to his own personal hell almost had him turning tail to run. Only a certain mechanical imperative kept his feet shuffling forward. Yoza, watch out, there's a tanuki in our midst. Oh, wait, my bad, it's just Suzuki-kun. The tail always throws me. There's no tail. Stop looking, there's no tail. What tail? Nothing. Suzuki shook his head. Did I say that out loud? Damn it. He actually quickened his pace. They were almost there. Come on, you bastard, just get it over with. Do your worst, I don't care. This time I'm going to walk on by with my head held high, and not a single thing you say will affect me in the slightest. Watch and see. So resolved, he turned defiant eyes on the approaching silversmith shop, just as the closed sign dropped. What the? Sightseers passed alongside them. After a few seconds they reached the shuttered smithy. The blinds were down. Wares on display had been removed. Those who had been examining them drifted along as though having seen nothing. Which was exactly what happened when Suzuki and the girl went by. Nothing. Gato had closed shop early for some reason. Why? This question dogged him the rest of the way. So wrapped up in this mystery was he that he almost didn't notice when they came upon their goal. A flight of stone steps led up the side of the mountain near the bounds of the park. They were older than anything seen so far, worn with time and practically grown into the forested landscape. Yet they remained clean and well maintained. Denbei stopped and gestured up their length. This is it. Kyoshimura Temple is at the top of the 1,000 steps. There's a gift shop, but please take note that the shrine and its custodians are not a part of the park's attraction, so do afford them all due courtesy. Thanks. After giving him a searching look that failed to penetrate the state of bewilderment he resided in, the teen offered Denbei a somewhat polite bow and started up the stairs. His duties fulfilled, the dumbstruck actor turned back the way he came. Gato's place was still closed when he went by. This sight struck him as somewhat wondrous. Like the heavens smiled upon him. A particular American phrase regarding the sun and a dog's nether regions occurred to him at this time. For some reason, Suzuki found it rather heartening. The 1,000 steps turned out to be more like 200. She could have jogged up without even getting out of breath. Instead, Tatsuki Arisawa took it slow, allowing herself time to think. Could Ashima Reiki really be here? From one pocket she withdrew a folded piece of paper to examine the contents. There it was, spelled out in Oka-sensei's careful hand, Kyoshimura Theme Park, located in the Honshou district. For all that it was just a local attraction, the place was pretty impressive. She had been skeptical when their teacher informed her he was living at an amusement park, but it turned out the government really did keep accurate records of its citizens. Now that she was here, Tatsuki was beginning to feel a queasiness that normally only came upon her right before a tough match. The dread of an uncertain future. Would she wind up flat on the mat with no recollection of the blow that felled her, or would she be standing triumphant over her vanquished opponent? Only now the end result would be the same either way. Her soul stood to be compromised again. Listless feet trod the worn stone haltingly. No one else seemed to be making the ascent to the temple, or coming down. Maybe it wasn't as popular a destination as the rest of this place? How is this even supposed to work? Do I just touch him and, I dunno, will the hollow essence into me? She hadn't told Ulquiorra of her intention to come here. Tatsuki wasn't sure why she had made the journey. Her parents thought she was going north to check out a few college campuses over the weekend. Perfectly normal for a student staring down her senior year at high school. This small deception ate at her resolve as badly as anything else. Tatsuki hadn't lied to her folks since she was a child. Doing so made her feel cold and trembly, enough that Mom had asked if she might be ill. At last the troubled teen crested the top of the stairs and looked around. A flagstone path led to an arched ceremonial gate. Beyond this stood the temple itself. Tatsuki felt a chill upon seeing it. Trees rose tall and thick all around, seeming to cut off any sunlight that might try to filter in. Shade and shadows lay everywhere. The building itself was larger than she had expected. A one-story structure, the main house was ornate and very well made with two side buildings emerging like arms to encompass her. It looked to be in better shape than the temples in Karakura. Did this place have federal funding, or maybe a wealthy backer? She passed along the way. There was indeed a souvenir stand as the guy down below had mentioned, but it proved deserted. No effusive shrine maidens sought to press talismans and charms upon her. The lack of this usually annoying hallmark of the temple set only served to leave her even more anxious. A slight buzzing sound reached her ears, like the muffled call of a lone cicada. At last Tatsuki couldn't take it anymore. She drew to a halt and called out in a clear voice, "Hello? Is anybody here? What be your need?" Arisawa spun about. Regarding her from 3 feet off the ground was a leprechaun. "Speak up, youngster. There be temple matters that need addressin'. Ol Maririn is a busy lady, and I value my remaining time on this earth more than any whippersnapper such as yourself could ken." There was something decidedly foreign in the way the old woman spoke. Yet Tatsuki realized her initial impression had been incorrect. The small form before her was indeed garbed in green, but what she had initially assumed was hair turned out to be a red Amazukan nun's shawl draped over her head. The actual locks beneath were in a bun and iron gray, what little could be seen peeking out. She wore a vibrant sea green cloak over faded robes of red and white, and her bare feet stuck out of wooden sandals. This plump body was topped by an equally pudgy face with a frowning mouth sunk deep in a pit of wrinkles. But the eyes were shockingly bright, stabbing out from the wattles of fat like the gaze of a raven on a battlefield. From beneath her cape the little enigma, Maririn, produced a long pipe already stuffed with tobacco. Striking a match, she proceeded to light it and start puffing away, regarding Tatsuki through the smoke. This served to remind her as to why she was here. "Sorry to bother you, Maiko-sama, my name's Arisawa Tatsuki. I'm looking for an old classmate of mine who might be working here. Reiki Ashima. Don't ken the name." The old woman blew smoke out through her nostrils, then inhaled before bellowing so loudly it made Tatsuki jump. "Yo, Tamamo no me. Get your lazy butt out here. Hop to it." The shout seemed to echo all around them. From back at the souvenir stand, there came a groan followed by some rustling. That buzzing from before suddenly shut off, and a low voice could be heard saying, "Can't talk, the cap is on the warpath." Next came a beep, and without further ado, a woman rose from behind the counter and emerged to join them. Tatsuki stared. This person looked to be making up for everything the ludicrous Maririn lacked. For one thing, she was taller than Tatsuki. And, rather bigger in the area of, oh, hell, just admit it, her breasts were huge. They strained the fabric of a very expensive-looking purple nun's habit she had on, the front of which opened to reveal those bulging melons pressed enticingly against one another. An imperial yellow sash wrapped around her waist, and the skirt cut off at the knees to better show off a supremely shapely pair of legs. Her shoes were red, as was the string of prayer beads around her neck, and she wore a pale blue shawl that covered head and shoulders. To make matters worse, a more beautiful woman could not be imagined. The word stunning came to mind. As if to emphasize this, there was a tiny beauty mark right below her lip, one which could never be mistaken for a flaw. A fall of shining black hair cascaded from beneath the shawl to cover one eye, while its mate proved dark as ink and just as lustrous in the light, almost gleaming like a cat's. Looking into this deep black jewel, Tatsuki could have sworn she was being captivated. There was something just a tad eerie about a person that gorgeous. She hadn't felt this way since meeting Rukia's brother, a feat Tatsuki had honestly never expected to have repeated in her life. And for only the second time ever she found herself relating to Chizuru Honsho. Is this how she sees women? Certainly explains why a few kicks from me never stopped her. This newfound appreciation for the female form dimmed slightly when that lone eye locked with hers. It narrowed, and immediately Tatsuki's instincts screamed danger. Before she could respond, that immaculate brow cleared, and the divine beauty turned a pouty look on the old woman. "Mari-sama, I've told you 1,000 times, I'm Madame Rao. Please refer to me by my stage name when addressing the public." The priestess scowled in response. "Can't fool me. You're Daji." The courtesan of Emperor Shang of China, returned to the Middle Kingdom to wreak havoc once more. But ol' Maririn perceives your dastardly tricks. I got me eye on ya, wicked deceiver of men. Those exquisite shoulders lifted with a sigh. "If you say so." The gorgeous Rao then addressed Tatsuki with a smile. "Please excuse the poor behavior, dear visitor. We're a backwoods shrine, unremarked and poorly attended." She drew one hand up to her breast theatrically. "Now, how may we be of service to you? Are you looking for a good luck charm? We have several in stock. Or perhaps you're in search of some sutras. Ours are certain to clear your karma, and for the low price of 10,000 yen. You won't find a better bargain this side of the Sanzu no Kawa." And with that she winked. Arisawa felt her head spinning slightly. Dealing with these two personalities was proving more tiring than the walk up the stairs. "Focus. Look, I'm not here for charms or whatever. I'm trying to find someone. Does a guy named Ashima live here?" At this Rao's eyebrow rose. "Oh, you're a friend of Jimmy's? Why didn't you say so? Right this way." She then proceeded to saunter off, beckoning for Tatsuki to follow. This she did until they reached the doors of the temple. Rao opened them, upon which the girl realized her initial guess had been correct. There was more to this complex than met the eye. This was not the entrance to the inner sanctum as its appearance might have led one to believe. Instead she now found herself in a fairly large garden complete with a pond and several small shrines scattered about. It looked quite nice, but she couldn't take the time to appreciate it. The sight of a person scrubbing the walkway took up all her attention. "Jimmy-kun," Rao called pleasantly. "You've got a visitor." The busy acolyte looked up from his work, and Tatsuki blanched upon seeing his face. "Arisawa Tatsuki? Is that you?" Without waiting for a response, Ashima Rika dropped his brush, stood and came bustling over, wiping his brow and grinning from ear to ear. The target of his jubilation was finding it difficult to maintain her equilibrium. It was him, no doubt about that, but something was different. It wasn't the lack of lip piercing or earrings, nor even the dark unbleached hair, even less the temple acolyte's uniform he was wearing. Those things paled in comparison to the sheer personality on display here. In all the time she had known him, Tatsuki had never seen Rika's face without that mean, stupid, vicious look she had come to associate with him. Instead, the person coming towards her right now appeared quite cheerful, beaming, and waving hello. It made her heart sink at the reason behind this visit. What a surprise! Her old classmate exclaimed as he came up to them and stood with hands on hips and a smile on his face. I wasn't expecting to see anyone from Karakura town here. Long time no see. What brings you by? Hi. This was as far as she got. Guilt sprang up to throttle any further communication. I thought he would be, himself, you know? A jerk, a thug, a bully. I assumed I'd have to beat some cooperation out of him right from the get-go. What the heck happened? And what do I do now? Fortunately, right at that moment, a bell rang somewhere in the temple. Lunchtime. A cry she recognized as belonging to the priestess Maririn resounded through the courtyard. At this, Ashima untied his sleeves, hiked up his pants around his ankles and dashed past. Better hurry. He called back over his shoulder. Mari-sama doesn't like waiting. Let's catch up on things while we eat, okay? With that, he disappeared through a door into the temple proper. Finding herself suddenly alone, the alluring Madame Rao having disappeared sometime in the last few seconds, Tatsuki saw no choice but to follow. When the Kenpeka came marching towards the spot where the demon Jidoka was kept under guard, both attendant mages got out of his way fast. Kian Kotetsu stumbled in the captain's shadow along with a dozen members of his merry band. She exchanged a very worried look with Sentaro Katsubeki, who appeared to be having trouble walking still. The boys from Tiger were too damn drunk or just plain dumb to understand what this confrontation could mean. For all she knew, war was about to be declared between Soul Society and Hell. They had all been chasing down shots in a bar together. That's how this fiasco started. Her, Sentaro, and a bunch of guys from Tiger Company. This included the captain and third seat. Of all the people to have been present when Jigoka first showed up, Kian had determined that Ikeku Madarame was the most likely to let spill the secret. Isane had informed her of their situation so that the Mistress of Whispers could deploy her network of informants and quash any rumors to that effect before they could get around. The higher UPS were still working on a viable method to try and get rid of Jigoka without antagonizing the thing or throwing all of CRIDI into a panic. Kian's skills played no small part in keeping a lid on this delicate political situation. So when she got wind that Kenpeka was back in town and looking to unwind, she immediately collared Sentaro for backup and went to keep an eye on things. The Berserker captain had seemed especially moody, keeping to himself and not really participating in the festivities, while his loyal third seat made up for it by getting completely smashed. Ikeku went through the rowdy phase of intoxication, followed by the punch-crazy phase, and then was just super terrific pleased with the world, egged on the whole way by a delighted Lieutenant Yachiro Kuzajishi. Kian hadn't really felt worried about it at this point, being pretty tipsy herself. They were all having a good time. Right up until Ikeku flopped down beside his captain, took a big swig from a bottle and calmly declared, "There's a demon in Soul Society." Kian remembered her body turning to ice at this proclamation. Inebriation vanished. She sat rigid as a soldier on parade, not daring to look and see what the response might be. Maybe Zaraki didn't hear? Or perhaps it just didn't register on him. After a few seconds she managed to steel herself. "I am a scion of House Kotetsu, we do not shrink from fear." With this inner encouragement, the pint-sized drunk turned her attention to the corner. Zaraki Kenpeka sat carefully cleaning off his polished sword. He did not behave in the slightest as though Ikeku's unguarded revelation had reached his ears. That lone yellow eye remained absorbed in his task as though nothing else mattered in the world. Then he set down the soul cutter, reached over and hoisted his bald follower up by the back of his robes. "What did you say?" he rasped in a deceptively calm voice. So despite her preparations, it had all blown up in her face. There hadn't even been time to dispatch a hell butterfly warning anybody. Kian was forced to exercise all due haste in following the captain when he swept off in hot pursuit of this heretofore unrealized brand of opponent. Because it should be obvious to anyone who knew their war leader even peripherally where this was going. The Kenpeki intended to fight the emissary of hell. It was late at night. 2 torches burned in brackets to either side of this cleared ground where old man Yamamoto's funeral took place. Now that they were here, she really should take the opportunity to inform her sister, or the Lord Commander, somebody who could put a stop to this. Unfortunately, I'm too damn scared to even move. Zaraki stalked forward until he stood directly before the creature, him in his captain's robe, it in white formal wear. The veil with the word demon scrawled on it still covered up its face. Jigoku did not move at Zaraki's approach. It just launched into its established litany of, "The principal has been officially terminated." The looming madman waited until it was done, sword hoisted up onto one shoulder and spiked head cocked reflectively to one side. Yachiro hung off the other arm. She too appeared to be studying Jigoku. Flames sputtered and cracked, painting shifting patterns of light and shadow across their bodies. The Tiger Boys, Ikeku included, hung back without saying a word. Perhaps even their wine-dulled brains had sensed the danger inherent in this confrontation. Unstoppable force meets immovable object, Kian thought, and giggled a tad, though it sounded closer to a whimper. She saw Zaraki grunt something to Yachiro, who nodded, and slipped down off his broad back. The adolescent lieutenant came skipping back to where Kian stood at the head of the pack to crouch on her haunches like an animal. There she watched the two monsters as they faced off, a very intense look on those normally carefree features. Kian worked up the nerve to ask. Yachiro-chan. SHH. Not even a look in her direction. Does she know something I don't? Probably. Anyway, I just wanted to ask if we were all about to die, that's all. Right on cue, Kanpeki reached up and lifted the shroud off Jigoku's face. Kian caught her breath, as did several people around her who had sufficient vantage to see what just happened. All she could make out was a corner of the mask peeking over that broad shoulder. The demon was tall, but Zaraki still dwarfed it. As a result, Kian couldn't see what lay under there, although she had been dying to know ever since first setting eyes on it. Curiosity would have definitely killed the cat in this case. To her profound relief, nothing happened. The Tiger Commander peered down at what was presumably the creature's naked visage. He gave no sign of being troubled at what he saw there. After a moment, Zaraki's hand dropped. The sheet fell once more, and Jigoku stood unmoved in the same position it had occupied upon arrival. That deranged war machine took a few steps back to examine it. The naked blade tapped against his shoulder thoughtfully. Tap. 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 The sound of steel against cloth sounded like cannons being fired off in this deathly silence. Please let that be the end of it, Kian prayed. It doesn't want to fight you. It doesn't want to do anything. Stupid thing probably wouldn't react if you tried. There's no reason to expect it could even put up a fight. In fact, come to think of it, there's pretty much nothing scary about Jigoku. I mean, sure, it's creepy the way it just stands there, but that's nothing special. Hell, Jinichi was way creepier than that dumb white robot. In fact, tap. Ta. The sound stopped. In that same instant, Zaraki Kanpeki lowered his Zanpakuto and extended it point outwards. And now Kian experienced true fear. Her mouth dropped open. An attempt to scream out a warning produced little more than a faint gurgle. She could only watch, thinking to herself, he's crazy, he's flippin' crazy. Firelight flashed along that gleaming edge as it slowly approached Jigoku. The finely dressed automaton made no move to avoid its approach. Maybe it doesn't care. Maybe he can't really hurt it. Maybe nothing will happen. The soul cutter pricked against the demon's chest. And it changed. The sky went blood red. The landscape followed. Kian Kotetsu found she was all alone, no one else to be found anywhere. Across from her stood Jigoku. It wasn't the same. Instead of white, it had turned black. She could see everything with perfect clarity. It now bore only the outline of a human body, the flesh was a shell, composed of thin bars crisscrossed all over one another in no visible order. Like someone had fashioned a human effigy out of black wire. And contained within it she could see movement. Jigoku began to grow. In moments it was a giant, towering high in the sky with feet extending downwards almost lost to view. Kian wanted to scream. For there were people in there. Hundreds of people. Thousands, all trapped inside small cages fashioned from the black wire, just below the surface. They were burning, thrashing ablaze in their solitary cells as hellish flames consumed them, striking side to side, shaking the bars, fingers frantically pushing through the gaps in maddened attempts to escape this torture. They howled and shrieked without cease, although it came to her ears faint as echoes in some lofty cavern. The titanic house of torment reared up so large it swallowed the whole world. On its head were 2 blazing holes for eyes and an open mouth from which flame and heat spewed like a blacksmith's forge. This pit filled up her vision as it sucked in one long indrawn breath that never stopped. Like it was pulling her in to feed the flames. Never stop. Never stop. Burn forever. Burn forever. Burn. 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 Burn, all of you you earn. Then the world came back. She was still on her feet, the night air cool against skin that felt flayed raw from that devil wind. Her body was shaking so hard it couldn't stop. It's not a robot, she realized. Jigoku is alive. Nothing that wasn't could hate that much. When Kian looked up, she saw the Kenpeka crouched a ways off from Jigoku. His eye patch lay in the dirt. The black hole in his skull stared at the demon while his remaining glowing ochre eye had narrowed, sharp teeth bared in a savage snarl. Arcs of spirit energy rippled off the captain's body like slow-moving waves against the shore. They were so strong several people around her had passed out. His sword was held before his body in readiness. The demon had gone back to normal. It made no further attack, if you could even call what just happened an attack. For a moment Kian feared Zaraki meant to renew his assault and not stop until one of them was utterly destroyed. Then he raised the weapon up to his ear and held it there. Like he was listening to it speak. After a few heart-stoppingly long seconds the Kenpeka gave a slow nod. Never taking his eye off Jigoku, he lowered his blade. That fearsome face now wore a rather contemplative cast that she had never seen before. "I get it," was all he said. With that Zaraki turned and walked away. Yachiru hopped over to tag along beside him. Kian heard her ask a question, and the giant responded, but what it might be didn't register. Moments later they had stepped beyond the ring of firelight and disappeared into the night. "We almost died, didn't we?" Kian. Beside her, Sentaro seemed to have recovered himself. "You all right?" "No." She didn't dare move a muscle. He considered this, as well as the white apparition motionless across the way. To her horror, the co-third seat of Heron Company then shuffled forward to stand in front of Jigoku. "Wanna get a drink?" he asked. Kian threw up. A forest of stone grew in Hueco Mundo. All around, low-hanging trees spread out in profusion. The branches were bare, without a single leaf to be seen, trunks gnarled and white. Upon closer examination the bleached husks were completely petrified, rocky roots sunk deep in the inhospitable soil as though searching desperately for water. Few ever came here, it was a fey place, having seemingly arisen from out of nowhere near the borders of the dead zone. None could remember having seen it before. Yet now this arboreal cemetery stretched for leagues across the barren plains. Their meeting was held in a clearing near the center of the forest. Here a small pond of thick scarlet blood lay dormant in a basin of bone. Wrapped in his concealing cloak, the wizard remained on the periphery of this grisly lakelet, keeping a wary eye on the other party in attendance. Across the way Grimjo Jaggerjax sat with his back against a tree, fingers tapping restlessly on one upraised knee. Several members of his pack prowled between the boughs like jackals waiting to pounce. Narrow blue eyes drifted all around the arena, lingering now and then on the wizard in a way that made him almost glad to have the hulking Cernunnos looming large at his back. The espada was in his resurrection, most likely as a precaution against ambush. They had not exchanged a word upon Grimjo's arrival. No love lost there. "This is what I've sunk to, working with killers and monsters. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Why is he here to begin with? And what's keeping her? I can't spend all day hanging around. Have to get back before someone gets suspicious." As if sensing his anxiety, a stirring occurred in the depths of the pond, causing it to churn. For all that he was relieved to finally get things started, the wizard couldn't help but dread what came next. Moments later the whole bloody mass burst up like a gouting wound. When it subsided, the avatar of Tia Halibel gazed down on them with liquid eyes. "Our plan must be altered," she declared without preamble. "At least she doesn't beat about the bush." This did not bode well, whatever it might prove to be. Another matter has arisen. There is no more time to waste. For this reason we have asked Grimjo to attend. She inclined her head at him. Welcome back, Espada. He gave a contemptuous snort in return. The wizard bestirred himself at that. Are you saying we're not waiting until the wedding? He had tried to sound blunt about it, however the look Halibel threw him seemed to indicate he had failed. Hastily he strove to press his point. I only ask because it made more sense to wait. That way they'll be preoccupied and less likely to notice or respond to our presence effectively. That is no longer your concern, the Vastolord retorted in a dry voice. The wedding will be allowed to proceed. It is not to be disturbed. In any way. How come? Grimjo drawled from his place against the tree. When the blood goddess turned to regard him, sharp teeth bared in an unfriendly grin. What's Aizen care about some Shinigami shindig, anyway? Halibel studied him sitting there. Then in a low voice she said, not Aizen. It sent a shiver up his spine. Was she participating in this? That was the worst news so far. Of all the miserable. Now then, we've received news of Soul Society. It seems they have been approached by a denizen of hell. This revelation caused the masked warrior's jaw to drop in shock. Instinctively he looked over at Jaggerjax to gauge his response, but the Panther General reacted to the news with nothing more than a slight frown. And here I thought things couldn't get more disturbing. Uncomfortably the other conspirator turned back to listen. Aizen is very interested on this score. He feels the underworld might offer our best chance at freedom, since the gates of hell can manifest even in Nirvana to seek their prey. How the hell did he figure that? Grimjo flashed a predatory leer at their ensanguined emissary. Did the big man ask you to take one for the team, Halibel? She threw a cool look back that would have made the wizard fear for his life had she done so to him. I permitted liberation for some of my component hollows, yes. Afterwards they were purified until we hit upon some that had been damned by their lives on Earth. Hell claimed them immediately. Our attempts to communicate with the demons during these transactions have been unsuccessful to date, however if we gain their favor, they might consent to allow passage through their dimension, to the mortal realm or some other plane that is not so tightly maintained as the one we inhabit now. They could get out? Heaven help us. Behind him Cernunnos shifted at these words. He glanced at it sharply, wondering if something might have caught the ancient terror's interest. The horned bear skull did not respond to him. It remained squatted on its haunches, huge paws digging into the calcite terrain. This new incarnation of the Hunt Master was not as large as the last had been. Despite this, he was more leery of it than he would care to admit. With that fur cape and crown of horns, it somehow seemed more, perhaps human was not the right word. Maybe just more aware than he had initially assumed the leader of the Wild Hunt could ever be. Cernunnos still did not speak, and it obeyed his orders so far. Yet all the same, he often found himself wondering just what it might be thinking. Whose side was the Hunt really on? For that matter, what do any of us know about each other for certain? For this reason, Aizen has proposed a contest between the two parties gathered here. He came back to himself in time to register this. What? A mocking smile stole up Halibel's face. You understand. It can get boring in heaven. And we don't want you growing complacent. This will serve to keep everyone on their toes, as it were. Like I said, this is a contest between the both of you. You may bring along as many cohorts as you wish. In that way it is a team-based competition. Team Grimjo and Team. A small smirk twisted the corner of her mouth. Wizard. You are each to be given a separate quest to fulfill. That way there will be no issue of direct interference. Can't have you killing one another, after all. Grimjo snorted, as though disdainful of the thought that he might die were they to engage in combat. Not for the first time the wizard found himself regretting certain past decisions he had made. He resumed listening with significantly more apprehension than before. One of you shall retrieve the item held under guard as previously discussed. The other is now tasked to make contact with a specific individual connected to the Hellborn's appearance. Successful completion of your quests will depend upon whether you can remain hidden in enemy territory long enough to achieve your objective. After which... Screw that noise. Grimjoe came to his feet in one fluid motion like a coiled spring that had been released. The Hollow's long blue hair streamed behind him as he strode to the edge of the pool, tail curling restlessly. The Segunda studied him with her ice-cold eyes. "You really think I'm gonna be okay with this?" Jagger-Jacks growled. His expression had metamorphosed from nasty to outright murderous. In the shadowy woods his pack stirred and hissed in support. "Maybe this turkey is cool with being Eisen's butt monkey." He hiked a thumb over his shoulder at the Vizard, who bristled in response, "But I'm not about to stick my neck out for some half-assed shot in the dark. Even if the end result is Eisen goes to hell." The Giantess bent slowly down to end up with arms crossed on the edge of her container. From there Halibel stared intently at the smaller Hollow, head cocked to one side. He offered a defiant glare in return. "I'll be brief," Tia murmured through lips of sluggish gore. "I know some of you have places to return to. But I promise this will not be a waste of your time, Grimjoe. If you do this for us, the reward will be something you crave. And that is a step closer to your true objective." The Panther warrior's face didn't change, but neither did he make any move to leave. The Vizard watched both Hollows, deliberating on this new turn of events. "I always knew this would happen. They don't give a damn about me. I'm just another tool for them. Is there any way for me to get out of this?" "The same goes for you." Tia Halibel turned her attention on him, causing the Vizard to stiffen. "Succeed in this mission, and we will rid you of your greatest fear." She placed her hands on the surface of the pond and levered herself up, stretching her bewitching bulk with a sigh. The sight was disturbingly erotic to a part of himself the masked warrior wished he could attribute to his hollow side. Before it could even call him on that, she had resumed speaking. "Your shared destination is Soul Society, but from that point on, your paths will diverge. Information shall be provided as to how you may proceed from there." Wait. Everyone was watching him now, but he couldn't allow that to dissuade him. "The other Vizard are bound to notice if any of us are absent for an extended period of time. If we're caught, that's the end for me." And another point struck him like a blow to the head. "And the Wild Hunt can't enter Soul Society." He gestured back at Cernunnos, who remained still as one of the stone trees around them. "Grimjoe has his pack, but without the Hunt, my side is at a disadvantage." "Not so." Halibel reached up to trace around the hole below her breasts, smiling at him in a way that might have been coy were it not so ravenous. "You do have one noteworthy ally who can travel with you. And they can even act independently, so you needn't risk exposing yourself. It all depends on how skillfully you use the resources you have at hand." "What? Who?" "Oh, no." The Blood Goddess took his shoulders sagging as a sign that he understood her intent. Giving no further acknowledgement of his horror, she came back around. "Now, then. The name of our new target is Mayuri Kuratsuki. You'll die. Worse yet, you'll take your family with you. And Rania still won't be saved." Engelbert glared at his host. Looking up from the book he was reading, Ulrich leaned back in the plush leather chair. "You're being allowed the run of the town at my insistence, but don't assume I'll let you put innocent lives in danger to satisfy a needless sense of heroics. What do you know about it?" The brash youth bit back. In response, Stern tilted his glasses up and affixed him with a cold look that made the gypsy flinch and grit his teeth in spite of himself. "My family has history here, in case you haven't noticed. Birkenstrad isn't the only town under Todd Holtz's rule. There are 2 others in this forest alone, used to be 3. Before I was born, somebody from that place got it into his head to invade the castle during daylight hours to slay the Graf. Even convinced a large band to join in. Strength in numbers, and all that." He gestured at the warm sunlight spilling through a window into his family's library. "Strigoi and other night folk are weakened by the sun, you're right about that much. But they are by no means helpless. As those fools learned to their sorrow. After the Graf was done with them, he burned their village to the ground. Worse things were done to the inhabitants." The physician turned back to his medical tome, flicked a page viciously as he continued to read. "Not a soul survived. The other towns got the message. This is his domain." For all his reserve, Engelbert couldn't suppress a shiver. Swiftly he rallied and came stalking forward to slam both hands down on the table. You said your grandfather fought them, that he knew of ways to beat the demons, that he was some kind of town hero. He pointed to the painting of the old man on the wall. Why can't you do the same? This time Stern didn't look at him, but a frown gave his noble face a bitter cast. Grandfather used to tell me stories about what life was like when he was my age, before the Graf came back from the war. Before our lives went to hell. There were werewolves back then, but scattered and few. With the proper equipment and training they could be hunted successfully. Slowly he closed the book on the table before him. A snarling wolf's head was emblazoned on the red leather cover. A look of similar ferocity lurked in Ulrich's bright blue eyes when he looked up. With the rise of Thotholtz that changed. Now they had a leader. And there are even worse things than werewolves in these woods now. Grandfather fought them for as long as he could. But he grew old. And his heir. A vicious twist of the lip on that word, proved unworthy. So he set to teaching me at a young age. I learned all I could, before one of the Graf's minions killed him. Now I save those I can, without the use of his teachings, while I wait for a time to strike. And take my revenge. Engelbert leaned back and crossed his arms. Then help me. Help me kill this Thotholtz, and save Rania. It's the only way to keep our loved ones safe. At this Ulrich's eyes drifted down the long library, to where the lovely Adelaide busied herself shelving books. The constable's daughter took note of his gaze and offered a small, sad smile in return. Brushing a strand of fiery orange hair back behind one ear, she then resumed her work. There might, Ulrich conceded slowly, be a way. Glancing over her writing permitted Mikaru a touch of pride. Good. Inserted some background, established their hostile partnership, and set up the action. Next chapter I can start them on the way to the castle. Need to remember for the old witch woman to meet them on the way out of town. That's important for the sequel. Contented, the aspiring author quickly put away her tools and went back to watching the performance. In a large room on the second floor of the Usagi Shoten, several of her classmates continued to work up a sweat under the critical eye of their dance instructor. Mehana-san, step out and let me work with you one-on-one. The rest of you keep up the routine. There were 5 of them up there, not including Rukia, who proceeded to lead Mehana Natsui off to one side. The rest of the cops squad continued swaying and jiggling to the percussion-heavy foreign music. All had been granted costumes courtesy of generous de facto member/mascot Don Kanonji. The sight of so many scarves, veils and bustiers might have led one to believe this was an Arabian harem straight out of 1001 Nights. None of them looked remotely ashamed to be on display in such attire. Mikaru envied them their confidence. Each dancer boasted select colors. Taking up center stage, Orium had chosen lime green and lemon yellow, a remarkably flattering combination on her. She was definitely one of the most energetic performers on display, twirling and bouncing with wild abandon. Certainly had the body for it, yet somehow her radiant smile managed to remain perfectly innocent even when engaged in the most salacious poses. Beside her, red and pink highlighted Chizuru Honsho's passion for all to see. For some reason the addition of glasses over the veil only served to make her appearance even more erotic. Hot librarian belly dancer, Mikaru mused. As if sensing these thoughts, Honsho darted a look her way and winked, causing their sole audience to hastily redirect her attention elsewhere. Dancing to the other side of Orium, Kunia Dario was rocking a midnight blue ensemble that boasted tiny white gems like stars across the fabric. For some reason Mikaru couldn't rid herself of the suspicion that they were diamonds. The Dawn certainly had extravagant tastes, and coupled to this was her growing suspicion that there might be more to their reserved friend than might initially be perceived. Despite this, Ryo contrived to maintain the look of bored neutrality she affected under normal conditions. To say nothing of the fact that she hadn't even broken a sweat. Tatsuki Arisawa was absent. Visiting colleges, she said, though privately Mikaru wondered if this wasn't an excuse not to attend these sessions. The martial arts prodigy had never looked so awkward as when she was done up in scarves and a veil while being made to display her curves. Clearly the prospect of doing this before the whole school left her ill at ease. Mehana Natsui had donned a brownish satin ensemble with white scarves that proved quite eye-catching. Maybe she was using this as an opportunity to stand out amongst their more dynamic classmates. Couldn't fault her for trying. Last came Mizuru Oajima. His costume was forest green and burgundy, consisting of a vest and pantaloons with curly-toed shoes. The delicate-seeming boy still managed to keep pace with his feminine counterparts. Privately she worried if the school's male population saw him up on stage with all these scantily dressed beauties, it might prove the last straw. Grudges of that nature could get very ugly. For her part, Mikuru had elected to join the clairvoyant half of their school presentation along with Ichigo and, against their objections, Kigo and Kon. They practiced separately from the harem party to allow anyone to attend either rehearsal should they so choose. Asano had been frantic at the thought of missing out on watching this performance, but actually participating in it was something he apparently could not bring himself to do, raging libido aside. So they wound up together. It was fairly easy. With Ichigo around, they had at least a part-time ghost able to help them with the routine. Genju from the shop was only too glad to lend a hand as well after hours. The ghosts then told the blindfolded candidate what to say and they responded aloud. All very easy. The hardest part was making the costumes. Ishida had volunteered for that as his form of contribution. What he finally settled on would no doubt be a wonder. She took note of the separate lesson going on. The motion you want comes from your hips as much as your stomach, Rukia explained patiently as she took up position behind Natsui, who held still in attentiveness. Try it slowly now, and let your center of gravity drop at the same time. Small hands took hold of the teen's bare waist to move it rhythmically forward and back. The Shinigami maiden still wore that scandalous black and silver outfit they first saw her in. Remembering this made Mikuru's face flush as though she were engaged in something inappropriate. I wonder if she wears that costume for Ichigo? I've tried to think of a way to work it into my story, but it's not as easy as one might hope. Maybe Rania could offer to dance for the Graf as some sort of incentive? That might work. A knock came at the door, and little Yururu peeked her head in. Pardon me, she mumbled to no one in particular. That Quincy boy is here to drop something off. Before Mikuru could register the import of that statement, the screen opened fully, and he came walking in. Boy. Ishida Uriah muttered out the side of his mouth as he stepped past the long-faced waif, who performed a hasty bow and went scampering off. He was carrying a clothes bag draped over one arm along with his school satchel. Welcome, Ishida-san, Rukia called. She then addressed her students. This is a good time for a break. Ogawa-san, can you stop the music? She did so, requiring 3 hits to find the button owing to her hands seemingly having grown twice their size in the last few seconds. The sight of him tied her stomach up in knots, and she was forced to sit quietly and unobtrusively as the other girls broke off to come forward. Orium was the first to reach him, swaying back and forth in a rush of silk. Hi, Ishida-san. Did you come to watch us practice? No. The normally staid scholar appeared to be rather flustered if the way his eyes kept darting about was any indication. No surprise. Orium Inu could provoke that reaction even when she wasn't half naked. Not to mention there were 5 other beauties in the room boasting similar apparel. At this point he turned to look right at her. Ogawa-san, I'm here for you, actually. Me. Mikuru found that she was gaping. And now she was the focus of everyone's attention. For one heart-stopping moment her whole thought process derailed, and Uriah was dressed in the raiment she imagined Graf Totho Oltz wearing, all smooth and smoldering. He approached her, every step a magnificent testimonial to male power. The trembling girl was enveloped in his shadow, dreading and yearning for what must certainly come next. Take me, the words were almost on her lips. I've brought your costume. And just like that, reality kicked her private dream in the teeth. The embarrassment was so strong it hurt. Unaware of how his words had affected her, the Quincy unzipped the clothes bag and removed its contents with a flourish. What do you think? The eager pride in his voice only increased her discomfort. Not owing to the quality of the work. That was flawless. Just as she had requested, he now held a big floppy black witch's hat with stars and crescent moons sewn on it. Complete with this was a black cape boasting a high collar to frame her face and a blue satin trim. There were little stars sewn into the interior as well, only these were tiny Quincy crosses in thin silver stitch that made it look like actual stars twinkling against a sable sky. A scarf with gold and burgundy stripes came with it. Undoubtedly the work on all these items was beautiful. But the fact remained it was a costume, like he said. The sort of thing a child would wear for Halloween in America. Compared to what the other teens here had on, it was just juvenile. Is something wrong? She looked at Uriah. His expression was rather uncertain, like he didn't know what to say or do. Mikuru realized then there were tears in her eyes, and she strove to wipe them away and affix a smile before he could question her further. No, Ishida-kun. I'm just grateful. Thanks so much for your help. Really, it looks just like I pictured it. He relaxed, an artist who had feared criticism of his work might be forthcoming, and proceeded to hand it over to her. Ogawa took the hat and accoutrements gingerly. Before either of them could say anything more, their classmates swept eagerly to the fore. Wow, that's amazing. It looks so professional, like something you'd see on TV. I didn't know you could knit. Speaking of which, didn't I see something along those lines in an anime? Maybe we could get a white owl to complete the set. One of the ladies I date is big on cosplay. Think you could whip us up some appropriate apparel, Uriah-san? Your shoulders seem stiff, Orium. Would you like me to help you with that? Hiya. This last came when Chizuru seized the opportunity to lovingly fondle Orium's breasts. Without Arisawa around, apparently she had assumed there would be no one to administer a commensurate beating. Unfortunately for her, it would appear the object of her affection had been boning up on her karate lately. To wit, the startled Orium reacted by executing a swift and flawless caught-on-edge shoulder throw that saw Honsho lying on her back blinking up at the ceiling. There then followed a great deal of shouting and apologizing. I think that's enough for today, Rukia declared with a fond smile. I'll see you all at our next rehearsal. Giving a bow like a sensei at a martial arts dojo, she left the room. Uriah helped the dazed Chizuru to her feet and a teary-eyed Orium prevailed on him to give her a checkup to make sure nothing was broken. The two of them supported her on either side as they went down the hall. The other girls then proceeded to change into their regular attire and head out. The belly dancing gear was hung up on a rack near the door. Mikuru lingered in putting her things away. Everyone was so busy talking about their upcoming performance and recent events they barely took any notice of her. In no time she was the last person left. Alone with her thoughts, she unzipped the bag containing her new costume and peered inside. I should be grateful. And really, I am. It made sense at the time. I wasn't about to wear anything so outrageous in front of my classmates, let alone the general public. And yet, her eyes drifted over to the rack containing the dance gear. There were a lot more varieties than just those her friends had on today. The Don had gone a little overboard, as was his wont, so each girl had 2 different backup outfits in addition to those they would actually be wearing on stage next month. They all looked like they had been enjoying themselves. Or at least, not miserable. Could I ever have the courage to do what they're going to do? If I did, would anyone notice me? She drifted over to the rows of clear plastic bags on hooks, running her hands down them. Eventually she came to a halt before 2 in particular that were noticeably smaller than the rest. For Rukia. Not that she needed any spares seeing as how she wouldn't be dancing with everyone else. It's a shame. They'll probably never be used. A quick glance behind confirmed that she was alone. All the same, Ogawa hesitated. That feeling of illicit excitement from before was back, only now accompanied by a twinge of grief. I'm not a little kid. What do I have to be afraid of? If I were as upfront with my feelings as Chizuru, things would be so much easier. Of course I'd also have more trips to the hospital, but maybe I'd get to see him more that way. Win-win. To her surprise, this whole situation was starting to make her feel angry. Oh, come on. What's the big deal? Why am I so afraid? Not like anyone will see. With that she hung up her tailor-made clown suit and took down one of Rukia's outfits. Hastily, still worried about getting caught, the girl got undressed and went about donning this new and unfamiliar apparel. She'd watched her friends do it, and even helped put them on, but attempting the same for herself proved daunting. There seemed to be no indication of where her arms were supposed to go in this confusing array of sequined silk. But after a few frantic minutes she finally managed to get everything onto her satisfaction. A full-length mirror stood against the back wall to aid in dressing. Mikuru edged toward it, anxious at what she'd see there. A kid playing dress-up? Or maybe, just maybe, a young woman finally showing some spirit. I really hope. Before she could lose her nerve she jumped in front of the mirror. A small gasp emerged from her throat. When she reached up a trembling hand to touch her cheek, and watched her reflection do the same. Tiny golden ornaments clinked on bracelets around wrists and ankles. Buttercream yellow silk was further highlighted by gold thread. Her stomach was bare, with a belt made of thin coins linked together to dangle halfway down transparent pantaloons that offered a virtually unchallenged view of her legs. A long yellow scarf draped around her shoulders to go twining about both arms. There was even a small head dress that accentuated the pale veil clipped onto it, leaving only her eyes uncovered. Wow, she breathed. It actually fit pretty well. Short chicks of the world, unite. After a few seconds of taking this all in, the newfound dancing girl grew more bold. At first it was a light shake of the hips, causing the coins to jangle against one another. The clinking noise proved quite pleasing, and she raised her arms to shake her bracelets in counterpoint. A slight tilt of the head downward caused her eyes to become challenging and exotic, enough to seriously make her wonder if there was some magic to this mirror. No, it's all me. This is coming from me. Elated, Mikuru twirled in place, enjoying the sight of the scarves whipping around as she did. Doing so also allowed her to finally notice Rukia standing by the doorway watching. Fearlessness and fortitude vanished in an instant, to be replaced by shame and dread. The anguished teen whipped around to face the shop's owner, who remained unmoving holding the outfits belonging to Orium and Chizuru. Mikuru's mouth opened, quivering on attempts at explanation that never seemed to get past her lips. The room felt cold all of a sudden, and this finally established how she must look. Sorry. Turning about she dashed over to where the clothing bag lay and dropped down beside it. In a panic Ogawa started pulling off the bracelets accompanied by an outpouring of sobbing words. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking, please don't tell anyone, I didn't mean to, I'll have it cleaned, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you, please don't tell. There were too many tears and too much crying to make any coherent sense. Unable to see what she was doing, she missed the bag and the jewelry went clinking across the floor. Mikuru went still. Then slowly, numbly, she reached over and pulled her book bag close. Opening it, she withdrew the stuffed toy Yukimoto that had been her support and comfort for so many years, ever since she was in preschool. What does it matter if she sees? I'm already humiliated. Hugging her closest confidant to her chest, half-dressed in a grown woman's clothes, the miserable soul held on to this comfort and cried for all she was worth. Mikuru's eyes flew wide in shock as she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It's all right. Rukia's husky voice sounded right next to her ear, sending a pleasant tingling sensation shooting up her spine. As though this were some signal, Ogawa simply melted backwards, falling into this show of comfort with a relief that would have surprised her only minutes before. The older woman holding her rocked slowly from side to side. This motion contributed to feeling safe and drowsy. A few trembling spasms went through her, and then she finally relaxed. Sometime later, how long she couldn't be certain, Rukia let go. She scooted around until she was kneeling right in front of Mikuru. Reaching out, the Shinigami took hold of the girl's hands which were still clasped around the doll. There's nothing for you to be ashamed of, Ogawa-san. You can wear those clothes whenever and wherever you like. Her head fell. No, I can't. In a shaky voice, Mikuru continued. I can't do the things that you guys do. Not just fighting ghosts, I mean, that's not it, but the easy stuff, being strong with other things, like taking risks, and standing up for myself. I can't do any of that. I can't even. Here her head darted up only to swiftly tuck back down. Tell the person I like how I feel. I'm a coward. Rukia studied her for a while. Then she drew them both up. Surprised, the other girl could only follow, unable to even think about resisting. They stood together face to face with only a few inches of distance between them. Mikaru's eyes were wide as could be, jaw slack as 100 conflicting thoughts bounced around inside her brain. Across from her, Rukia appeared as calm as ever. "Ogawa-san," the noblewoman said compassionately. "I've seen how it looks when you're scared. Now I want you to show me again, how it looks when you're not." She leaned forward. Mikuru couldn't move away, entranced by those deep violet eyes. Their foreheads pressed firmly together. When Rukia spoke next there was nothing but reassurance to be heard. "Let me see you be brave once more." "Brave? How?" "Like, maybe." Kukaki took a step back, and then their hands were moving out to either side. The stuffed teddy fell between them. They remained in this mirrored position for a moment. "Dance with me," Rukia insisted. To this Mikuru managed to whisper, "Okay." The beautiful brunette nodded in satisfaction. "First, to the right." She led slowly in that direction with her left foot. Her student copied. "And now the other way." Back to the same position, followed by a slide to the left. Dragging bare toes over the floor, Ogawa tried to think of nothing else but the movements, for fear of losing her nerve. "I shouldn't be doing this," a small part of her whispered. "But she asked me to dance." And was quickly suppressed. Both arms up. Rukia raised them overhead, never breaking eye contact for a moment. They held that position long enough for Mikuru to feel it in her shoulders. "And now raise your knee." She demonstrated, bringing one knee up and across her hips. Uncertain, Mikuru attempted to do the same. She could feel the tension in her ankle, unused as it was to strenuous physical activity. Her sense of balance started to shift. Panic set in, causing a startled lurch of the hips. "I'm going to fall." Before she could, a hand slid beneath her knee and held on tight. The sense of imminent collapse vanished to be replaced by abject relief. A weak gasp of laughter escaped her throat. Rukia smiled. Right at that moment she slipped around behind the girl so fast she must have done that shunpo thing. One palm remained securely supporting Mikuru's leg, while the other came down to rest on her bare shoulder. Still elated at not having fallen, the teen found herself standing before the mirror once more. But what she saw now was completely different. Like nothing she had ever known. "You must needs feel joy when dancing," Rukia's words caressed her ear once more. "When you dance, imagine the person you care about most watching, and let it all be for them." Joy. Another rush of intense pleasure went through her. Mikuru rolled the word around her head. Joy. She could not remember experiencing anything quite like this in her entire life. Have I been missing out? There were tears gathering in her eyes. "Thank you," she finally whispered. A squeeze of the shoulder, followed by her leg being guided back to solid ground. Mikuru turned to find the tiny death god still wearing that gentle lovely smile. And she just had to know the reason. "Rukia-chan, why are you helping us?" Her pale face tilted to one side. "Because you are alive," she stated simply. Then, as if recognizing that this required clarification, "Now is the time you should be free to experience all life has to offer. I want each of you to have these moments that you will be able to look back on in years and decades to come as part of a full and healthy time on Earth. You shouldn't think less of yourself just because you don't fight demons. That is a Shinigami's role, not a mortal's. Instead be at ease knowing there are those who aim to protect you, and take greater joy as a result. Every moment of happiness you can lay claim to is pleasing to me, because it means I have done my duty well." Rukia's words seemed to grow wistful. "Being alive is not something everyone gets to experience, Ogawa-san. This is your chance." Never had Mikuru heard such encouragement directed at her before. For years teachers had attempted to exhort her to greater effort, whether in schoolwork or socially. Her own family sought to coax some enthusiasm for her future prospects out of the indrawn and insecure teen. Their efforts were in vain. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe they were true. She wasn't a genius, talented at sports or music or anything, really. Just an average girl of below average height with little to show from 17 years of life and probably not much to look forward to at 70 either. But what if they were right? Maybe I am capable of a lot more than I thought. Rukia thinks so, and it's not on account of she's my mother, or she gets paid to, but just because she wants me to. Mikuru was crying again, although this time there was not a hint of shame. Instead she felt hope. Hope that all her dreams might come true, that she wasn't unlucky, and maybe her own life might prove to be something worth writing about instead of just the fantasies in her head. She could be brave. Maybe not like Ichigo, battling hollows and bullies and saving the world. More like Orium, who could make friends with anyone, or Tatsuki, who looked forward to new challenges, or even Chizuru, who never shied away from demonstrating how much she loved a person. "I'll try," Ogawa finally managed. "To be brave. I really mean it." "Good." The young death god squeezed her fingers. "We can talk more later. I'll let you get dressed." Mikuru nodded, and Rukia turned away. "Be brave." A silk-wrapped frame pressed against Rukia's back, and she gave a gasp as two warm hands reached up to cup her breasts. "Mikuru?" she demanded, startled. "Please. Just for a second, can we be like this?" Rukia grew still then. The hold on her body remained tight, but there was nothing indecent about it. Only a shy sort of tenderness. Nothing more happened, and after a while, Rukia allowed herself to relax. She reached up to take the girl's hands and hold them. Behind her the shuddering subsided. Mikuru rested her head on Rukia's shoulder with a grateful sigh. They stayed this way for several seconds, feeling one another's heartbeat through cloth and skin. At last Ogawa broke away. Turning around, the Shinigami saw her skip over and pick up the stuffed toy from before. Upon coming about, Mikuru returned and held out the doll. "Do you want this?" she asked. "His name's Yukimoto. I've had him forever, but..." And here a faint smile touched her lips, "I don't think I need him anymore." Rukia looked at the proffered gift. The face was bizarre, but its ears were rather like a rabbit, and she had to admit it was cute. Her heart warmed at this offering, and she accepted the toy. "Thank you, Ogawa-san. You can call me Mikuru, san, if you like." The tiny teen looked away with a blush, but never lost her smile. "All right. Mikuru-san." Holding her new prize, Rukia turned and left, closing the door behind her. She leaned back against it for a few moments, wondering what to do next. Eventually she decided Ichigo didn't need to hear about this. He probably wouldn't know how to react anyway. Confronting emotions did not come easy to him, after all. The ghost girl shook her head, smiling at the vagaries of mortal lives. She then stole down the hall. As she did, something light and warm dropped from the ceiling to land on her shoulder. Upon turning she found a small brown monkey getting comfortable. "Does that one like girls too, Ba-san?" Noboru chattered curiously. "I thought for sure she was hot for that stuck-up needle fetishist." In response Rukia reached up to rub his soft fur. "It's all right, Noboru. Someone once told me that love can be demanding, but it should always remain beautiful." And the two of them continued on their way. "So how's things at Karakura High? Did they ever fire Miss Ato-sensei?" "No. She's my homeroom teacher, actually." "Oh." Ashimurika went back to shoveling food into his mouth without stop. Tatsuki sat next to him, picking half-heartedly at the full bowl of steaming white rice. With it there were baked sweet potatoes and grilled fish from a nearby river. Apparently this temple was largely self-sufficient. On the other side of a low table the old priestess Maririn hadn't stopped praying long enough to take a bite, while the bombshell Madame Rao ate her own fare with cheerful decorum. There was something rather domestic about this scene. Like an actual family having dinner together. Perhaps it was guilt at this thought that drove her to speak. "I talked to some of the guys from your old, crew," Arisawa managed. "They're doing okay. I mean, all things considered. Minus a few broken bones," she silently added to herself. "Oh, yeah? I'm glad. Haven't seen any of them in over a year. But they're good guys, like you said." "Right." Now the only sound was uninterrupted chewing. The sun angled across the room as it made its way toward the horizon. Tatsuki debated. "Should I leave? Won't be long before dark. And what about Kurosaki?" She blinked. "Huh. You know. Ichigo." Rika didn't stop eating. However, the pace at which he did had slowed. His voice remained casual as he reached over to pick up his teacup. "Your friend's still, right? So how's he doing?" He took a long sip, and Arisawa studied him closely. From the corner of her eye she noted the two older women doing the same. Something about his manner was off. Did they pick up on that? Was this a sensitive topic? "Ichigo's fine," she replied cautiously. "Yeah? He's staying out of trouble." "About as much as usual." Rika set down the cup and stared at the food cooling in front of him. After a while he spoke. "I blamed him, you know." Ashima's voice had that soft introspective quality she still couldn't comprehend coming out of his mouth. It was this as much as any lingering suspicions that compelled her to listen and not interrupt. "The priestesses, both fake and real, complied." "Did they tell you why I'm here?" Her old schoolmate looked over at Tatsuki with a curious expression. She shrugged her shoulders awkwardly. In response, a wan smile lifted his lips. "You don't have to say why you've come, Tatsuki-san. I'm a different person than the one you knew. It all changed on that day. It happened during our freshman year. See, I was chasing after Kurosaka same as always. Lately Ichigo had been acting real dodgy, you remember? All cheerful and goofy. Kinda creeped us out. So me and the boys decided to pound on him to get some answers. Figure out what the deal was, right? Only we didn't reckon on how fast he could run." Tatsuki reflected. That must have been one of the times Kon was in Ichigo's body. Ichigo never tried to get away before. He always fought, even when Sato wasn't around to help him. But he took off, and we went after him, when all of a sudden there was this weird-looking guy just standing in the road. A violent shiver stole up his body. The bulky teen's eyes were distant, fixated on something she couldn't see. I only realized afterwards nobody else saw him, except maybe Kurosaki. It seemed like they were looking at each other. But he was right there, and my boys went by him, or through him. And I thought maybe he and Ichigo knew each other, so I called him out. But then he turned around and, that's when I saw the sword. The look on his face. I'll never forget it, the man in white." Tatsuki drew in a startled breath. "No way. It couldn't be." Rika stopped talking for a few seconds to collect himself. After a bit he seemed to have things under control. "He chased me for what felt like forever, screaming at me to run, howling this crazy laugh. I was so scared, and he was right behind me with a sword. I pissed my pants. Thought I was gonna die. I just kept running until I ran into some cops. I guess folks called the police on me. And I tried to explain what was happening, only, by then he was gone. And they didn't believe me. I spent the night in jail, but I was screaming so much they finally took me to the hospital. Thankfully I never saw him again." "Hey. Ashima-san," she forced herself to ask. "This guy you saw, did he have white skin? And green eyes?" He looked over at her. "No. He looked foreign. Like European or American. Kinda like a movie star. But his clothes were weird. And he had this funny necklace." Rika indicated at his throat. "Like a jawbone, almost." She forced herself to relax. "Okay. Not Ulquiorra. That's good." The relief she felt at this news surprised her. Tatsuki noticed then that they were all looking at her. "Oh. Well, there were stories, you know." She hastily sought to explain. "Rumors about some nut in clown makeup hanging around scaring people. I just thought." Her voice trailed off lamely. Rika studied her. "This guy wasn't any plain old psycho, Tatsuki-san. He was a ghost, a spirit from the world beyond." The girl kept herself under close control. "Don't give anything away. Can't have him getting suspicious. I can see you don't believe me." That eerily normal smile was back when he spoke. "I know it sounds crazy, but the truth is I started seeing ghosts wherever I went. There was an old lady with a meat cleaver, and this little girl with long black hair. But worse than that were the demons." He shuddered. "Big ugly things with white masks. It got so bad I couldn't even leave the house. My folks sent me to a sanatorium, but I kept seeing ghosts there too. And then I started dreaming about these things coming out of me when I slept. Like bats. Real spooky stuff. I thought I was losing my mind. The young acolyte took a deep breath, and when he let it out his whole body language had cleared. Completely at peace. But this local TV star heard about me, and he said that I should come here, to Kyoshimura Temple. There I'd be safe and they could try to cure whatever curse got placed on me. And it worked, Tatsuki-san. Rika's face looked so radiant when he turned back it left her somewhat dazzled. The day I arrived and started working here, all the ghosts went away. And those hallucinations stopped as well. The blessings of the Buddha have granted me peace, so that I no longer have to fall asleep or wake up in fear anymore. Are you sure it's not just a fluke? He looked at her funny, and Tatsuki couldn't blame him. What am I saying? Before she could stop herself, she pressed on. What I mean is, maybe you just needed some time to clear your head. Being out in the woods, away from civilization and all that, could be you just needed to recharge your batteries. Oh, come on, Tatsuki, really, she chided herself. You know for a fact what he went through was real. Why are you trying to convince him otherwise? Or is he not the one I'm trying to sway? I wish that was the case. Kirishima shrugged. At first I thought I might be cured. But whenever I leave here, even just to go down to the park, they start coming back. The ghosts, I mean. There's lots of dispossessed spirits wandering around these mountains. Some of them talk to me. It's spooky, like I said. So I stay here in the temple. They can't get in. Maybe one day, if I cleanse my body and spirit, I'll be able to rejoin the world. Until then I have to atone for the sins of my youth and help make peace with those who have departed. It's the only way for me to appease the spirits. That's right, Sonny. Old Lady Maririn interjected at this point. The spirits are always with ya. What? Those all too familiar words wrenched Tatsuki out of the angsty trip she was taking. She turned a look of startled shock on the geriatric nun. What did you say? The spirits are always with ya. Her pudgy wrinkled face bore an undeniable look of pride now. Those be the watchwords of me family, our motto, ya might say. We been doin' battle with evil spirits since the time of Toyotomi, Donsha no. Why, my grandson's the one who brought this wastrel boy to my attention. He's got his own variety program on the television set. And here she crossed both arms over her chest. BWA ha 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 ha. Oh my god, she's a kanonji. An amused giggle escaped the lovely Rao. She dabbed at her lips with a napkin and rose smoothly upright. On that note, Jimmy-kun, I believe you should be getting ready for the evening prayers. Don't want to fall behind on your purification, right? Yes, Madam Rao. He leapt up enthusiastically, only to hesitate. Ashima glanced down. Say, Tatsuki-san, do you maybe want to participate as well? Her brow furrowed on reflex. In what? Our nightly prayers to ward off evil and appease the spirits. Kenshi, Mari-sama. He rounded on the senior priestess, who offered a sour grunt. Mind your place, whippersnapper. This be not something for tourists to gawk at. The holy rituals of our order must be observed with utmost solemnity and mindfulness of their importance. She cast a beady eye upon Tatsuki. If there be a trace of doubt in your heart, then seek not to intrude on our work lest ye endanger this boy's soul. The way the old woman was regarding her sent a flush of anxiety through Arisawa's body. Oh shit, she knows. Now, Mari-chan, don't be a party pooper, Madam Rao clucked in admonishment. She threw a wink at the trembling Tatsuki before proceeding. I'm sure this young lady means no harm. And she's done nothing to indicate a disrespect for your sainted prowess. Why not let her observe and take whatever good she can from it? To this the resident shaman grumbled something that might have been concession as she rose to shuffle off. Well, that's that. Rao saying. Looks like you're with us, sweetie. Ashima turned back to Tatsuki with another blazing grin. You won't regret it. It's very peaceful. I mean, if you are having any issues with bad karma or stuff like that, it might help. He trailed off, though that hopeful light in his face remained. No worries if it's not your thing. Tatsuki gazed at him. Sure. Lord Commander, his lieutenant spoke from outside the office door. The representatives of the Vizard are on their way. You wished to be informed of their arrival. At that very moment Byakuya Kukaki finished the last piece of paperwork on his desk and rose. Sublime timing. All trivial matters were dealt with for the day. It was time to focus on what was relevant. The head of the Godi I-7 retrieved his Zanpakuto from its stand and slipped it into his sash. He strode to the door and swept outside. Abeyant, his first officer leapt to his feet and took up step beside him. The Senkaimon is ready in the parade grounds outside, sir, Izuru Kira informed him. Here the lieutenant of Greyhound Company hesitated. I've also notified their families beforehand to assure smooth passage. I wasn't sure if you wished to be consulted on the matter, so I assumed it wouldn't be an issue. It is not. Kira wisely chose not to pursue any further conversation. The rest of their journey was made in silence. Members of Greyhound bowed or moved out of the way upon spotting the two high-ranking officials. Their journey through the division was swift and certain. He gave no outward sign of noticing, but Byakuya was pleased by what he observed in his subordinates. They carried out their duties efficiently and with no undue friction. In the year since blending the leaderless and disparate elements of the Godi I-13 into new working arrangements, the dedication of the officers had been put on display for all to see, and it was good. Though not one to shirk his official responsibilities, the Lord of the Kukaki knew full well that one person could not possibly do everything necessary to run a household, much less an entire division of Shinigami, nor the Godi I-7 itself. Capable adjutants made all the difference. He was glad to find the thinning of their ranks and loss of senior personnel had not dimmed the ardent desire these brave men and women held to carry out the administration of Soul Society. It was no small task. Over 20 different versions of the Halos were currently up and running and 7 new planes of the afterlife had been established, with more on the way. At present perhaps some 30% of all the souls under their care were enjoying permanent habitation, with another 60% occupying the relocation centers designed for temporary living. The remainder could be found here in the lingering court of pure souls. Keeping such mammoth enterprises running with a limited workforce had sapped their collective energy over the past 2 years. It required substantial contributions from both his family and the other great houses. Some had worried the abandonment of the Rokanga and transfer of its population to new planes might cause the Siridi to lose its influence in the afterlife. After all, they argued, why would anyone wish to stay here and serve noble families when they could retire to a comfortable paradise of their choice? And logically that had been a cause for concern. The reality of the matter proved otherwise. In fact, the demonstration of support they had wrung out of the other houses actually served to amplify their standing amongst regular souls. And that had been precisely what his partner assured him would happen. For too long the Godi I-13, Central 46, and noble houses had lived walled off from their charges, both figuratively and literally. The residents of the 80 districts hardly ever heard what was going on at court, much less met someone from there. They were so aloof as to practically not exist as far as the Rokanga was concerned, with only token representation by Shinigami who, it had to be admitted, were not all exemplary models of their order. Yet having been exposed to the power and bounty of their celestial overseers, the bewildered pluses of Soul Society now stood in awe. Forced relocation to prevent any loss of life during the Autumn War, followed by the revelation that they would not be required to return to the squalor which some were accustomed to but none could say they enjoyed, meant a new page had turned in the history of Soul Society. Of course, the public could not be allowed to realize how stretched thin their resources actually were. Shinigami and representatives of the noble houses worked grueling shifts and wore several different hats in this new organization. The emphasis on care and management rather than combat certainly helped in that regard. Not counting Tiger and Siamese divisions, the average Shinigami now spent less than 25% of their time on hollow purification. Far more was allocated to overseeing proper soul burial of those spirits lingering within the mortal plane so as not to cause a backlog or allow possible swelling of the defeated Hollow Nation, which itself had not recovered from its losses. They had managed to keep things stable so far. This was gratifying on several levels. Although on occasion Byakuya caught himself reflecting on how very precarious this whole situation was. The loss of support here, a collapse of authority there, and their world could plummet into chaos. Which was what made it so very essential to keep those in power favorably inclined and involved in their workings. To ignore or diminish any side risked alienating valuable comrades, not to mention future allies. With that in mind, I sincerely hope it does not become necessary to execute Renji. No doubt he would be properly grateful to hear such sentiment on your part. You try my patience, Senbonzakura. His lordship will forgive me, I trust. I am one ally you would not wish to dispense with. No. Simply muzzle on occasion. It is part of my duty to keep you aware of those matters you might otherwise choose to ignore. To wit, the disposition of your sister and her matrimonial prospects. I have taken measures. What more do you wish of me? It could be worse. Recall the last person to come forward for her hand. Izuru stumbled a bit as his superior ground to a halt. He recovered and hurriedly scuttled a respectful and proper step behind. Sir? Is something wrong? Byakuya turned to look at him. Lieutenant Kira felt unnervingly distressed at the flat look in those deep gray eyes, behind which, unpleasant memories were resurfacing. To what do I owe this visit, Captain Kuratsuki? Sitting across from him, the crazed clown picked up a skewer of Jiyuniko no Kushiyaki on the plate before him and spun it between thumb and forefinger. He did not take a bite, however, a fact which did not go unnoticed by his stone-faced but nonetheless courteous host. Ill intentions personified, Byakuya thought to himself. Yes, let's get right to the point, Lord Kukaki, that outlandish madman beamed. He affected a new style of dress following his reconstitution as a result of the Ryoka invasion. Mayuri Kuratsuki now very closely resembled an Egyptian pharaoh. Byakuya could not tell if this was meant to be a jibe at his expense or not. Understanding the workings of such a mind did not rank high on his list of aspirations. At least he consented to be disarmed. Though perhaps, like Captain iPhone, that only included what is visible to the naked eye? Which is why you remain close at hand. A fact I consider to reflect true wisdom on your part, milord. This man is a scoundrel and a blackguard. Seated a proper distance behind her master, Nimue Kuratsuki had not changed her attire in the slightest since they first met years ago. She maintained a reserved and respectful air which in anyone else would have been most commendable, but in this case, often left him leery of what might be the reason for such behavior. What would be done to her were Nimue to ever speak out of turn or try and behave like most of the other lieutenants currently serving? Would she be annihilated and replaced with another version identical to the first so that no one could tell the difference? Did Mayuri keep a stock of replacement second seats on hand despite being expressly forbidden to do so by the Chamber of 46, currently enjoying oblivion themselves? I am here, Mayuri trilled in his unnervingly high-pitched voice, to help you with a matter that will be of benefit to both of us. We are busy men, so with that in mind, permit me to be blunt. And here he drew himself up with a very self-satisfied chuckle. I have come to ask for your sister Rukia's hand in marriage. Shwick. Senbonzakura leapt from its sheath to slice through Mayuri's neck so fast his head spun round and around several times atop its perch. When it gradually slowed to a stop back in its original position, the jaw was still working faintly up and down, eyes staring forward in profound shock. Only with the click of the sword being returned to its scabbard did the rootless skull tip forward and land in the scientist's lap, cradled in his hands, still blinking. Mayuri blinked and rubbed a hand over his neck. He frowned at the motionless noble in front of him, who had not moved a fraction of an inch or responded aloud. That was a very precise killing intent illusion. Rather artistic in its attention to detail. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. You must have heard by now that the young lady approached me during her brief but noteworthy tenure as head of your clan. This was done with the intention of employing my efforts on her behalf. While initially wary, I consented to the project out of respect for certain shared experiences, and after several weeks I have developed an appreciation for her that is. Before he could finish, Byakuya made the faintest of signs, and immediately two big burly Kukaki guardsmen came storming in. One of them seized Mayuri's wrists to prevent him from moving, while the other grasped him by the head and snapped his neck with a sudden powerful twist. They then hoisted the dead body between them and jogged soundlessly from the room to fling it upon a blazing bonfire. There it blackened and popped like meat on a spit, the smoke and stench causing many passers-by to cough and complain of the smell. A slight cough interrupted his speech. The look the Squad 12 captain now directed at his counterpart in the 6th was rather huffy. Yet still Byakuya offered no reaction to indicate either approval or disapproval, which was rather offensive in its own right. Really, he had expected some slight pushback, but certainly his well-reasoned arguments could still persuade this upstart buffoon. Shared, I'm certain. Our arrangement has been strictly professional up to this point, which is why I can understand if my proposal catches you unawares. However, after giving it some thought, the advantages seemed obvious to me. Her financial backing has proven most becoming, and I confess to being highly motivated in terms of my research as a result, not to mention my staff expressing rather more verve in their own efforts than I am wont to demand. As such, I can safely say. A noose wrapped around Mayuri's neck to strangle his next words. Kicking and clawing ineffectually, he was hauled off his feet to dangle from the high branch of a tree. At this point several Kukaki retainers came forward armed with bow and arrows and proceeded to feather his struggling form repeatedly from all sides until he resembled a pincushion. The bleeding corpse was left there to rot. Soon enough ravens and other carrion birds alighted upon it to begin pecking out the eyes and other soft fleshy parts before proceeding to. Outrageous! Breathing heavily, he shook off this latest unwarranted assault on his dignity and buelled on ahead. That, considering our amicable work relationship, and the fact that she has impressed me with her daring and ingenuity, we would make a suitably compatible pairing. Now I am sure you will agree that in light of her average intellect and lack of current suitors, a candidate such as myself would be considered a godsend, and that I would consent to take her off your hands is. The next one involved Nimue. He made sure they both felt it. Livid beyond words, Mayuri Kuratsuka surged to his feet to face the Kukaki lord with quivering limbs and face contorted by rage. Beside him Nimue blinked a few times as she came out of the illusion, eyes somewhat larger than they had been before. Several seconds passed in which nothing was said. At last Mayuri spun about. "Nemu. We are leaving," he barked. And with that the captain stormed from the room. In the interim, the lord of the manor lifted his teacup with all outward appearance of calm. He paused, however, upon noticing that Nimue remained in the same spot, and furthermore she was giving him a very penetrating look. Still sitting Caesar, the purple-haired woman scooted a bit closer to him. "Nemu." With great alacrity she came to her feet, bowed most elegantly, and shot in pursuit of her father. Now alone, Byakuya Kukaki stood and took his leave, allowing the servants to clean up any remaining trace of this meeting, which they knew without having to be told would never be spoken of again and certainly not in the vicinity of the precious Lady Rukia, upon penalty of death by torture. Byakuya turned his attention from his anxious lieutenant. "No. Let us proceed." After a few minutes they made their way to the parade grounds where the Senkaimon gate was set up. White light was already spilling through it as they approached, and several masked sorcerers from the Kido Corps gave respectful bows. There the two officers took up position before the portal in preparation to wait. It shouldn't be long. A pair of hell butterflies bobbed lazily through the open gateway, and hot on their heels emerged two figures whose auras almost made Byakuya go for his saber. Feeling irritated at this lingering PTSD, he stepped up to greet them both. "Odoribashi-san. Aikawa-san. Welcome back to Soul Society." "Thank you, Lord Commander." Rajuro Rose Odoribashi dipped a graceful obeisance. He then looked around and took a long breath. A shiver passed up his spare frame, and he ran one long-fingered hand through curly blonde locks. "That really is quite a difference. The air is singing, I'm not ashamed to admit." And he smiled tiredly. "Good to be home." "We appreciate you meeting us, Commander Kukaki," said Robula Aikawa. Unlike the other wizard, his face was largely inscrutable, eyes hidden behind a set of midnight shades. Bushy hair had been cut short and now formed a sort of helmet around his head. The hulking hybrid still had on a green tracksuit as opposed to his partner's elegant dress pants, dinner jacket, and collared shirt. One notable accessory they shared was a Zanpakuto held securely in readiness for assault. Even here, there remained a sense of caginess about these men that belied their outward cool exteriors. Still not fully safe, in any world. The idea gave Byakuya a touch of remorse. By this point Rose had noticed Kira hanging back. With a laconic smile he saluted the former 3rd Division lieutenant. "Good to see you again, Kira Fukutai-ku." "An honor, sir," Izuru inclined his head respectfully. "The family will be pleased to have you here, even if only for a short time." It seemed like the appropriate moment. Rose glanced between them with deceptively lazy eyes. "If the clans are joining together, I should at least reassert my oath of loyalty, considering they declared me legally dead for over a century." He then turned back to the Lord Commander with a somewhat more solemn expression. "That being said, let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to you, Lord Byakuya Kukaki. Taking young Izuru on as your second was a mark of honor and goodwill. Considering we're both vassals to the Arashi, I appreciate your confidence in us." He then performed the bow to a superior. "He has served us faithfully." Byakuya spoke the lie without flinching. His gaze then came to linger on the taciturn Love. "I was given to understand one of the lieutenant-class wizard would be accompanying you. Is there any reason why this was not so?" "Well, why see, that's on me." The big man shrugged sheepishly. Rose needed to make the trip, and Shinji suggested Lisa go with him so she could visit old man Kiraku. "But she owed me a favor, and I was going sort of stir-crazy over there, so." He held up his hands in a helpless fashion. "I really just wanted to eat some good cooking for a little while." The captain let this information wash over him without effect. Such a dangerous request, allowing 2 captain-level wizard to be absent from the battleground that was Hueco Mundo. Their small force could conceivably be ambushed while their ranks were so depleted. And yet he must perforce allow it. While no longer a player in the game legally speaking, Rajuro's family was still beholden to the Arashi clan, and maintaining good relations was absolutely paramount considering the nature of things. Any suspicions as to their allegiance would have to remain unvoiced until such time as solid evidence presented itself to the contrary. Rose was also Kira's second cousin once removed on his mother's side, so authorizing this trip was of benefit to their relatively minor household as well. "I've made accommodations available for you at the family manor." Izuru then turned to Love. "Ikawa-sama, will you honor us with your presence as well?" "Oh, hey, love to, but I'm actually angling to shack up with an old friend of mine." Love clapped a hand on Rose's shoulder and bent down to give a stage whisper in his ear, "I'll fill you in on the details later." "Like if she's got a sister who's just your type." "Really starting to wish I'd brought Hiyori instead," his longtime friend remarked with dry humor. "Well, Kira-kun, looks like it's just you and me." Then to Byakuya, "With your leave, my lord, we shall depart." He nodded acquiescence, while the 2 noblemen bowed in turn. Kira indicated for his relative to follow along and the 2 men began chatting casually while they walked. In the meantime Love saluted the head of the Godi I-7, waiting only for another faint inclination of the head to take that as leave to depart. He turned and hustled off, clearly eager to make contact with someone of the more feminine pursuit. Though whether this stemmed from carnal demands or simply a grumbling belly was not so easily determined. Kukaki signed for the waiting mages that they may depart. He then went on his way back to Greyhound Division headquarters. "Do you suspect either of them?" "I suspect all of them. But I will wait until receiving word from our allies before making any attempts." As grandfather was wont to point out, when baiting a great house, one must needs practice both caution and patience. Trust in the Shihoan to root out any malfeasance. Just don't be surprised if they dig up more than you anticipated. Duly noted. I believe I will contact Urahara now and learn if he has proven his usefulness. We still have much to learn before proceeding any further. Urahara Kisuk lifted his head from a sheaf of paperwork on his desk with a banal smile. "Welcome, Aburite-ku. Have a seat." Thanks." His red coxcomb dipped as he sank into a chair, fidgeting restlessly. Renji Aburite cast a suspicious look around the room. Most Shinigami had nightmares about finding themselves in the Research and Development Bureau. Certainly was well warranted, if rumors could be believed. Of course that was under Mayuri Kuratsuka's tenure. Now, nobody knew what to think. The place wasn't exactly welcoming with Urahara in charge, nor was it blatantly horrifying. Kinda like an in-law that you didn't know very well but suspected didn't like you. Poetic. You should try that silver tongue on Nell. She might appreciate it. Whatever. Just be ready to have my back if the scalpels come out, okay? Zabumaru's consent was felt, not spoken. Still it helped him to relax. The junior captain drummed his fingers on the armrests and peered about. Sunlight washed through the office from screens upon the walls that showed breathtaking panoramas of Seoul society. Kisuk had gone back to his paperwork with Nimue Kuratsuki hovering beside him. Occasionally they would murmur together in low voices. One could only assume it had everything to do with the captain's duties and nothing to do with, why am I here? Both the Ibis squad captain and lieutenant paused in their collaboration and looked up at him. Their expressions held an uncomfortably similar quality of deadness he did not like. Finally Urahara spoke. Nothing to be concerned about, Abarai Teiku. Commander Kukaki has simply requested that everyone involved in the Hell Emissary's initial appearance undergo some testing to make sure there has been no lasting malign influence on your soul as a result. Malign. Indicating negative or hostile qualities, Nimue responded crisply. I know what it means. Renji retorted in peevish tones. Don't I? He shook his head and got back on track. I was more confused about what you think that thing, Jigoku could have done to us when it only just stands there whistling the same tune. Well, we can never be too careful. His fellow division head stamped a form cheerfully and handed it off to his subordinate. Renji scowled. Am I going to have to spend all day with this nut yob? This is starting to feel like when I mooched off him back in the living world. A thought occurred then. So has there been any word on Mayuri? The pen stilled in its travel across the paper. Urahara looked up at him. Why do you ask? His tone was even, but there was a glint in those gray eyes which betokened something unhealthy. Is it mandatory that the head of this place be utterly terrifying? Because that's how we're going to make Jigoku go away, right? Silence. Then the piercing gaze slid down once more. Working on it. And he went back to scribbling in silence. After a bit Urahara signed his name with a flourish and set down his pen. Okay, time to dissect you. What? Renji bolted upright. Oops, did I say that out loud? Just kidding. The blonde maniac had produced a fan and was waving it gaily. Helps to break the ice in these situations. There's no call for exploratory surgery. Upon noticing the look of terror still being directed at them, Urahara turned his head and said, Nimue-chan, put those away. I really was only teasing. A wealth of small sharp utensils disappeared around her person, and the glum-faced vice-captain stood with arms behind her back once more. Only teasing, she reiterated with distinctly less reassurance than her commander. Abarai Renji retook his seat with a wary look. He glanced over by the door to confirm Zabumaru was where he had left it in its sheath before retaking his seat. And we're all friends again. Urahara skipped lightly over and tapped a pedal on the base of Renji's chair. At once it collapsed into a reclining position, taking the startled Siamese captain with it. A plinth rose to one side, and the research head began tapping away at its console. In response a soft orange bomb arose around Renji, causing his skin to tingle. Have you experienced any unusual symptoms lately, Abarai-kun? Beads of sweat coalesced on his tattooed brow. Might as well get this over with. No. Fatigue, dizziness, loss of appetite, anything. Without warning Nimue stood beside him and grasped his wrist. She held on firmly, raising her other hand to look at it as though checking a watch, even though she wore no such thing. No, the brash ruffian declared through gritted teeth. Fit as a fiddle. Urahara raised his head. Any bad dreams? The hold on his wrist tingled slightly, and a chill swept through him. Renji. He swallowed and declared in a firm voice, no. Then he added, at least, nothing I can remember afterwards. I see. The tapping of the screen, faint sounds of wind that might have been coming from the pictures displayed on the walls, other than that, all was quiet. Though the way Nimue now stared at him made him wish to be absent. Remember that time the two of you sucked face at a party? I wish you hadn't reminded me. You never tried to pursue the affair, even after her father was gone. Perhaps she's still interested? We didn't have an affair. It was one time. Besides, I'm already in a committed relationship. Seriously, what's got you two so horndog all of a sudden? Well, I can't find anything to cause distress, Kisuk announced in airy fashion. He sent the controls back into the ground, stretched a moment as though to ease a kink in his back, and gave a satisfied sigh before walking off. Stay here for a bit longer, will you, Renji-kun? Maybe take a nap or some such. Need to report in, won't be a minute, promise. With a beckoning gesture to his lieutenant, the leaders of this division made their way from the room. Urahara glanced back as the door swished shut. Pleasant dreams. Renji settled into the admittedly comfortable chair and shifted into a better position. Clasping his hands over his stomach, he gazed contemplatively at the breathtaking vista of mountains and trees before him. You buy that? Not on your life. Then we're in agreement. With that he gave a sharp tug on the nearly invisible string wrapped around his wrist. In response his Zanpakuto flew across the room to be caught neatly in one hand. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and waited, ears tuned for the slightest hint of danger. Can't be too careful. Well. Nimue Kuratsuki held out her hand palm up. Tiny needles slid from the tips of her fingers, and a small holographic display appeared. The data I collected on him is largely to be expected. The spell Cloud over Moon is still active, and remains the only evidence of her magic lingering in his system. However, this is partly due to knowing what I was searching for. A less precise analysis might not have registered it at all. As such, I cannot determine with any measure of exactitude if further connection between them exists. Urahara examined the readout intently. After a while he turned and crossed his arms to watch another display screen showing their fellow officer where they had left him. He had armed himself immediately following their departure. A wise precaution, Renji-kun. You never know who's on your side in this mess. And what is your personal assessment? Unlike her previous immediate response, the artificial soul took a few moments to consider this. She was probably getting her thoughts in order, but a small petty side of him liked to think it was because Nimue still found herself unaccustomed to being asked that by her boss. Mayuri probably never queried her opinion about anything. See? I'm a nice guy. Considering the opponent we are dealing with, I can reasonably conclude that we will not know her intention until after the point where any efforts to prevent it are rendered moot. Glad you think so highly of our efforts, Urahara sighed. Well, data can only get you so far. Lest we discount the comfort of a fresh pair of eyes, and... What do you think, so iPhone? The assassin emerged from the shadows of this observation room and took up place beside them. He is definitely still under their control. Her narrow eyes locked on the red-haired brawler who remained unaware of their perusal. His behavior at Yamamoto's funeral is proof positive. There is no other explanation for him to act in such a manner. He might have been overcome with grief, Kisuk supplied semi-facetiously. Or perhaps it was a spiritual connection. Who knows, young Renji there might have been the old man's illegitimate son, did you ever consider that? The addle-pated fantasies of a diseased brain, she shot back in a tone that brooked no argument. Her words made him smile, but not for long. The three of them continued to gaze at their patient/prisoner. Urahara felt a peculiar tiredness in his limbs that reminded him uncomfortably of his exile spent in the mortal realm. He hadn't experienced anything like that since his return. It made him wonder when was the last time he took a break, got away from work and the demands of his own inquisitive mind and just exulted in his continued existence. But there could be no time for rest. Not with all that was at stake. And not just peril demanded attention. The wedding of 4 great houses was fast approaching. That was an event not to be missed. Perhaps their enemies shared his impression? If I can prevent that, then I will. I want no more regrets hanging over me. She has a mouth on her, that one. Urahara shivered. Don't. Please. Why do you beg? We meant no harm. Simply noting the family resemblance. If you'll excuse me, he said aloud, turning to the exit with all attempts at nonchalance, I really do have to report to the Lord Commander. Lieutenant, let me know if anything noteworthy occurs. Ciao, Gritzy, and we're done. So iPhone's snort of disdain as he left came as a relief. Best not tempt fate any further. and his services were in demand. She would no doubt be informing your Yuaki of this herself. Save me the trouble. Wonder if Nemia will be reporting to anyone? Besides our office sculpture, that is. If at first you don't succeed, boy? Yes, thank you, Bennyheim. It's good to be reminded of my fallibility. Let us know when you plan to try again. We shall contrive to be absent. As you command. Dusk drifted over the Seireitei, sending exhausted Shinigami to their beds and night crews leaping into action. Light from the stars was still too faint to be seen. The moon was now the greatest source of illumination in the sky. Having made excuses to his host, the wizard slipped out under cover of twilight and traveled to the agreed-upon rendezvous point where he settled in to wait. Time went by slowly. He could feel each passing moment like a dagger looming overhead, every second out in the open increasing the chance that he might be caught and killed. Waiting was always the hardest part of any clandestine endeavor. Do you imagine you'll be brave and stoic, dying with dignity like Haki did? Be quiet. Or maybe it'll involve weeping and begging for a quick and merciful death. Yeah, sounds about right to me. If you don't shut the hell up, I'll simply have to banish you again. And run the risk of being alone with him? As if. Mocking laughter receded inside his head. Wrapped in a black cloak, the wizard huddled against a tree, mask roaming about the forest depths for any sign of movement. He's right, you know. You're probably going to die here. Without bothering to look up, the masked warrior took a firmer grip on the golden thread coiled around one fist. Across from him, Ichigo's hollow crouched on its haunches, never taking its eyes off him. It fingered the line of magic emerging from the crescent moon in its chest experimentally. As if debating whether it could destroy him before he could give the word. Remember, I'll be aware of any attempts you might make, the wizard warned. Do anything to endanger me or your host unnecessarily, and I'll end you. Got it? The way it smiled was maddening. It just screamed condescension, in spite of the fact that each knew his threat wasn't a hollow one. He could dispel it. But they both also recognized that this was his only advantage. Take that away, and he would be dead in an instant. Yo, dips hits. Been waiting long. The wizard tensed. Damn those Sombra. Even I can't tell when he's close anymore. He managed to turn his head without undue haste. Sure enough, Grimjoe Jaggerjax came padding through the trees and stopped to consider them, hands stuffed in his pockets and blue eyes half closed in languid distaste. They flickered over to where the hollow stood, and a particularly ravenous leer stole up his lean face. Well, son of a bitch, he intoned in mocking fashion. I heard you were on our side now, Kurosaki, but I didn't really buy it. Guess a picture's worth 1,000 words, huh? Grimjoe laughed and shoved a hand through his unruly mop of turquoise hair. Call me that again and I'll neuter you, Jack your sack, the hollow shot back. One blue eyebrow rose. Got something against your own name, Ichigo. In a flash it launched itself at him. Grimjoe dropped into a fighting stance, face alight with bloodlust. The wizard cursed. Goddamn homicidal idiots. I knew this was going to happen. Before they could come to blows, he leapt between them, drawing his soul cutter to point at the espada, while the other hand clenched around the gleaming wire. I'd like nothing better than to watch you kill each other, he snarled. But Grimjoe, you know this isn't really Kurosaki Ichigo, which means you can't hurt him. And as for you, he made a fist, I don't even need an explanation. Just do as you're told. To his relief, neither of them chose to call his bluff. The two savages just glared at one another. Hollows, whatever their stripe, could generally be depended on to. A stab of pain lanced through his hand, and the wizard dropped his Zanpakuto with a cry. The hollow leapt straight at him, hands extended to kill, only for Grimjoe of all people to jump in and catch it by the wrist. Frantically the masked fighter jumped back and yanked on the cord, causing the white-skinned teen to tear free with a hiss and spring clear. The three of them regarded one another in a hate-filled standoff. His own hollow power was already healing the wound in his palm. What the hell just happened? Trembling, he looked over to where his weapon lay near the Sextus' feet, judging the odds of retrieving it without getting killed. Only then did he notice how Grimjoe's hair had lost all color, and the gleam of moonlight off another bared blade. This one, however, seemed to be floating in midair right next to the panther hollow. Blood dripped down its length. There was an arm with a hand around the hilt, though, seeming to just appear out of nowhere. "Keep your grubby mitts off my fraction, Ichigo," Jagger-Jax sneered. At last it hit him. Shit. I forgot about his Dempak. The floating short sword flipped to remove any remaining blood, followed by the sound of a blade sliding into its sheath. Then the Arrancar faint Tezuma stepped into view like a magician appearing from behind a curtain. The eye not covered by her mask fragment focused on the wizard while her master continued to face down Ichigo's hollow. A desire to butcher her on the spot burned within him. Humiliated by a mere underling. "So that's why I didn't feel him coming, her and her Demki Arascuro, that sneaky little." As if sensing his thoughts, Tezuma frowned. "Be glad I didn't slit your throat instead. If that cocky bitch isn't dead by the end of this night, then you don't have any balls at all, your majesty. For once we can agree on something. Were it not for Grimmjow, she'd never have survived this long." The wizard collected himself. "That's enough. We're wasting time. I'll show you the way to our guide." "We already found him," Tezuma announced while he still fantasized about murdering her. She turned to her leader. "The others are waiting. Are we done here?" "Yeah, sure." With a careless shrug, the king of beasts reached down to pick up the wizard's Zanpakuto. He shuddered upon seeing that part of his soul in an enemy's grip, but Grimmjow merely lobbed it lazily towards him, which he caught and returned to its place by his side. The espada then indicated for his follower to proceed. "Lead the way. You assholes can come too, if you're interested." Panther and Chameleon then strode off together into the trees. The wizard made a curt gesture to the hollow that they should do the same. Its lip twisted in clear contempt, but it soon relented. They hurried to not lose sight of their temporary allies. All the way through the woods he kept a close eye on their surroundings. Protected by Sombras, both the hollow and Grimmjow's party would not register on Shinigami senses, but he had no such protection. Even suppressed, his high spiritual power could be located by an astute tracker. And the Goatee I-7 was not lacking in that department. Were it not necessary to be here, he would never have risked exposing himself like this. But Ichigo's hollow could only manifest in whatever dimension that he himself currently occupied. Which meant he was along for the ride. Ever heard of a sacrificial lamb? That's you, King. Should anyone find us, those two will split and leave you hanging. And then the Shinigami will split you, and leave you hanging, from a tree. His inner hollow's persistent taunts hounded him through the darkened woods. At last they came upon a large rock formation formed from several slabs jutting out between the twisted roots of the surrounding trees. He tensed upon noticing more of Grimmjow's party at rest atop the boulders. There was the duo of Loli and Mainoli along with two male hollows, one grossly fat with a bone collar and hair standing straight up, the other attired in flowing white ceremonial robes whose mask fragment encircled his bald head and included hoops in his ears. They watched the new arrivals in silence. At the base of the natural monument stood a figure distinctly out of place among this eclectic band of misfits. Their accomplice was an elderly man dressed in costly apparel. His back was bent with age, hands clasped behind him and eyes hooded by shaggy brows. Despite being nothing but an ordinary soul, he did not cringe in the face of all these assembled horrors. Upon noticing his approach, the Sanes Chal performed a short bow which he returned. Their aged contact reached into a dangling sleeve to produce a box which he proceeded to flip open. Nestled within were 9 rings each bearing alternating segments of black and white which he held out for their inspection. "These tokens shall serve to keep you safe from the security protocols in each location," he intoned. The hollows gathered round to take a ring each. "Be warned, should you lose them, your presence will be regarded as aberrant, and you shall be dealt with most harshly as a result." The tone of his voice did not indicate he cared much either way if they lost their lives. He was simply stating the facts as they stood. Had he resigned himself to dying this night? No surprise. Although he would not be making the trip himself, the wizard accepted a ring and dropped it into a pocket of his cloak. He saw Grimmjow inspect the bicolored band. Rather than slip it onto his finger, the hollow general reached up and took a hold of one ear. He gave a sharp tug, followed by some fiddling and cursing. When his hands came away, The ring was firmly attached inside his bleeding earlobe, which had already healed over the wound. Not to be outdone, Ichigo's hollow tore open his own nasal septum to insert the band. The rest of them tended to favor more prosaic application of jewelry, though the fat one simply swallowed his. Once they were all similarly accoutred, their guide turned to the monolith. He touched an unmarked pane of rock, and with a soft mechanical whine, an opening swung wide in the stone. "Your way lies beyond," he informed the hollow. With a flick of his wrist, a hell butterfly took flight to bob into the forest, glowing faintly. "The rest of you, follow this to the second location. Time is of the essence, and I am too old to travel quickly." Grimmjow spat in contempt, but the old man did not look in his direction. With a wave of his arm, the blue-eyed beast called his host around him, and together they sprang off to follow the path laid out by the hell butterfly. Briefly the wizard wondered if they might be heading into a trap. Could Aizen have seen this as an opportunity to dispose of Grimmjow for good and all? If so, who's to say he didn't have the same idea concerning me? Troubled, he turned to the hollow. "Remember, no needless combat. Just get in and do what you have to. I'll remain here to bring you out if need be." "Like you'd make all the difference in a fight," the hollow sneered. It indicated toward the bent old Sane's shell. "Even this one's got more spine than you. At least he's not afraid. Will you just go?" He spat, feeling drained from being constantly on edge. The bleached entity gave a disdainful snort before proceeding into the cave mouth. Only then did he permit himself to relax a fraction. The wizard dropped down in the dirt and tucked his feet beneath him, soul cutter draped securely against his shoulder. He cast a look over at the old man, who stared right back. "You'll stay here, Ji-san," he informed him. "So that I know you don't have any change of heart." To this the elder merely turned his head to gaze at the moon while remaining still. Despite having his orders obeyed, the masked spirit couldn't help but feel nettled. "Is there no one left I can truly depend on? I'm here, King. Don't ever discount me." He cursed it half-heartedly, and settled in to wait. The 6 hollows arrayed themselves before the weather-worn remains of a ceremonial torii gate where the hell butterfly had finally alighted. If ever there had been a temple here, it had long since been lost to time. Now only this curious bit of civilization stood unremarked and forgotten in the forests of the old Rukanga. At a sign from Grimmjow, the tall Arrancar dressed in the manner of a priest stepped forward. From inside his robe he withdrew a long shakujo staff topped by a circle with 6 rings. This the hollow passed back and forth before him, muttering beneath his breath. A sound similar to wind chimes rose all around them, only to quickly die. When it did, a small temple now stood just beyond the gate. They approached. 2 of his men took up position to either side of the door in readiness for an ambush. Scorning such tactics, Grimmjow strode in and yanked the screen open. Revealed within was a long dimly lit hallway that stretched far into the distance in defiance of the tiny dwelling in which it was apparently housed. Satisfied, the head of the war party turned back about. "All right. You 2 wait here until Tezuma shows up, got it?" The male Arrancar each nodded. He then cast an eye over the 3 females. "Let's go." "Go." Mainoli's face twisted in confusion as he slipped past within Fane, moving to join him without hesitation. She looked to Loli, who appeared equally perplexed. "Go where?" "Back the way we came." He then stopped in his tracks. Grimmjow's head swiveled slightly to flash a grin over one shoulder that made both hollows cringe, recognizing it as the same one he had worn prior to killing them. "You wanna debate me?" They did not, as was readily apparent when they moved to join him. A rush of Sonido later, and the 2 guards stood alone, waiting patiently to fulfill their alpha's orders. Ichigo's hollow sniffed as it traversed the narrow corridor. The ring in its nose was driving it crazy, but it would be damned if it was about to do anything that might indicate such a move had been a mistake. Fucking Grimmjow. Fucking wizard prick. Should just go back there and murder them both. Fuck Aizen and his fetch quests. I oughta just chuck it all in and start tearing this place to shreds while I can. Being caught up in rebellious musings, it barely noticed when the lane came to an end at a flat wall. Upon approaching, the ring in its nose warmed slightly. At the same time an outline of a door appeared briefly before sliding off to one side. The hollow stomped through and cast a look around, frowning as the portal closed behind it without leaving a trace. The room it now occupied appeared to be some kind of waiting area, with a few couches and benches against the walls. Spotting another door, the dark spirit traipsed over and stuck its head through, to find another hallway leading off to both sides. Movement caught its eye, the source being a tiny little creature bustling about the floor with a broom. The doll-sized menial looked up with wide golden eyes in a freaky black and white face and said, "Simpleton," before returning to its duties. "Just a dem toy. Not even worth the time it would take to kill. Simpleton, simpleton. Simpleton." Ichigo's Hollow held up one arm to inspect a twisted copper bracelet on its wrist. Housed in between two loops of metal was a green orb with a yellow slit, like a cat's eye marble. As it moved the bracelet experimentally back and forth, the narrow pupil grew wider, and shrank. "Simpleton." It observed this, then turned down the left-hand lane. "Looks like I'm heading that way. Simple." The Hollow's foot came thundering down to smash the toy, grinding it into the polished floor with unrestrained vehemence. "Spick and span, bitch," it growled furiously. Once this minor but necessary task was complete, it strode swiftly off, eager to complete its unwelcome assignment. Privately, though, it hoped to meet someone along the way. Didn't have to be somebody the king really cared about. Anyone would do. Although if I had a choice. "Here, hat and clogs," it sang, and chuckled. "What the hell? Why did I agree to this? Can I get out of it?" These thoughts had been buzzing through Tatsuki's head for the last 20 minutes. During this time she was hustled off to a chamber where Rao informed her that she would need a change of clothes in order to participate. "Here's an apprentice's smock. Please put it on, for our sake. A sign of good faith." The dark-haired beauty offered a playful smile before sauntering out of the room. Tatsuki began to don the unfamiliar get-up, thinking all the while. That ghost Rikasa who started all this, the man in white, could it have been one of the Vasto Lord? There were supposedly 4 of them: Ulquiorra, that giant carnivore woman Ryo first saw, the dead skeleton she impersonated when we met in Hueco Mundo, and a 4th guy that we never got a good description for. "Thanks a bunch, Ichigo, you clueless mope." Supposedly that last was the strongest of them all, just like Ulquiorra said. Could he and Ashima really have met? Tatsuki was still puzzling over the implications as she sat on her knees in the temple proper. This proved to be a sprawling room in the back of the complex dominated by a huge bronze statue of a Buddha. Incense burned in ornate metal braziers, and several smaller demigod statues lined the wall around their deity. Tatsuki took in the rich trappings of spirituality with vague apprehension. Seriously, who's floating all this? Shrines in Kyoto weren't half as swanky. Ashima Rika knelt beside her in the center of the room before a burning incense brazier, hands clasped in prayer over a string of beads. He wasn't droning sutras or swaying back and forth like she had expected. The rattle of the priestess' prayer wand was the most obvious noise. Maririn stood before the giant statue intoning a chant and engaging in ritualistic gestures. The buxom Rao had taken up position between them. She cast an amused glance over her shoulder at the 2 teens before turning back to the ceremonial display. An aroma of burning incense hung heavy in the air. It was making Arisawa feel a bit lightheaded. Smoke rose from the metal dish before them. If she looked closely, there almost seemed to be shapes within, teasing her with their semi-formed allusions to real life. A quick head shake served to dispel any such hallucinations. But the chanting was starting to make her skin crawl. She felt dizzy and queasy. "Am I sick? Should I leave?" There came a faint flash of something blue. Tatsuki looked up in time to see Madame Rao's yellow hood turn back around. She frowned uneasily. "I need to get out of here. Something's not right. I feel cold. Can I ask you a favor?" A small voice spoke beside her. She turned to regard Ashima. The reformed thug still had not opened his eyes, but he clearly was addressing her. "Yeah. When you get back home, tell my old friends I'm doing well. And tell Kurosake that I forgive him." "For what?" "Bruising his knuckles on your face." She chose to ignore this wholly understandable impulse, and instead said, "All right. I promise, Ashima-kun." He ducked his head a little. "Thank you," again in that soft tone. Tatsuki turned to face forward, Uncomfortable again. The chanting had grown louder, it seemed. How long would this last? She felt a throbbing in her chest as though it was threatening to cave in. Sweat dripped down her face, and she reached up to wipe her cheeks. Everything looked hazy. As if she was in a dream. Fog lay everywhere. The Buddha glowed with a soft gold light. Madame Rao's shape was outlined against it, a sinister shadow. Tatsuki felt weirdly calm now. Almost empty. Half-heard voices whispered in her ear, demanding something the dazed teen could not discern. The room swam and warped before her eyes. Am I going to pass out? Seemingly far away, the statue of Buddha took on a leering sinister grin as it chuckled deeply at her expense. Before it, Maririn had turned into a bunch of vegetables stacked atop one another inside those outdated robes. There was a big round pumpkin for her body, and her feet were little eggplants sticking out of the sandals, while in place of a head there was now the top of a daikon radish with a face carved on it. Madame Rao turned to look at them once again, only now she wore a frightening white kitsune mask. The fox's mouth boasted sharp red teeth, and in the hollows of its sockets there glowed two fabulous blue eyes. When she looked beside her, a shimmer remained the same as she remembered, only he had become transparent. Ghostly. And within him there lurked something out of place, an orange glowing star that didn't belong there. She licked her lips uneasily. What am I seeing? It's eating away at him, whatever it is. Shouldn't we take it out? So resolved, the girl reached forth a hand. Rika did not respond. Her fingers drifted up to his arm, and then passed right through as though he were made of mist. Or maybe I am. She went in deeper, seeking out that weird light which seemed so unnatural. Memories came unbidden, people she recognized as her parents but actually held no relation to her, boys who called her boss, a guy with orange hair whom she despised and wanted to prove wasn't better than her. A shimmer Rika. And yet I'm not, though I am. I'm no part of this. I shouldn't be here. But I'm not the only one. Before I leave, I have to. Her grip nearly closed on the alien force. It jerked away as if sensing her presence. Tatsuki made another grab for it, and this time she caught hold. The strange energy struggled and convulsed wildly. Now she could see it was a web threading all through him. The spider that wove it was what she held in her hand. Far away she heard Rika groan in pain as it fought to free itself. Stop hurting him. A bell was sounding somewhere. It drew her in the manner of a beacon at night. She felt herself rushing backward as though caught in the grip of a strong current, losing out and returning to a more regular state. Instinctively her grip tightened. Don't let go. Don't let go. Tatsuki awoke on her back. She gazed up at the ceiling, then down at her clenched fist. There was something pulsing within it. Blearily, acting on instinct, she brought it up to press against her breast. Whatever was there sank inside at once, causing her to choke back a scream. The sensation reminded her of how it felt to feed Ulquira, completely vile. You doin' all right there, young-un? Taking stock of the situation let her realize Maririn and Madame Rao had come up to them. When she looked over it was to find Rika lying prostrate alongside her with his head in Rao's lap. He seemed unconscious, though breathing peacefully. The red prayer beads he had been holding were scattered all about the floor. The beautiful actress stroked his brow in a soothing manner, face hidden in the shadows of her hood. What happened? Arisawa asked. Bad mojo, the squat temple guardian replied. No, it was just the incense. Rao passed a hand before her face with a sigh. My fault. I lit too much, and it made you both faint. You'll have to forgive me. Tatsuki gazed at her, then the elderly shaman. They were both back to normal. Could I have really imagined all that? When she opened her hand, it was to find nothing more remarkable than one of the prayer beads inside. For some reason this gave her no comfort. She tried to sit up. Doing so let Tatsuki realize how heavy her body felt. The effort involved made her feel as if she was made of lead. Staggering upright, she swayed for a few moments. I feel light. It was Ashima who spoke. Upon looking down, Tatsuki found his eyes had opened. He looked around and fastened on her. "Es gone," the boy murmured. I felt it leave. My heart is light as air. And here he grinned. Feels good. Come on, let's get you to bed, Jimmy-kun. You need some rest. With that, Madame Rao levered him to a sitting position with one arm draped around her shoulder. She rose then, bringing Rika with her in a surprising show of strength. The two of them trooped towards the doorway leading out of the inner sanctum. Tatsuki watched their departure. She wasn't certain what just took place. But when she noticed the priestess staring at her, the first words out of her mouth were, "I'm sorry. Don't know what your intentions in coming here were, girlie," Maririn remarked. The lines "oh fate" be mudded around. "Yeah. Can't see 'em clearly. But whatever it might be, the time's come for ya to be off, I think. Ya got what ya came for. As sure as me name's Monroe." Any other time, the exhausted black belt would have burst out laughing to hear that. Instead, all she could manage was a tired nod. As Tatsuki shambled over to the door, her steps slowed, and she paused with one hand on the lintel. "Can you tell Ashima I said goodbye?" "As ya wish." At this she drew a deep breath and stepped forward into the evening air. The sun had just gone below the horizon. Feeling exhausted, but determined to leave before anything else could happen, she set off towards the entrance to the temple. It took her 10 minutes to make the journey to the bottom of the stairs. On the way down, Tatsuki passed a park employee come to announce that the place was closing for the evening. Once she re-entered the village, she joined a thinning press of customers being guided by actors to the parking lot. A shuttle bus had brought her here, and she was now eager to get on board and put this place behind her. Tatsuki passed the stalls closing up for the night, the artisans who manned them drawing shutters and packing up goods before heading off to wherever they lived. With every step, air grew chillier. She shivered as though racked by illness. "What have I done to myself? Dear God, I feel awful. Yo, pretty young miss." This shout seemed directed at her, and she turned in time to see something come flying toward her face. Instinct took hold, and she snatched it in midair. At the same time, a faint tinkling chime sounded. The girl looked down to find she was holding what appeared to be a small silver sleigh bell, the type seen in Christmas cards and advertisements. "Careful on your way home, now." The accented dialect caught her attention. When Tatsuki looked up, she saw a tall man standing at one of the booths, a craftsman, judging by his outfit. He wore blue-tinted glasses and was smiling in a way that somehow set her teeth on edge. Before any attempt to ask for an explanation could be made, this unnerving figure offered a small salute and ducked back into his shop, dropping the read screen behind him. Puzzled, she once again studied this unexpected gift. It was artfully made, with tiny lines etched into the gleaming metal surface. A loop of soft red satin ribbon was strung through a hoop, allowing the ornament to be tied onto anything like a cell phone or keychain. She gave it an experimental shake, and a very pleasing chime resulted. Confusion over the situation didn't last very long. "Just a guy hitting on me. Probably hoping I'll try to find out more, or even buy something at a later date. Well, no offense, but I'm never coming back here again." She pocketed her new charm and jogged down the street. For some reason, that malaise from before had subsided in the last few minutes. Maybe it was only temporary, or all in my head. Tatsuki found herself bringing the bell up to her ear for another jingle. It made her heart feel lighter, just like Riki had said. Maybe things will turn out all right? Back at his shop, the silversmith Gato Izanaga peeked through the curtains to watch her go. Satisfied, he turned back to his accomplice. "All clear." In a rustle of smooth silk, Madame Rao slipped out of the shop entrance to stand beside him. "You don't suppose she recognized you?" "No more than she did you. Although that get-up is just begging for people to ask questions." "What?" Rao pouted. "I liked that game. It's all about spirits, history, and legends. And besides, if I'm just dressing up to act a part, what does it matter where I get my inspiration? You might be sued for copyright infringement long before Soul Society ever learns of us," he pointed out. "So I'll just tell them it's cosplay." Here the disguised nun took his arm and cradled it to her breast, rubbing the fingerless hand between her cleavage. She smiled at the way he caught his breath before getting back to business. "I checked on our boy, by the way. The stain on his soul is gone." She took it out of him somehow and added it to her own. "Well, Looks like it was worth the trouble of keeping the brat around after all, Gato mused as she went about her play. Lucky enough he fell into our lap so that we learned about those dust bunnies in the first place. Now he's gone and drawn in a great clue about where to look next. Someone up there likes us, eh? I don't think heaven could really be considered on our side, big boy. He drew her to him with a chuckle, tilting that beautiful chin up and brushing the hair away from her eye. My darling, if it's us against the whole world, I'd bet on you every time. She grinned wickedly, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Jin exulted, and lifting Rainjiku off the ground, he carried his love into the shop, delighting in her laughter every step of the way. His head came up, and the wizard scanned his surroundings cautiously. What was that? Did I hear something? No sign of peril greeted him. The old man remained in the same spot without bothering to acknowledge him. Beneath the darkened canopy everything appeared menacing and unwelcome. Kill the geezer. He's a loose end. Not like he has many years left anyway, right? I'd sooner kill you. Believe it. Not even if you could, King. You'll never be free of me. Believe that. Resolutely the wizard went back to his watch. All the same, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. In the dim moonlight, preoccupied by his own concerns, he failed to notice how even the faint bits of color in the landscape had turned completely gray for a few seconds there. When they were safely past and down the tunnel, the other hollows removed their hands from Infantesimma, becoming visible once more as they did. At this Grimjoe turned to address the camouflaged spy. Head back there and make sure you get everything we came for. No side trips, understand? I'll meet you in Hueco Mundo when this is over. She nodded before setting off towards the mouth of the cave. Jagger Jacks turned and went in the opposite direction. After sharing looks of trepidation, Loli and Mainoli made to follow him. There was no point questioning the sexta at this stage. They knew what was expected of them. Although it was obvious Grimjoe did not consider their survival to be a significant calculation in his plan. Feeling fear creep up on them with every step, the two subordinates continued towards an uncertain fate. They came out in a minimalist room of no particular interest. Grimjoe led them over to another door that opened onto an unremarkable hallway. Here their eyes were immediately drawn to something out of the ordinary. The hollow general stalked over and knelt beside a small smashed form. He bent down to give a cautious sniff, then rose upright, inhaling deeply. Upon affirming the scent, an eager smile broke over his face. This way, he gestured, and led them in a run to pursue their prey. The hollow slid to a stop. It turned about, scanning the empty hallway behind. Am I imagining things? A slow grin worked up its face as the truth came clear. Well, I'll be damned. Christmas came early. It glanced around for a moment, ultimately deciding against holding the fight here. There's gotta be somewhere more appropriate. So resolved, it then raced down the passageway at top speed, casing the interconnecting hallways in search of good prospects. At last the hunt ended in a tremendous gallery. Everything here looked to be made of polished green jasper mottled with dark patches. Great steps fit for a giant's tread stretched far out of sight, flanked by massive pillars that ran the length of the room, with a ceiling so high it was lost in shadows. The hollow exulted. Perfect. It then sprang up several levels and settled in eagerly to wait, eyes never leaving the entrance. Shouldn't be long now. They know I'm here. Less than a minute later 3 dull booms sounded, and with that it was no longer alone. Ichigo's hollow sprang to its feet. Hey there, Grimjoe, old buddy. You lookin' for me? The crazy blue-haired bastard actually smiled upon catching sight of it. You know it, Kurosaki. Wrath flowed through its veins, but the hollow kept itself tamped down. Easy enough now that it was the one choosing to do so. Might as well confirm a few things first. So what's up? I thought you had your own scavenger hunt to get to. You lost, or just lookin' to have an orgy? It bared black teeth at the 2 hollow wenches. Terror spilled off of them, so invigorating. The beast examined the luckless pair. That one, it decided, with the black hair, purple eye, and flat chest, she goes first. Her bad luck for reminding me of. You gonna make me repeat myself, punk? Grimjoe slipped Pantera free of its scabbard. He tapped the tip of his soul cutter against the polished floor. This mission is a load of crap. Screw Aizen. I came for you. Cute. And what makes you think I give a shit? The Espada's grin disappeared. Now fury was the only emotion visible on his face. Last we fought, I told you how things are supposed to go. Only one person walks away from a battle alive. That's how it's gotta be. And something tells me this time you're not gonna wuss out on me. Am I right, Ichigo? The hollow rose slowly from its crouch. I told you not to call me that. Blue eyes narrowed, a lion sighting its kill. My mistake. Ichigo. And that settled it. In a flash the hollow tore off its somber shroud, allowing its power to blaze forth for all to feel. Whether Shinigami or hollow, it mattered not. No more hiding, no more following orders. Come and get me, all of you. It's time to kill. Scratch out, Pantera. In moments the pack leader had transformed into an apex predator. White armor encased Grimjo from neck to ankle. His hands were black talons, feet become the pads of a giant cat with claws that raked scratches across the floor. The release of resurrection burned away his own sombra, allowing a tremendous soul signature to spill out in every direction. He opened his mouth and roared so loud it caused cracks to appear in floor and columns. Behind him Loli and Mainoli had taken off running. Neither their boss nor the hollow paid them any attention. The two avowed nemeses launched themselves at one another to meet with a detonation that rocked the entire complex as alarms tore the air. Something's wrong. Urahara paused in typing out his report. Is it dangerous, Benihime? Oh, yes. He knew better than to argue with his Zanpakuto's instincts. She did not take kindly to getting blindsided, as he well understood. In moments the chief scientist called up a display of the Bureau's security system. He focused first on the chamber where Renji remained under observation. Nothing to indicate a sudden deterioration, whether visually or that his instruments could detect. He then made a quick check on the most dangerous experiments currently active and not under quarantine. They all reported back well within safety parameters. Acting on a hunch, Kisuke then turned to observe the room housing Mayuri Kuratsuki. Again, nothing. Not to be dissuaded, he opened up a communication channel. Nimue-chan, please report in and confirm your... Before he could finish, a force like a cataract slammed down. Urahara nearly pitched headfirst into his desk, catching hold of the wood to steady himself. Realization hit all at once. Hollows. At the same time a klaxon split the air. The lights in the room went blood red. A holographic screen sprang up before him to override all the others. Emergency, it flashed. Security system activated. All personnel proceed to designated areas. He came upright, already accessing the controls. Urahara absorbed the readouts before him. The security system had been designed to respond only in a manner deemed appropriate for whatever breach had occurred, so as not to inconvenience ongoing experiments. A low-level breakout or contamination would only call for a room to be sealed off. Something more lethal might warrant an entire ward being shut down, and if that wasn't enough, terminated altogether along with anyone or anything trapped inside. What he was seeing before him was much worse. The R&D Bureau had just entered maximum threat containment. Nothing would be permitted to enter or leave the facility, that included people, communications, even hell butterflies. After all, some threats were so deadly as to not only warrant overkill, but demand it. The maximum response measures were a holdover to Mayuri's tenure, designed as a reaction to what even he would judge to be too grotesque to risk releasing upon Soul Society. Which meant something approaching the level of a Vastolord was loose in the building. And with that being the case. Alert, Category Nil containment procedures are now in place. Complete annihilation of facility in progress. Countdown commence, 30 minutes remaining. Facility director input required to confirm termination of threat. Right on time. A weird smile now played about his lips. Kisuke was reasonably certain he could handle this. Assuming it wasn't a horrible mistake, just an active effort being made to kill him and everyone here, which wasn't beyond the pale, there having been several such attempts against the R&D Bureau in the past. He had calculated a high likelihood their enemies would try something big during the wedding. Any attempts made beforehand would only prevent us from being lulled into a false sense of safety later, but that didn't entirely preclude the possibility. Perhaps they simply couldn't wait? Or maybe Jigoku's appearance had ruffled more feathers than he realized. Would certainly explain why those two showed up around this time. Good to know. An off-kilter opponent was more easily disposed of. After inputting his clearance codes to provide him access, he called up a full analysis of the threat. Seconds passed. Kisuk whistled a bit to keep himself occupied, taking this time to confirm Benahim's presence in a stand by the door. Seeing her under the red lights left him uneasy. Moreover, that oppressive force hadn't relented in the slightest. There was something disturbingly familiar to it as well. Were it not so improbable, I could almost believe. The results came up at last. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. When he saw what it was, Urahara's smile changed. For there, in a devastated chamber on the lower floors, Ichigo Kurosaka's hollow was fighting Grimjo Jagger-Jacks. Well, he breathed. In moments he had contacted Akon and Nemia with their instructions. The exchange was brief, and both senior staff members set about implementing his designs. They knew what to do in this situation. He had always recognized the greatest threats that existed to him and his research. Although it did beg the question, how did the hollows get in here? And right on the heels of that, how was Ichigo's hollow able to manifest in Soul Society to begin with? The binding spell hadn't been lifted since after the Autumn War, at the substitute Shinigami's own insistence. To say nothing of the fact that the boy himself was currently in the mortal realm at this time undergoing training with Nanao Ise. Which only confirmed what he had suspected for a while. For that matter, why haven't the automatic defenses tried to erase both hollows? Too many unresolved theories, all of which would have to wait. Less than 30 minutes remained until this building was reduced to nothing. Nemia and Akon would strive to implement their own strategies. Even should he die in the attempt, authority to avert the self-destruct sequence would be automatically transferred to one of them. As for me, just have to concentrate on the job at hand. His eyes drifted over to the sword cane in its stand. Knowing what I am dealing with, there is only one sane solution. He stalked over and drew the innocuous item from its rest. Examining the length of wood gravely, Urahara grasped its handle and slowly slid Benihime from her scabbard. Shall we, Your Highness? You haven't seen fit to try this in ages. I'll do my best. Judge me fairly. Don't we always? The captain examined his reflection. Looking pretty confident. I ought to be nervous. Yet this feels right. I am responsible for that thing, after all. Perhaps the enemy guessed this for themselves? That would certainly explain why they sent it after me. But what other option is there? Assuming I only get the hollow, odds of survival are 50-50. Just wish I was a little luckier when it comes to gambling. Giving a mental command to the room, a vaguely organic tube emerged from the ceiling and fell to cover him completely. When it retreated, Kisuk Urahara was gone. Nemia Kurotsuka digested the orders from her superior in silence. At last she settled on an appropriate course of action. A number of programs were called up on screen, several of which the lieutenant chose to initiate. This would minimize the loss of data should a full facility implosion occur. Hey! Let's play a game. Not now, aka Chan. I must work. But this one's easy. It's called, Where Did My Cranky Friend Go? At this an absence registered. When Nemia glanced over, it was to find iPhone no longer in evidence where she had been just a second past. Give up? Then let's play a real game. And it looks like there are 2 other players on the way towards your dad. Wanna have some fun with them? She debated a second longer. Yes. Sweet. A moment later the room was completely empty. His eyebrows twitched, and Renji sprang from the bed with a start. In doing so he tottered and nearly fell from a resulting wash of spiritual power that threatened to swamp him. It was so unnervingly huge he could barely comprehend it. Red lights started flashing, accompanied by a wailing klaxon that threatened to deafen him. But ears don't lie, especially ones as good as his. And somehow, without rightly understanding why, he recognized that roar. Grimjo. Howl, Zabumaru. His released soul cutter settled in one hand with a satisfying weight. But even this wouldn't be enough. Bankai, Hiyo Zabumaru. The room they were in was small, and it felt even more so with the great bulk of his serpentine Bankai crowding inside it. But Renji had no time to waste on smashed furniture. He detached the segmented war beast so that only its handle remained in his hand. The young captain then slipped in between the space of two enormous vertebrae. Moments later his bone Bankai had sealed itself up with him inside. Uttering a shriek, the great anaconda drove its skull down into the floor, bursting through with ease to tunnel towards the source of that ungodly confrontation. There was no time or reason to ask for an explanation. He knew only that a terrible fight awaited him. In spite of this, Renji couldn't help but feel excited. A chance to make up for getting skunked during the Autumn War. Maybe even something to impress Rukia. And Nell. Hell, yeah. Don't know why it's happening, and I don't care. No way I'm missing out this time. Ichigo's hollow cast a disdainful look down at its bare chest. Long tracks carved deep bloody gashes all along its torso, but in mere moments they had already healed. It cocked a look up where a panting Grimjo stood on a higher level of the staircase, his desk Aaron fully engaged. I don't know what I was expecting. Serves me right for thinking you might actually present a challenge. Yeah. The Sextus spat through bloodied lips. One eye was badly swollen, but his grin never faltered. I must be in a different fight. 'Cause if it weren't for that cheap healing trick, I'd have killed you 3 times by now. Now, boys, let's not get ahead of ourselves, a new voice intruded on the battle. I need you both alive for what comes next. The two fiends spun to train their attention on a pillar by the wall, where Kisuke Urahara emerged to join them. He cast a critical eye around the devastation wrought in their short battle. So, you, me, and Grimjo makes 3. He looked down at his captain's robe, then over at the released panther, and the moon-pale teen. And we're all wearing white. Sort of hard to tell under these lights, but I seem to recall there's a rule about this. Who has time for fashion these days? Gray eyes fastened on the half-nude hollow to narrow a fraction. Hello, young man. We meet again. It turned a frighteningly pleased expression on him. Hello to you too, Doc. Yes. The shaggy-haired wizard marched towards them, his released sword hanging negligently in one hand. Glad we get a chance to talk. I've been exceedingly curious about you since even before I heard you were popping up outside your owner. He drew closer, staring up at the pair of fighters. Care to enlighten me on that score before we get down to business? The hollow opened its mouth to retort, only for Kisuke to cut it off. You know what, never mind. I honestly don't have time for this. As you might have noticed, we're operating on a deadline here. He indicated the surroundings with a sweep of his weapon, still lit a lurid red by the emergency lights. The place is heading for a meltdown. Unless, that is, I manage to pacify you 2 rebels. So what do I say? And here he smiled winningly while strolling at a sedate pace towards them. Shall we sit down and hash things out over tea like civilized gents? Neither of them seemed sure of how to respond. Grimjo looked like he was taking this chance to catch his breath. And he needed it, too. Poor guy must be suicidal, picking a fight with this thing. At least without a plan. I, on the other hand, just need to get a bit closer. As if waiting for this, Jagger Jax lifted an elbow and fired a volley of black darts at Kisuke. From Benihime there emerged a red mist that became a wall to block these missiles, only to have them explode upon contact. Through the smoke Ichigo's hollow came smashing against the barrier with a demented scream, driving its fists against that transparent red frame with blow after punishing blow. Odious upstart whelp. Kisuke felt Benihime's anger even as her shield began to give. He quickly leapt to one side, disengaging the wall and sending a scarlet streak of energy screaming from his blade. Caught off balance, the hollow staggered at the sudden lack of resistance and proved unable to avoid the incoming attack, which tore across its body in a gush of black blood. The thing frothed insanely. Without even waiting to heal, it drove forward in pursuit of him. Urahara sent more bloody bolts at it, the whole time keeping an eye on Grimjo, who had leapt to a safe distance. Looks like he's taking this chance to try and power up a Gran Ray Zero while we're occupied with each other. Which means he intends to hold his ground. Perfect. Bakudo number 73, Tozansho. Instantly the outline of a blue pyramid formed around the espada. In the blink of an eye it snapped into full focus, encasing him within its confines. Jagger Jax glanced around briefly at the spectral prison, then continued charging his attack as though it didn't matter. For his part Kisuk brought up another blood mist shield to ward off the approaching hollow. He took this opportunity to unobtrusively home in on Grimjo's position. The Zero might break through, and it might not. What matters is that he holds still just long enough to bring all three of us together. Falling Mountain Crystal is the perfect restraining spell for this instance. It contains him, but offers protection as well. Anything else would leave the target too vulnerable. If he can't move, even for a few seconds, the hollow might kill him. And that would lower my chances of survival. So oddly enough, I need to keep them both alive, at least until something exploded through the ceiling. With a squeal like screeching tires, a tremendous serpent composed of bone came bursting on the scene. Ichigo's hollow looked up from beating against the scarlet barrier just as that fanged skull slammed in to send it hurtling against a wall. Yo, Urahara-teika. Renji dropped down upon the field of battle with his sights set on Grimjo. Need some. Get the hell out of here now. The coldness in Kisuk's voice seemed to surprise his young comrade. Aburai turned a questioning look upon him. What hey? A flash of red caused him to leap back, barely missing the razor edge of a scarlet beam. He landed a ways off to stare at the other captain in disbelief as the flat tip of Benihime continued to point at him. I said leave. Kisuk kept his eyes trained on where Ichigo's hollow was pulling itself out of the rubble with murder all over its face. A similar fury awoke in the captain's own heart. You little fool. Why did you have to get involved? I had this under control. Now it's all gone to hell. You should know our shield will not be able to hold that monster back any longer. You need to put an end to this. I got it. There came a flash of blue light that turned the room purple, followed by an overwhelming roar as Grimjo's Zero collided with his containment. For a heartbeat it held, only to shatter like glass, allowing all that power to go roaring towards its target, which turned out to be Ichigo's hollow. The creature was enveloped in that turquoise crucible as the entire wall behind it seemed to evaporate. Lit by the detonation, Kisuk turned to address his ally. I can deal with this, but not while you're here. Get away while they're occupied with each other. If I don't make it, then you'll have your chance. Still the buffoon only gaped at him. The Gran Ray Zero was dying out, and in spite of its staggering level of force, they could all register the hollow's unmatched soul power continuing to crush them. Even something like that wasn't enough to kill it. No surprise, we're dealing with an entity that could potentially challenge a Vastolord, even if, as I suspect, it's not at full power. Grimly the Ibis captain weighed his options. Throughout the room Hyaozabameru shook its great length and hissed, waiting for a sign from its master. Right now I can get close enough to trap both hollows. But Renji would be caught up in it as well. His Bankai is just too big, she'll treat it as an extension of him, I know it. Maybe if I can manage to get Ichigo's hollow, he'll have a chance against the Espada alone. By now Nemu and Akon should be ready too. Choose, boy. Grimjo had caught sight of Renji and was shouting something at him. At the same time the tyrant hollow began to emerge from the conflagration, body already on the way to recovery. The deadly scientist didn't dare take his eyes off it. Silently he urged Aburai to escape. Leave, damn it. Take Grimjo with you if necessary, just get out of here. Choose. The panther demon sprang for his red-haired adversary, who cracked his tree trunk whip in preparation. Fine, then. Oh, Kurosaki-kun. He sang. Ichigo's hollow spotted him, and smiled through black slimy teeth. So I'm its target after all. Swiftly Urahara flash-stepped towards the far end of the room as the creature launched itself at him. Come on, follow me, just a little more and Renji will be out of range. I'll miss Grimjo, but at least this way I can. Movement caught his eye. Recognition was immediate as a chill stole over him. Oh no. There atop a broken pillar crouched So iPhone. He saw her assess the situation lightning fast, judging every available enemy in the room. Swift as death she made her decision. One hand came up, Suzumibaki's Shikai gleamed with lethal promise as she took aim, at Ichigo's hollow. The assassin readied herself to strike down her unwitting target. And in his mind, Beniheim laughed. It would seem the choice is made. No. Bankai. I am so sorry, Renji. Tsuma Madawa Tora. Time drew still. Everything ceased. The fight, the incessant screaming of the alarm system, even falling rock. All was still and quiet. The combatants stood frozen in the positions they had previously assumed. Something beyond the mere laws of reality had stepped in to take control here. From the floor around Urahara Kisuk there arose a soft crimson mist. Brighter and more lurid than the surroundings, it glowed with an inner light. This fog reached up to his waist as it began to spread out, flowing noiselessly from its epicenter as though in search of something. At last after a time it halted to roil and drift peacefully. Something stepped from behind the unmoving Urahara. It looked like a solid red shadow, bearing the outline of a woman robed and bedecked in finery. Her bejeweled hair was very long and straight, sliding down to be absorbed into the surrounding cloud. This regal spectre trailed a hand lightly against the captain's cheek. He gave no sign of registering her caress, simply stared straight ahead. Satisfied, she drifted past him to reach Ichigo's hollow, who also stood hip-deep in the sluggish mists. Here too she patted its cheek in tender fashion before sliding off. At last she reached the limit of the cloud and paused to examine it. Looking up, the crimson mistress saw So-iPhone hanging in midair, arm extended towards the hollow and face grim with purpose. Her flight terminated several inches shy of the mist's edge. The Shadow Queen observed this thoughtfully. She extended a hand towards the Stealth Force's leader, only to come up short, as though an invisible wall stood between them. Her head shook sadly from side to side, and the ghost turned away with a sigh that caused the fog to ripple. How disappointing. Then with a resigned shrug she floated up well over the mist to touch a segment of Hyozabamera that hung overhead within the perimeter of her domain. Well, then. Let us begin. The target blinked out of existence. Surprised, So-iPhone checked her attack and twisted in midair. She landed gracefully to dart a quick look around in search of Ichigo's hollow. Could it really be so fast that I didn't see it move? In doing so, the Viper Company captain realized that Urahara Kisuk too had vanished. The hell? So-iPhone spun to find Grimjo Jaggerjax glancing about in confusion that mirrored her own. Moments before he had been battling Renji Aburai, who now was nowhere to be seen. He spotted her. For a time the two natural enemies only stared at one another, both clearly at a loss to explain this turn of events. Then Grimjo's chin rose, and he blinked in disbelief. What the fuck is that? So-iPhone cast a quick glance upward. What she saw made her blood run cold. Hanging in the air high above them loomed something huge. It resembled a box of sorts, only composed from numerous varieties of smaller rectangular pieces. They snaked and twisted all around one another, their irregular faces sticking out in every direction like a Rubik's Cube gone mad. Each piece was a deep crimson color with numerous black lines tracing over their surfaces. There was no opening of any kind to be seen. Despite the unconventional design, this patchwork collection still managed to radiate a sense of sinister order in its convoluted form. It reminded So-iPhone of a great red geometric brain somehow. Without having to be told, she knew what this thing was. And the realization filled her with dread. They were looking at Urahara Kisuk's Bankai. The block floated silently above them with a sort of dire majesty. It made no sound. It did not move. Yet both observers recognized that here was something undeniably menacing. Attention, annihilation of complex to commence in 20 minutes. This announcement broke them both out of their reverie. Jaggerjax left off perusing that mysterious flying object. Well, the lone predator drawled, arms dangling, and head cocked to one side in a deceptively negligent pose. Looks like it's you and me now, kid. A kunao flashed through the air, and Grimjo caught it with his teeth. He spat the sharp blade out and gave a laugh, crouching down on all fours with tail lashing eagerly from side to side. So-iPhone deliberately eschewed all thought of what was going on inside that death trap. Urahara and Abarai were both captains of the Godi I-7. They knew the risks as well as she. Seoul society would honor their courage, like so many Shinigami who had fought for the sake of order. Whichever of them should die, I will not let it be in vain. Respect. As you say, Suzumibuki. And she dove for the kill. Renji walked down a featureless lane. What just happened? He came upon another dead end. No good. Gotta head back and take the other way. How did I get here? Upon returning to the previous junction he took a right this time. The path looked the same as everywhere else. And what is this place? It dawned upon him that the mantle he usually wore in Bankai was gone. Not to mention Zabumaru had reverted to its sealed state and was now no more than an ordinary katana in his hand. He drew to a halt and carefully sheathed his weapon. Doing so allowed him to have a look around once more. From what I've seen, this must be a maze. Blank red walls rose to either side in this narrow passage. They looked to be no more than 10 feet high, yet whenever he attempted to climb over them, the top of the wall always seemed just out of reach. There was no ceiling to be seen. Instead, should he look up, nothing greeted him but a deep black void. An attempt to use Kido to blast through produced nothing at all. Not so much as a spark emerged when he incanted the spell. Apparently there was no choice but to try and find a way out. So he walked. Sharp turns presented themselves around which appeared identical corridors to the ones he had previously trod. The occasional intersection presented itself. Some ended at blank expanses, forcing him to retrace his steps. He was growing frustrated. Could I be walking around in circles? It feels like I've been in here forever. Maybe I should just stop and rest for a while? There is no rest. About to sit down with his back against the wall, Abarai hesitated. He lifted his head. Zabumaru? Is that you? A response did not come, whether from within or without his soul. But having stopped moving, his ears finally registered a noise, faint but unmistakable. Footsteps. Drawing closer. And a heavy breathing, deep and harsh. It was coming from the other side of the wall behind him. Turning, Renji stared at that smooth surface. He could detect nothing like a soul signature to inform him what it may be. Despite this, he felt himself beginning to sweat. The sound of pursuit drew nearer. Harsh animal breaths, panting in and out. Renji stood very still. At last it seemed to draw abreast of his position. When it did, the footsteps stopped. There came a sound that his imagination easily led him to believe was someone turning to stare at the wall behind which he hid. All noise ceased. He held his breath. Something sniffed as though testing the air. There came a low gurgling snarl, followed by the scrabbling of claws over stone as the unseen hunter broke into a run, its breath emerging fast and eager now. Like it knew he was only a short distance away. Fear more intense than he had ever known claimed Renji, and he turned to race down the path. Just like that, the seasoned Shinigami war leader was a child once again, running for his life through the streets of Inazuri while being chased by those who would kill him if they caught up. This primal terror of being hunted drove him to sprint through the maze with no thought besides getting away. Don't let them catch me. Please don't let them catch me. He whipped around a corner, only to find himself faced with another dead end. Panting, Renji almost turned back to flee, when suddenly a tingling chime sounded. In the wall ahead there appeared the outline of two doorways next to one another. One was bright red while the other glowed white. They offered a chance to escape, yet Renji hesitated, uncertain which to pick. Did red indicate danger? Would white lead him towards the approaching demon or away from it? How am I supposed to choose? A shiver passed through him. On instinct he leaned back to look down the way he came. A deserted path stretched off into the distance. Far, far away, at the end, something turned a corner. When he saw it, Renji spun about and ran to one of the doors. He wasn't sure which he picked, white or red, but his flight took him straight through. There came a sense of vertigo, and for a split second everything seemed to freeze. Then the terrified soul stumbled forward and went sprawling to the floor. Panting, he looked behind, and was greeted by another anonymous flat surface. There was no door to be seen. When he turned back, another identical lane stretched away before him. You chose well. His head came up. In the gloom overhead, Renji caught a glimpse of something receding away. It almost looked to be a huge mask shaped like a woman's face with empty holes for eyes. Against all reason he could have sworn it smiled at him, before vanishing into darkness. After taking this chance to collect himself, the captain stood up. He peered around but found nothing to guide him. Soon enough his steps took him forward once more, heading deeper into the maze. Have to keep moving. Otherwise I'll die. He had never been so sure of anything in his life. 2 doors, white and red. Ichigo's hollow stood with arms crossed and a frown on its lips. This place was driving it crazy. Everything looked the goddamn same. There were no enemies to kill. Instead it had to just walk around in search of an exit. Attempting to jump over the walls or smash through them proved fruitless. No matter how high the hollow leapt, it always just barely missed catching the lip and immediately landed right back on the ground where it started. Its blows left not even a scratch. There were twists and turns galore in this place. And now, finally, it had come across something new. Only this offered no consolation. Screw it. Just pick one. Whatever happens, I can deal with it. So resolved, the heartless killer settled on the white door. My favorite color. It strode ahead and stepped into the pain. Ichigo's hollow froze stiff. The world went black as a white mist rose to encircle it. At once there came a feeling like knives being plunged into its body. Awash in agony, the creature sought to scream, to no avail. Blood came pouring out of its wounds and was soaked up by the waiting cloud which turned the same color as its meal. The hollow sank to its knees with a gurgle as it was deposited in yet another empty corridor. Breathing heavily, it looked down at itself. There were no wounds to be seen. But every limb felt so heavy, like it had just completed a grueling marathon. After a time the shuddering beast managed to stand up. There was still strength to spare, but a feeling of unease now lurked within it. What the hell just happened? Poor guess, my pet. This voice set its teeth on edge. Cursing, the hollow swung its arms back and forth before setting off. Whoever you are, I'm gonna rip your heart out through your throat. The faint sound of mocking laughter chased it down the way. There too was an even more disturbing premonition that something else was in this maze along with it. Just out of sight, lurking around every corner, like a wolf waiting to strike. We'll see who's prey when I find my way out of this fucking labyrinth. Both hunter and hunted, the hollow proceeded on. The Graf grabbed Rania by the arm and yanked her to him. He stared down at the girl, eyes alight with some inner fire, which she met with a defiant glare. You want my blood? She snarled. Take it, demon. She expected him to go for her throat. Instead Rania was shocked when Tatha Oltz bent swiftly down and kissed her hard on the lips. The experience was so unforeseen she forgot everything that had led up to it. Attired in the unwanted red dress, the gypsy waif held stock still in the vampire's black-clad embrace. Her body felt hot, like there was a bonfire raging beneath the skin. Instinctively her eyes fluttered closed as that strong commanding mouth claimed all her senses. The touch of his lips had never felt like this before, when he would. In a flash Rania came back to herself. Revulsion hit hard, and she seized hold of his cloak in an effort to push him away. The Graf did not budge an inch. Fury awoke. All the times he had violated her body with his unnatural craving were as nothing compared to this. It made her so furious the world went red in her field of vision, and drawing a deep breath through her nose, she shoved with all the strength she could lay claim to. Suddenly Tatha Oltz snapped back. On his face was the closest thing to emotion she had ever seen on that normally impassive mask. He looked, surprised. At her strength, or maybe? The Lord of Vampires flung her away from him so that she pitched to the floor in a flurry of scarlet silk. Without a word he turned and went striding off, seeming to vanish into the deep shadows of the dance hall. Rania sat there panting for a time. Then shakily she rose up and tottered toward the exit on trembling bare feet. Up in the gallery, Rajani observed these proceedings with narrowed eyes. The hell was that about? He growled. Beside him the devilish Lohengrin lounged in midair on his bone-tipped scythe. Do ya know what he means, my pet? Bad case of fleas, maybe. A seductive chuckle escaped the luscious lips of the succubus Semele. She shook out her wealth of golden hair, then drifted over on bat wings to hover at the werewolf captain's shoulder, who scowled blackly at her. "Oh, don't grumble, Rajani," the demonic temptress declared lightly. "I do believe our dear Graf Totha Oltz has just taken an interest in that sweet little girl after all." "Her?" He scoffed at this notion. "I've seen sticks with more shape to them. She's just a dirty gypsy. He'll get tired of her eventually, and when he does, I'll be ready to take some payback." He fingered the burned flesh of his tattooed forehead where Rania's torch had scarred him. Grin drifted over the edge of the balcony to observe the girl's flight. "I wouldn't be so sure," he mused. "There's something about this one. I dare say she might prove to be more important than any of us had first surmised." Beneath his concealing hood, the pallid ghoul leered. "After all, ain't no greater weapon in our arsenal than love." "Amen to that." Semele traced a sharp fingernail over her burgeoning cleavage. She then spread both wings wide. "Excuse me now, boys. I feel like having another chat with our darling guest. Hold down the fort, won't you?" With a laugh she drifted down to the ballroom floor and flew in pursuit of Rania. Rajani scratched at his matted red hair uncomfortably. "I don't like this. We can't let the Graf be distracted by A sharp gasp drew her attention away from the latest chapter. Somewhat perturbed at further interruption, Nanao Ise looked up from the cell phone to gauge her student's progress. Upon seeing Ichigo doubled over, she leapt to her feet. "Kurosaka-kun? Are you feeling well?" Ichigo Kurosaka came upright. "Yeah. Fine." He then went back to his remedial assignment. The Shinigami substitute stood on a swan-shaped boat in the middle of a beautiful lake nestled amid this picturesque Teutonic landscape. From there he attempted to coordinate the movement of a bevy of white swans swimming on the clear blue surface using only Kido magic. By the proper application of barriers, Ichigo sought to direct nearly 24 unruly and intemperate beasts without hurting them. The challenge lay in choosing whether to coax them singly or in groups to achieve the desired result. "Does he look pale to you?" "Yummy, but pale? Perhaps a little. And he keeps scratching his chest like it irritates him." Nanao observed the boy's progress from her place on the shore. This was the second time in the last 10 minutes he had given signs of being in pain, and she was starting to grow concerned. Yet the determined teen went on ahead with training like nothing happened. No surprise there. Stubbornness came as naturally to him as breathing. Short of knocking him senseless, there was nothing that could be depended on to dissuade Ichigo from something once he set his mind to it. Of course, she was not without her own degree of single-minded fortitude. At the next cough, Nanao decided that was more than enough. "Disorobu. Hey, come on, I was almost there." His complaints fell on deaf ears. Around them the images of snow-capped mountains and blue-green firs melted away to be replaced by the chaotic paint-smeared landscape that was its natural state. Moments before vanishing, the swans all stood on their tiptoes and bowed to him, wings extending up in the air. This was a little touch she added to demonstrate appreciation for his efforts. Positive encouragement couldn't hurt when warranted. The sorceress came striding over to her student. He cast a reproachful look in return, which she answered with cool neutrality. "We're done for the day," Nanao announced. "I want you to go back home and get a checkup from your father. This sudden health issue concerns me." "Seriously, sensei? I think you're blowing it out of proportion." He followed along as they made their way over to where his mortal body lay in repose. Ichigo picked up Zanjutsu where he had left it. There seemed to be some communication between them, causing him to frown. Without offering an explanation, the red-haired youth slipped back into his living form. Now no longer attired in Shinigami robes but jeans and a white shirt, he clambered to his feet, wincing slightly as he did. "Something is wrong," she declared upon seeing this reaction. Slipping her cell phone into a purse, Nanao conjured up a diagnostic incantation in one palm. "Hold still, I want to have a look at you." As she advanced he backed up, hands held out to ward her off. "No, really, I'm good, I just need to." A puzzled look came over Ichigo's face, and he glanced down. Nanao's eyes widened in horror. All over the pristine white shirt, blossoms of scarlet were spreading. As his mouth opened, a torrent of blood came pouring out. Ichigo clapped both hands over it to stem the flow, only for his eyes to go rolling up till the whites showed. A moment later he collapsed. Ichigo. Nanao raced forward to drop down beside him. He was shuddering and jerking, bubbles of blood bursting past his lips. With a surge of strength she rolled him onto his stomach to prevent him from choking. Now the glow of magic around her hands was blinding, and the enchantress shot this awesome healing energy into his body, at the same time whipping out her phone and hitting a speed dial. The moment she heard it connect, Nanao screamed into the receiver. "Ishine. There's something wrong with Ichigo. Find Orium, then get down here, I need you." She heard the boy's father say something that sounded like agreement, and then hang up. The next step was to dispatch a Hell Butterfly to Heron Squad in Soul Society and see about getting Captain Kotetsu here on the double. After this Nanao concentrated on the only thing that mattered, namely keeping Ichigo Kurosaki alive until help could arrive. To be continued. Chapter 12, Wedding Hells, the Lady or the Tiger. The pain lanced into him once more, driving Renji to his knees. Blood spilled forth to be absorbed into the waiting mist. When it was over, he found himself in another part of the maze. He nearly screamed in frustration at having to go through all this again, but his teeth gritted against crying out. Don't give her the satisfaction. The weary soul forced himself to stand using Zabumaru as a crutch. That made it 4 times he had guessed correctly compared to 3 times he had not. Shivering violently, he pressed on through the featureless turns and dead-end hallways, each looking just like those that came before. There was no indication how much longer the gauntlet would last. It had finally dawned upon him that what he was experiencing must be Urahara's Bankai. Would explain why the older captain insisted he flee earlier. Which hardly mattered now, because he was in it. Renji recalled a point before the Autumn War when the human Sato Yasutara had come to ask for training from Urahara, only to be turned down on the grounds that his Bankai would be unsuitable. It was becoming painfully clear what that meant. This thing did not exist for any purpose except to destroy a person. Benihim's final release was breaking him down bit by bit. He felt weak and disoriented from the relentless onslaught of an endless environment. To say nothing of the strain derived from being hunted by heaven only knew what. He had yet to spy the beast again. It wasn't Grimmjow, that much he could be certain of from the brief glimpse back when all this started. Which meant it was another part of the Bankai. Those trick portals took more out of him every time. There was no means to discern which might prove lethal, sometimes it was the red door, other times the white. Combined with this was a terrible suspicion that there was no end, no center of the labyrinth at all. It would just keep him in here until he ran out of strength and dropped dead. Where was Urahara? Why was he letting this happen? Am I going to die here? Despair rose up in his throat to choke him. Should I stop running, then? Stand my ground until that thing chasing me catches up and fight for my life, before I become any weaker from Benihim's sick guessing games? Renji actually hesitated for a few moments, debating. That idea does hold some appeal. Except doing so was just another form of giving up. The same as lying down and dying. He felt how tired he was, such that his own body begged for him to do just that, come what may. Let this place kill me. Just let it end. His hold on Zabumaru tightened. I will not. Aburai growled through clenched teeth, then threw his head back and roared, quit. Above him, the face of Benihim twisted in mocking laughter, before disappearing once more into the darkness. Alone, without even the voice of his Zanpakuto to accompany him, he made a vow right then and there. I'm not about to throw away my life. I will survive you, Benihim. So Renji lurched on. Fighting a dread of what might lie around every corner, struggling to hold on to the hope that the next door might be the way out. When yet another choice of portals presented itself, red or white, he selected white without hesitation. Please let it be safe. Please let it be safe. It was. Ichigo's hollow stood unmoving. Behind it was yet another set of doors, which it resolutely ignored. Hands balled into tight fists, it waited, staring fixedly at the turn in the passage down which it came. Its shoulders flexed in anticipation. I'm not doing this anymore. Before I take another step, I have to kill that fucker who's been following me. I know he's there. And if he had to go through the trapdoors as well, then he's hurting as badly as me. I'll take him on here, and maybe end this game. Not that it really matters. I just want to get my hands on someone who can bleed and feel pain. Make this asshole regret ever crossing me. There came a faint sound from up ahead. Someone was approaching this position. The hollow drew in a sharp breath and tensed to spring. In moments the enemy would round the bend. Then the hollow would attack and tear it to pieces, whatever it might prove to be. Come on. Come and get it. I'm waiting for you. No more running. Show me your face, you bastard, and I'll kill you. Raspy breathing through clenched teeth. A smell like an animal in the wild. The slow tread of clawed feet. A hand grasped the corner. There was only a moment to register sharp black talons and yellow flesh before the rest came into view, and they saw one another. As the pursuer raced forward, Ichigo's hollow turned and dove through one of the portals at random, not caring if it was safe or not. It wasn't. They came exploding through the wall in a gale of dust and rock. A lightning kick from Soifone only ruffled Grimjo's hair as he ducked beneath it. When she attempted to stab him with Suzumibuki, he made a grab for her arm that forced the agile assassin to twist aside. In response, his own foot lashed out and caught her in the stomach. The impact sent her skidding across the floor, only to recover and perform a set of somersaults that ended with Soifone back on her feet, undaunted and weapon at the ready. For his part, the Espada frowned upon noting the black butterfly-shaped mark which now adorned his ankle. This was a match for one on his forearm and another sprouting on his left shoulder blade. They didn't appear to be slowing him down to any extent, but the way she kept aiming for those same spots left him leery about permitting a second strike. Ryukyokuro. At the first syllable, Grimjo performed Sonito, appearing a short distance off in time to watch 5 petal-shaped energy bands emerge around the spot he had previously occupied, only to vanish when nothing presented itself to capture. He growled in annoyance. Lucky his ears were so sharp. This one didn't feel the need to shout her spells the way other death gods did. Anyone else probably would have been trapped at this stage. -15 minutes till facility termination. He glanced around, grinding his teeth in consternation. Well, fuck. I honestly didn't expect the fight to last this long. Time flies when you're having fun, but if this keeps up, I might have to go with Plan B. Thinking about running, Grimjo? Abarai did mention it was your favorite tactic. A surge of anger flooded through him. Nah. He rumbled, stalking slowly forward. Just wondering how long you plan to fight me with just your first release. 'Cause it doesn't seem to be working out too well for you. Blood stained the white officer's cloak in several places as testament to this. Were it not for how quick she was, he felt certain their fight would have ended in the first minute. Yet the woman persisted in facing him. So this was the stealth force's captain, eh? She seemed to have a better grasp for how a death match should play out than Kurosaki at least. Lady didn't mess around. And as much as he appreciated the chance to finally pit himself against a real Shinigami captain, he had other aspirations that would require living to see tomorrow. The woman raised her arm back as if to strike. There came a dull boom, and just like that, she was surrounded by over a dozen copies of herself. Shit. Gamelos Sonito. As one, the host of copycats launched themselves at him. Grimjo knew he had only an instant to decide what to do. Though they weren't real, the shadow images thwarted his ability to determine her location. If she was able to strike one of those black tattoos while he defended against a clone, it could mean the end. What he needed was an indiscriminate multi-directional attack to deal with all of them at once. And he had one. Golden stingers streaked towards his heart, eyes, throat, and the marks on his body. In response, the Espada opened his mouth and roared. The detonation that resulted was like an exploding firework magnified by 1,000, loud enough to rupture flesh and crack rock. In the face of this sonic onslaught, Soifone's copies vanished, and the slight captain herself was flung back to smash against a wall. The impact left her momentarily dazed. As she slid to the ground, ears ringing and the taste of blood in her mouth, a bone-crushing grip seized the hand which boasted Suzumibuki. She felt her fingers snap. Powerful claws then fisted in the front of her shirt to yank Soifone upright where she dangled before the blue-eyed madman, who studied her with undisguised relish. You know, Grimjo hissed, bloody teeth grinding, I think I'm getting to like. An instinctive sense of danger stopped him. At the same time, the black gauntlet and its poisoned talon vanished from the captain's imprisoned arm in a golden glow only to reappear on her free hand a split second later. This she drove toward his previously afflicted appendage, and only well-honed reflexes saved him. He released her shirt to seize the weapon before it could penetrate his flesh a second time. In a flash So-iPhone's legs came up to wrap around Grimjo's head. She caught a glimpse of his shocked expression between her thighs before wrenching violently to one side with all the weight and inertia she could claim. There came a grinding snap in the wrist he still held, followed by excruciating pain, but this sacrifice caught the hollow off guard so that he was flung off to one side. So-iPhone tore away from his grasp, the shattered hand slipped free, and she landed in a crouch. Meanwhile Jaggerjax had recovered in mid-flight and alighted on all fours with the grace of his namesake. So-iPhone knew at once that he would not make the mistake of talking before finishing her again. And she was now at a distinct disadvantage. The hand that previously held Suzumibuki was effectively crippled, rendering it useless. While ambidextrous and more than skilled enough to continue, this particular opponent was unnervingly fast, enough to match her current state if not outright surpass. Had he not already been injured by Kurosaka's hollow, no telling what might have happened. There was no guarantee she would be able to administer the requisite fatal strike. It would seem that going Bankai, with all its attendant weaknesses, was the only solution for. A shadow passed over her. Something purple and huge landed between them, only to emit a loud croak before launching itself right at Grimjo, who in turn yelled and lashed out with blue slashes of his Descaron. The attacker was sliced to pieces which collapsed with wet plops. However, in the space of a breath these bifurcated segments arose as completely separate yet identical entities, and without hesitation they converged on their astonished target in violent precision. So-iPhone found herself momentarily at a loss. Unless she was gravely mistaken, their battle had been interrupted by what appeared to be giant frogs. "Pardon the intrusion, Captain," a voice spoke from behind her. "Are you all right?" Shocked to be taken unawares like this, the Stealth Force's mistress turned to be confronted by a most peculiar sight. For there was revealed Akon, the R&D Bureau's assistant chief. Wearing a white robe and an eternally flat expression, the horned Shinigami regarded her from atop another tremendous amphibian over 10 feet tall at the head. While largely frog-like, its skin was a bright turquoise with thin scarlet lines running over it. A great striped black and white throat sac took up most of its body, but more peculiar than this, the beast appeared to possess no eyes of any sort. As So-iPhone watched, a great barbed purple tongue licked briefly over those whale-sized lips before retracting back into its mouth, and a shiver went through the beast as it settled its bulk. Akon slid down to her level and came quickly over. He indicated back towards his mount. So-iPhone Teika, meet Subject 21, Quailnern, or Tough Toad as our Patronus christened him. He's an experimental life form designed to kill Captain-level Shinigami as part of Project Deathly Debutante. I decided to bring him out of storage in response to, excuse me. So saying, he took her arm and drew them both off to one side. Moments later a cerulean Zero went roaring past right where they had previously occupied. It lit the whole environment blue and blew straight through the Tough Toad, which erupted in a pop. Well, that should make things easier. Akon spoke so nonchalantly it left So-iPhone too bewildered to even consider retaliation or evasion. As a result, she was treated to an uninterrupted view of what happened next. For where the bloated frog had been, there now loomed at least 6 new monsters, identical save for different coloring. Some were varying shades of green, one orange, another scarlet. While the Zero began to die out, they launched themselves across the hall. Upon looking in that direction she spied Grimjo Jaggerjax now engaged in fighting off some 30 tough toads who pursued him relentlessly about the room. They leapt with astounding agility in attempts to crush their foe, opening jaws to reveal short sharp teeth or sending their spiked tongues flicking out with the force of wrecking balls that shattered the floor and walls with ease. The Espada seemed quite understandably overwhelmed. Quailnern reproduces through a form of environment-fueled mitosis, Akon supplied to her wealth of unspoken questions. Spiritual energy directed at him, whether destructive or meant to restrain, is absorbed to produce a new generation, the number of which depends on the amount of power available. Cutting them produces the same result. As you can see, they have no visual senses, instead relying on organic radar emitted from the throat pouch and reflected back onto the skin as touch information. This gives them a 360-degree field of uninterrupted vision. Subject 21 will continue to replicate until his target is overwhelmed or runs out of energy, whichever comes first. As he spoke, Grimjoe suddenly turned and sped down the hall with the tough-toed army in hot pursuit. Ah, it seems he's returned to his original objective, the spiky-haired scientist mused. He then rounded on iPhone and produced a syringe filled with a greenish liquid from one pocket. If you like, I can take care of those injuries before we proceed. Just pull down your pants and... Akon casually dodged a kick that would have decapitated him had it connected. Understood. Let's give chase, then. I have an idea of where he might be headed. If that's the case, our other ally should already be way ahead of us. He proceeded to jog on by her. Coming, Captain? There's about 10 minutes before we're all blown to Kingdom Come. iPhone collected herself enough to refrain from further murderous episodes. She noted the red warning alarms still going off before speeding past Akon to complete her mission. Loli peered around a corner. After a moment came the all-clear, and she darted forward to join Mainoli. The two of them crouched behind a suspiciously organic-looking column. The dark-haired Aaron Carr chanced to look down the way. Nothing presented itself, save for the constant throbbing red light that illuminated every inch of the place. All the same, sweat dripped down her brow and stung her eye. Angrily she wiped this sign of insecurity away. How the hell does Grimjoe expect us to find this guy? Her partner hissed, edging closer while casting furtive looks about. We sure didn't get any magic bracelet that points the way to him. How can we even be sure that freaky thing was heading in the right direction? Maybe he just wanted us to follow him around before jumping us. Our Pesquisa should do the trick. Loli closed her eyes and concentrated. Signals came in response, resounding within her soul. Back the way they came was Grimjoe, and what could only be a high-ranking Shinigami, but for some reason she couldn't read anything off the human's holo. Could it be Jagger Jax had managed to kill him? She found that idea hard to swallow. The sheer force of its strength made her throat clench even now. But that would have to wait. Up ahead a response had come back from a large concentration of soul energy. That had to be it. How many other captain-level Shinigami could be in this place? Found him. Come on. With that she crept swiftly down the hall, dagger drawn and eyes raking the way ahead for signs of an ambush. Mainoli followed with her own weapon at the ready. So far they hadn't been faced with any resistance, yet in spite of this they both knew their lives were imperiled. If that countdown was any indication, this place was going bye-bye in under 15 minutes. Before that happened they would need to finish the job and get out of here, assuming there was still a way out. Grimjoe would just have to look after himself. After a few moments the corridor ended at what looked to be a door so tall its heights were lost in the gloom of the ceiling. There looked to be a large X emblazoned on it. The hollow pair approached. There came a disturbing squelching sound, followed by a great golden eye opening up at each arm of the cross. Both girls tensed in preparation to defend themselves as those disembodied orbs focused in on them. However, before Loli could consider their response, a slight pressure drew her attention down to her hand. There the ring she had been given was undergoing some kind of reaction. The plates shifted from black to white in a complicated pattern. At the same time, though, the eyes upon the door spun in counterpoint to this dance, until finally they drew down the arms of the X to merge into one at the center, their barred pupils converging into a smaller X. Without a sound the door slid open. Glancing back meaningfully at Mainoli, they stole in together. The first thing she noticed was that there didn't seem to be an alarm in here. The place was huge, with green walls and a floor covered in strange glowing lines that looked to converge at a big pointed crystal near the center of the room. Loli spared this odd setup only a glance before slipping past. There didn't appear to be any spiritual energy she could detect coming from the rock, nor did it respond to their presence. No one else was around. All the same, she got the feeling they were being watched. As she digested this disturbing sensation, she noticed Mainoli edging closer to the lone monolith. "Don't touch it. It's not real." The sandy-haired hollow threw a sharp look at her partner. "How do you know?" "I can feel it through the ground." Lowly tapped a foot against the floor. This thing's got no weight. It's just an illusion. Probably a trap. That feeling of being watched was growing stronger by the second. Mainoli cast a nervous look over one shoulder before turning her attention back to the seemingly solid spire. Should we look for a way out? With the whole place on lockdown? What good would that do? Better than sitting around waiting for somebody to show up and kill us. As they stood debating, something stirred in the chamber that escaped their notice. A small portion of the wall off to one side bulged forward before shivering into paper-thin pieces. Revealed beneath was a human hand. It slid over to tap out a sequence on the wall before slipping back under the same filmy substance, disappearing in the process. A second later a previously unseen door slid open. Both Arrancar spun about and spotted the empty black frame. Nothing could be discerned of what lay within. "Who's there?" Lowly demanded. "Show yourself." Not a sound came in response. They shared a glance. "Go check it out." "Why me?" "One of us has to." "Then volunteer yourself, because I'm not going in there." "Stop being such a coward." "Why don't you show me how?" "I'm not about to." In the darkness, something moved. The feuding pair froze upon hearing it. After a time when nothing more happened they began to argue again. "We're running out of time. You check out whatever's in there and I'll investigate out here. If anything happens, I'll have to take off my sombra to fight. So they'll be able to sense me and not you. Think I'm stupid? What does it matter if they do? The whole place is going to explode at any minute. So I'm not dying 1 second sooner than I have to. We're already dead. Look, this isn't getting us anywhere. We'll each take off our sombras. That way if anything happens it's on both our heads." "Agreed." "Agreed." They did so. For a few moments the two hollows stared at one another, as though expecting something terrible to take place as a result. When this did not prove to be the case they each gave a nervous laugh. Arrancar presence detected. Their faces fell. Lowly Sloaneye darted towards the darkened opening from which this dry pronouncement came, drawing her weapon instinctively. Mainoli did the same. Together they watched in a sort of frantic fascination for what might come next. Both held their breath. Initiating the Psi-X 9500 anti-Arrancar offensive system. A small red glow burned within the Stygian blackness. Affirmative. Something pink flashed between them. When Mainoli looked down, it was just in time to watch Lowly's severed hand hit the floor, still clutching her dagger. There was no time to take this in as a maelstrom of fire roared forth, sending them scrambling for cover. What came out of the door next sent sheer terror straight into their hearts, and this nightmare wasted no time continuing its assault, launching missiles, and initiating bullet hell from the weapon attached to its arm. When someplace new greeted him, Renji could hardly contain his joy. He stumbled forward a few steps and drew to a halt. Turning slowly in one spot the weary survivor surveyed his surroundings with an eager laugh. The door through which he had passed was not in evidence. Instead the captain found himself at the center of an enormous courtyard. Walls still rose on all sides like before, but noticeably higher, stretching far up to form rectangular parapets overhead. The black starless sky was visible as a jagged rectangle. Am I hallucinating? Could this be the end? Renji, can you hear us? With a shout of joy he looked down at Zabumaru in his hand. You guys. I've never been happier to hear your voices. What gives? Her trial is nearing its end. She has consented to unbind us for the final battle. Renji frowned and cast a searching look about. Whatever comfort he might have felt at escaping the maze did not last long. No, actually, escape wasn't the right word. This was just the next stage in the torture game. Wonder how Benihime likes to finish things off? When nothing obviously life-threatening presented itself he decided to do some investigating. A small casting of Shakuho produced a red fireball, to his immense relief. He waved it away without bothering to see if blasting his way clear was an option. No doubt Benihime still had the rules stacked in her favor. After assuring himself of the new environment, Aburai flopped down and crossed his arms, closing his eyes with head dipped forward. Access to spirit powers was a plus. Unfortunately, he still remained dreadfully weak from the experience of running the maze. In total he had guessed 5 times incorrectly and suffered the price. If he was any judge, his strength currently stood at less than half. No way to tell how long he might have been in here, but his body ached with residual pain, and he dearly appreciated this chance to catch a breath. Something told him the worst was yet to come. He's here. Hearing the voices of Zabumaru speak as one momentarily shocked Renji. However, this was nothing compared to what he felt upon opening his eyes to find Ichigo's hollow now standing in the chamber. Shit. He was in here too. The white-skinned horror spotted him immediately. Even as it moved to leap forward, the captain had already found his feet, Zanpakuto and Shikai, and the command for Bankai on his lips. Their impending confrontation was thwarted by the reappearance of the crimson mist, which rose noiselessly from the floor to coil up around their waists. Each fighter felt his muscles lock tight with no regard for any amount of struggle. Unable to even scream in frustration, they were forced to simply stare at one another with only a few meters of distance between them. While trapped in this position, Renji perceived a disturbance in the mist. It looked to be swirling slowly around them. If his imagination wasn't playing tricks on him, the whole sluggish mass was rotating about a single point in the room. As he watched, something nearby took a deep breath. He heard this clearly, and the realization that they were not alone made Renji's blood run cold. Damn it, I was so surprised to see that albino creep, I forgot he's not the worst thing in here. Right then the fog bulged upwards at the center. Deep, raspy breathing now accompanied every beat of his pounding heart. The swirling vortex grew faster and faster, until finally the protrusion receded to either side like a lanced boil. In that cleared space there arose the pursuer from the labyrinth. It stood hunched over yet remained 10 feet tall even in that position. Naked, the body on display bore a resemblance to humanity, only twisted and grotesque. Its skin was a sickly sallow color with tufts of coarse bleached hair sprouting in patches. White stripes bedecked the back and undersides of arms and legs reminiscent of a tiger's pelt, and it was festooned in bumpy pustules. The way it twitched and flexed seemed to indicate these blemishes were causing intense irritation. Ropey muscles stood out against its hide with every movement. A tangled mess of pale hair fell to the middle of its back. Being partially submerged in the bloody foam and turned away from them, nothing more could be made out. Yet what he saw was enough to make Renji glad this thing had not caught him in those constrained corridors. The whirlpool ceased its movement. In a rush the whole mass simply flowed inward to be absorbed by the immobile monster. It stood up straight, flinging its head back as the process continued. Those mighty arms lifted beseechingly towards the empty heavens. Finally not a shred of the mist remained, yet Renji and the hollow found themselves still unable to move. They could only watch as the hunter turned to face them fully. Gaunt cheeks lent the creature a half-starved appearance. Drool dripped past thick purple lips pulled back from short rotten fangs which it clenched so hard the muscles showed in its jaws. Its nose was squashed and bat-like, and the eyes were shiny black. It trembled when it saw the two captives, as though straining to leap forward and rip them limb from limb. A heavy sigh filled their ears. Renji felt his head jerk upwards, as did the two others. Far above them, against the lightless sky, the mask of Benihime hung huge and threatening. "Now we shall see," the spirit of this world spoke in a haunting whisper. "Which will it be? The lady?" Here her face twisted in a mocking smirk, "or the tiger? Someone must die." "Urahara!" Renji screamed. "If you can hear me, do something." Benihime simply laughed in response. The tiger, as Renji now thought of it, panted and whipped its head from side to side, sending shaggy yellow hair flying. In desperation he tried again. "Kisuk. Make her stop." "Yura." His voice cut off. There came no warning. The next thing he knew, the tiger was loose and coming straight at them. The hollow screamed before flinging itself at that towering terror, and the beasts met in a collision of primal ferocity. But Renji made no move to defend himself or attack. He remained in that spot, Zabumaru held slackly in one hand. For a brief time in that maddening space he could conceive of no other option. He was simply too stunned. "It can't be. Zabumaru, tell me I'm wrong. Do not falter now. Your life means nothing to either of them. You must win or die." Renji Abarai raised his sword arm woodenly, the blade eager to be let loose. He took a shivering breath and mouthed the name of his Bankai. Hi-Ho Zabumaru emerged in a swell of spirit power, screaming its war cry. The sound caused his heart to pound, and he roared aloud in shared determination to emerge triumphant. Renji sent the giant serpent whip soaring at those two monsters. The Hollow and the Tiger both sprang aside to avoid his Zanpakuto's charge. As it landed, the yellow-haired giant turned cold onyx eyes upon him. The sight made his gorge rise. "Damn you, Benihime! How could you do this? He's your master." A moment later the thing was springing towards him, and the Crimson Princess game of death began in full. Just when she thought he might have stabilized, Ichigo reared up and vomited blood into Neneo's face. She yanked her glasses off and nothing more. Without bothering to so much as wipe herself clean, the enchantress pressed her palms against his shuddering chest and mouthed a quick healing charm. Why is this happening? For almost 20 minutes her student had been suffering what looked to be seizures of such violence they were causing internal damage to his body. Yet try as she might, her magic couldn't seem to locate the source and repair it. How much longer could he last? "Neneo, I can't find him." "What? Why the hell not? It's his Zanpakuto, it should be in there somewhere." "Don't yell, please. Zanjitsu's not responding to me, that's all I know." "Is he getting worse? Should we call a doctor?" "I'm sorry, Urashii. I know you're doing all you can. We just need to keep watch over him until help arrives." She gazed down at the boy's sickly pallor and blood-spattered chin. Doing so reminded her of her own condition. Hurriedly Neneo wiped a sleeve down her face, revolted by the coppery tang in her nose and mouth. As a Shinigami she had assuredly seen living beings die before, but this time it was someone she knew. Which made everything so much worse. "Neneo." The woman looked up and felt relief wash over her. Ichigo's father Ishine Kurosaka was hastily scrambling down the ladder leading into this unearthly zone. He nearly fell once or twice, one hand being preoccupied holding onto a large medical kit. When he finally made it to the bottom, the wild-eyed parent came racing over to drop down beside his son. Dr. Kurosaka wasted no time in checking Ichigo's vitals. He pulled open the unconscious youth's eyelids, and after assuring himself of the situation, opened the kit and began rifling efficiently through its contents. "How much blood would you say he's lost?" the physician demanded in a haggard voice. Neneo swallowed, unnerved at seeing this normally carefree soul so shaken. "A liter, maybe 2. I can't be certain." "Hold this." He held out a full bag of blood. She took it without question. Ishine then bent to wind a rubber band tight around the teen's arm. Afterwards he busied himself hooking a needle up to the blood bag. The time it took him to find a vein to insert it into nearly made her scream in frustration, but at last it was done. The former captain leaned back, hands held at the ready as though preparing to leap forward should it be required. When nothing further happened for several seconds, he turned to regard the pale-faced scholar. "Thanks. Heron Squad has been notified and is sending a team of their best healers." He didn't react to this news in the slightest. Ise then lapsed into silence, wishing she could think of something reassuring to offer and feeling ridiculous for not being able to. This situation made her want to scream. Even were she not a social maladroit, what could you say to a man when his son was bleeding out before him? "Have you heard from Orium?" she finally asked just to keep the conversation moving. He shook his head and went back to his medical supplies. Removing a small glass vial, the doctor slid a hypodermic needle from its pack and began to fill it. "I managed to get in touch with Ryakan. He's got an emergency room prepped and waiting. Can you alter this room so we don't have to get him up the stairs?" Neneo briefly took in the nebulous terrain of shifting colors before giving an assured nod. "All right. Hold off on that for a minute. I might need you to perform healing on him again. In the meantime, what do we know?" He was behaving as though something was causing him discomfort for a little while, when all of a sudden he just started, bleeding through his skin. A few taps followed by squirting out a little liquid, and then he was slipping the hypo into the plastic tube attached to his son's arm. Ishine then unrolled a blanket which he draped over Ichigo's chest and lower body to keep him warm. Such mundane medical treatment almost left her hypnotized, and Nanao had to pull herself back to continue. I couldn't detect any sign of what might be causing it, whether externally or otherwise. But if I had to give a diagnosis, this appears similar to what humans experience when they're attacked by hollows, severe injuries to the soul which automatically manifest in the body. Only as far as I can tell, his soul hasn't left its earthly vessel. Given the chance to analyze the situation from a detached perspective lent her some degree of reassurance. Like if they could formulate a conclusion as to the cause of this dilemma, it might give them a better chance of beating it. As she spoke, Hine was checking Ichigo's vital signs again. For lack of anything better to say, Nanao asked, Do you concur, sir? It's a valid explanation. The medic spared her a glance and gestured down at their recumbent patient. Can you look after him again? Nanao almost found herself asking a rather obvious question. Being a much more powerful Shinigami, wouldn't Hine himself be more suited to any form of magical healing? However, something about the way he looked right now told her this was not the time to ask. And from a logical standpoint, it made sense for them to treat this situation from as many angles as possible. So while he provided the physical first aid, she would administer a treatment of the soul. She stood and crossed over to stand by Ichigo's head. The determined spellcaster knelt down, looking to the doctor for confirmation. He nodded in acquiescence. Gently, alert to any possible sign of distress, Nanao lifted the boy's russet top and rested it in her lap. She then bent to channel more of her protective power into him. He looks so beautiful, really. So pale. It highlights his hair. Hush. Don't distract me. Nanao, I'm scared. Is he going to die? Death is not the end, Urashii Ononoko. We know that better than anyone. But still, you don't want him to. No. You're right. Should we call Rukia now? Not yet. Not until we have better news. This seemed to settle the anxious spirit. A small measure of comfort stole over Nanao, as though someone had wrapped warm arms around her. Grateful for this expression of support from her Zanpakuto, she settled back into wait. When Ichigo's arm snapped, Nanao actually cried out. Ichigo's hollow swung a vicious backhand, only to have it caught by the tiger with no more effort than if it were handling a newborn child. Before the hollow could free itself, the looming ogre twisted its wrist so violently bones snapped like twigs. A scream tore from those white lips, orange eyes wide with panic, before its attacker planted a kick to its stomach that sent the madman flying. Renji watched all this slumped back against a wall where he had been flung earlier. The impact felt like his skull cracked, leaving him dazed. Aching knees gave out as he slumped to the floor, shuddering. We're seriously going to die. The battered warrior's breath caught in his throat as the tiger spun about and trained eerie shining eyes upon him. Moments later, wicked curved talons were streaking to tear out his heart. Zabumaru's vertebrae dropped between them before the blow could connect. For a heartbeat he was safe. Then the barrier simply exploded into shards of bone, and it was coming for him again. Renji shrieked deliriously. The hollow chose this moment to rejoin the fray. It registered as little more than a white blur, yet in spite of this, the tiger proved quicker. As Ichigo's hollow swooped in, their opponent had already counterattacked, delivering an elbow to the demon's gut so fast Renji could hardly believe his senses. It carried through with this movement to bear the pale horror to the ground with a dull smack, causing his unlikely ally to convulse like a smashed insect and cough up blood. This momentary distraction gave Aburai a chance to try and collect himself. Battered and broken beyond belief, he assessed the battlefield. Zabumaru lay in segments scattered all around. He had fired his baboon bone cannon in a panic when it seemed nothing else could save his life, heedless of the resulting loss of mobility. For all the good that did. The tiger proved too swift, avoiding his blast with ease. It was possible to still manipulate the vertebrae individually, but it would take time before his spiritual energy could recover to the point where the Bankai could fuse itself back together in full. By then they would probably be dead. His dwindling reserves were almost tapped. He had taken too much damage, while their adversary was still going strong. As if to emphasize this, the tiger grasped the hollow by a leg and lifted it into the air before proceeding to slam it against the floor again and again in a pitched tantrum of violence. Dark blood spattered the stone as Ichigo's nemesis screeched in wordless pain. Though he shook from weakness, Renji pushed back against the wall until he had found his feet. Dizzily he could do nothing but watch the brutality taking place. "I've got nothing left." His ears pricked upon hearing unearthly laughter emanating overhead. It seemed Benihime was enjoying the show. The sound made his teeth grind, and he found new strength born from hatred. Shakuho. Scarlet fire streaked for the striped giant's head. Before it had even traveled halfway there, the tiger swung the howling hollow like a club to strike the incoming fireball and send it soaring away. It then pitched its living weapon in a burning heap before focusing on Renji, who had retreated to a safe distance. Panting and snorting, the diseased horror clenched its teeth and launched itself at him. But the young brawler was already reaching into his robe, coming out with a handful of silver tubes. These he flung desperately at the enemy even as it surged forth. They were so close he could swear he saw his own fearful face reflected in those dead eyes. In the next instant, the tiger was completely encased within a smooth gray dome with a 5-pointed pentagram engraved upon its surface. Renji stumbled back and sank to his knees, gasping in sweet lungfuls of air. "Sure glad I bummed those off Ishida after our time fighting in Hueco Mundo. Means I didn't have to use up my own spiritual energy trying to contain this sucker. At least now I've got a chance to think. But it won't last long, considering the strength of this opponent." "Friend or foe, Renji?" "Yeah. I finally get it. I've figured out how her Bankai works. First it weakens the victim. Hence the maze, although that in and of itself was savage enough. Those trapdoors, choose wrong and they steal a portion of your spirit power. Too many incorrect guesses, and she's got the majority of your energy bled away. Then, should you make it to the end without being caught, all the power stolen by Benihime gets funneled into her champion. Her executioner. Urahara. The tiger, Tora Urahara. Torihara, still retained a phenomenal degree of combat skill. Renji remembered So-iPhone mentioning to him once that Urahara had been in charge of the now-defunct Maggot's Nest prior to his investiture as captain of Squad 12. That meant he had world-class skills in unarmed combat. It showed. Funny, really, the one thing in that massive brain he still had access to. In this state, Urahara moved like an animal, in quick bursts followed by holding perfectly still to conserve energy and prepare for the next attack, but he fought with his entire body. Kind of like how Yumi Chika used to during their one-sided sparring sessions. Was Kisuke aware? Did he know what he was doing? And more importantly, why the hell did no one ever warn me about him? Renji had never heard of anything like this before. A Bankai that robbed its wielder of all control, reducing him to the level of a bloodthirsty beast? What kind of screwed-up final move was that? He could see the appeal in objective terms. When faced with an overwhelming number of opponents, you could turn their own strength against them. The more material at hand, the more juice Benihime could pump into her feral gladiator. It was brilliant really. Only problem was, it didn't discriminate. Enemy or ally, if you got caught in this place, you became a target. And when the time came, there was no use attempting to reason with your attacker. Kisuke Urahara, the genius, the intellectual titan who prided himself on coming up with fantastic solutions to any problem, all that had been stripped away, leaving behind a force of murder that knew only how to kill. Yet Renji couldn't help but give the devil her due. Across the way, Ichigo's hollow was starting to rise. When faced with an otherwise unbeatable adversary like that, who wouldn't want to stack the odds in their favor? In the very recent past, he had watched in despair as that maniac went toe-to-toe with a Vastolord. And while it certainly hadn't come out on top in that fight, in its place Aburai wouldn't have lasted a second. The hollow had taken the brunt of the damage in this battle due to being more gung-ho about attacking. That regenerative ability served it well, otherwise it probably would have been bleeding out dead on the floor by now. No doubt the hollow had also been drained from running the maze, making it a more believable task of exterminating it. One-on-one, these two might just kill each other. In fact, if I let them. Oh, really, Renji? Shut up. Is that how you intend to win the day? Rukia might have a word or two to say about this plan of yours. She's got nothing to do with it. And I don't even know if killing the hollow would have any effect on Ichigo. I'm fighting for my life here. It's them or me. What a dilemma. Sounds familiar, actually. Don't you think the same fancy crossed my mind in that final battle? If I hesitated for just a few precious moments, Ulquiorra could have torn Ichigo's head off. Then we finish him, and afterwards I console the poor bereft princess, letting her know how sorry I am, and that I'm there for her, and how I've secretly yearned for her all this time so that now finally we can be together. Before them, the grey shield wall shuddered as though struck by a heavy blow. Cracks appeared all over the surface. It shook once more, and then a fist plowed through as if it were cheap ceramic. Renji called over several of Zabumaru's smaller segments and began sliding them up his arms to form greaves, ignoring the pain from his injuries. Every bit of defense helped. I could die. I did die. What matters is how I did it. Screw off, you're just a figment of my imagination. Which means you're arguing with yourself. I wonder what aspect of your psyche I represent, Certainly something pretty. Don't you dare do me a disservice by imagining otherwise, Renji. What am I supposed to do? It's too fast, too strong. So what then, maybe appeal to Benihime. He cast a quick glance skyward. No. Not that one. She's enjoying this too much, watching us fight for our lives. The dirty scheming By now the Hollow had crawled to its feet. Those terrible wounds were already halfway healed. The fire from Renji's attack had gone out. Ichigo's dark side turned murderous orange eyes upon him. You pineapple-ass clown, I'll take your fucking. Are you seriously that dumb? Renji yelled back before it could finish. You think either of us stands a chance against that thing alone? We've gotta hit it together. The dome exploded, upon which Torihara was loose and ravening for their blood. It didn't speak, or even growl. It just looked at them. Fearfully Renji stared right back. No more Quincy gimmicks left. I can't even tell if we've hurt him at all. Think. Think of a plan. You've come up with some good ones in the past. But then I had friends helping me. Now. I've got nothing. Just waiting to see which of us dies first. Time is running out, my pets. Benahime's softly spoken words had an unnerving effect on Torihara. The beast crouched down on its haunches and cast a look upwards. Something like a whine emerged from its throat. It shuddered as though in pain. Noting this opportunity, Renji slowly got to his feet. Next thing he knew, a foot plowed into his side. He could feel ribs snapping, and blood burst from his nose. The battered fighter rolled end over end across the floor to land in a quivering heap. He vomited the contents of his stomach and other things less mentionable, dark red fluid blending with the polished stones. Torihara reared over him an instant later and brought both claws down, nails raking across his back in an effort to lay him open. But to Renji's disbelief, they failed to penetrate the furred mantle around his shoulders. The creature snorted as though in frustration. It hooked a foot under him and rolled its victim onto his back before raising an arm to strike once more. You know, me. Torihara paused. Panting in and out, Aburai stared at that ruin of a face. Kman, he gasped. It's me. Renji. The freeloader? I know you're in there. A hacking cough that tasted of copper interrupted him, but he angrily swallowed the bitter tang down. You're no animal. God damn it, you're Kisuke Urahara. You just gonna let some crazy Zanpakuto take that away from you? He could see Benahime's frown from here. As if sensing her displeasure, the tiger shook its head with a snort. Reaching down, it grasped his head in both hands. Renji saw the muscles in its arms flex with enough force to crush his skull like a grape. This is it. This is how I go. Thoughts rose unbidden with oncoming death. Unfulfilled dreams, bitter regrets, cherished hopes. His whole existence stretching away before him, a dream. Renji. About to squeeze his brains out, Torihara flinched as the captain's hands snapped up to catch it by the wrists. They looked at one another, warrior to beast, and in that instant, neither of their eyes were human. Watching this, even Benihime appeared taken aback. Who dares to interfere in our game? A voice in no way resembling Renji's responded from his mouth. Anshoku Bunda no Mori. In response to this deathly curse, there suddenly sprang from the ground a horde of towering black shadows to ring about the pair. These faceless apparitions lifted spindly arms and brought them smashing down upon the tiger with savage force. It lurched under the force of this onslaught, battered by 100 angry limbs without cease. The avalanche of destructive power continued to rock the savage monster. In desperation it let go of its victim, whose grip had also come free. Torihara reared upright, flailing at the spectral assault. Its arms passed straight through those withering branches with no visible effect. This seeming impermanence was not evident otherwise, as they continued to beat the beast with a fury that rivaled nature itself. Keijiro Kyuden. In an eye blink the shadows warped and became strands of thick white webbing. These formed a snare that quickly bound the man-monster in their grip. Hanging over the ground, it struggled mightily, ripping at the lines with teeth and claws in a frenzied effort to be free. There came a roar, and then the hollow was plummeting towards them. It held aloft one of the enormous segments of Haihozabameru. A great blade of bone jutted from the tube. Without hesitation it dropped down and drove this improvised weapon in between the tiger's shoulder blades. Red blood burst out as the spear erupted from its chest, splashing against the blank-eyed Renji's face. He gasped and coughed. "Live, my dear." Sputtering, the bewildered Shinigami came back to himself. He stared without comprehension at what was taking place. When did I? At the same time the cobweb palace vanished. The tiger dropped to the ground, and instinctively he rolled to get out of its way. As soon as he came to a stop, the effort of doing so became plain. Every muscle was screaming with exhaustion. Renji tried to stand and failed. Only a few feet away the hollow had let go of its tool and grabbed a handful of Torihara's yellow mane. It yanked backward, pulling the tiger's head up, and giving a bloodthirsty laugh it began pounding its free fist furiously against those brutish features with unrestrained glee. For all its primitive nature, Torihara acted swiftly. It grasped the bloodied shaft emerging from its pectorals and snapped it with ease before plunging the blade over its shoulder, catching the hollow in the stomach. The white nemesis shouted in rage and pain before falling off its perch. Taking advantage of this, Torihara reached back to take hold of the giant cylinder and yanked it loose with a violent lurch. Expecting a renewed assault, Renji was surprised when the tiger just stood there, hunched over, and trembling. A queer sort of clarity came upon him. It seemed to be having difficulty breathing, must have pierced a lung. And there was blood coming from its nose and mouth. Those rotten fangs clenched tightly as the beast strove to collect itself. They had finally managed to wound it at long last. But not nearly enough. This became apparent when the tiger whipped around and dove for the hollow. Those long ropey arms lashed out and seized hold of its pasty neck. As they bore one another to the ground, the hollow managed to pull out the bone knife, which it then began stabbing into Torihara's arm until its yellow hide turned red. This seemed to cause the murderous animal no concern as it continued to choke the life from its prey, whose orange eyes were starting to bulge in panic. The tiger gurgled wordlessly while grinding its bloody teeth together. Seeing his erstwhile ally in mortal danger, Renji sought to crawl towards them without success. "Renji! Grab on!" His attention turned in time to see the great skull of Haihozabameru flying towards him. Still unmoored from the rest of its body, the severed head soared like a missile. Renji didn't question. He simply reached out a hand, and caught hold of the snake's lower jaw as it went speeding by. They streaked through the air on a beeline towards the two wicked creatures struggling to kill one another. Instinct still reigned in the tiger's world. As that bone bullet streaked in, the abomination released one hand and without even turning its head to look, lashed out with a backhand blow that swatted Zabameru away like a bothersome fly. It then returned to strangling the hollow. Yet Renji had seen it coming. Even as the blow connected, he was letting go, and fell to land right on that broad naked back. His fingers tangled in a thick mass of blonde hair to keep from sliding off. For a moment the dazed fighter didn't know what to do next. He simply hung there, his cheek resting against that diseased hide as he struggled to keep from passing out. In doing so, Renji found himself staring straight into the eyes of the baboon skull mask that adorned his left shoulder. "I have an idea." Before he knew it, Renji was crawling up that loathsome spine hand over fist. The tiger shivered slightly but gave no other sign of noticing his presence. Perhaps it deemed him too weak to pose a threat, preferring to focus on Ichigo's hollow. As a result, in mere seconds Renji found himself braced against its shoulder blades. With a burst of strength, he then tore off the furred mantle from his shoulders, mask and all, and swung it around to wrap tight against the tiger's face and chin. Renji pulled back, digging his knees in, muscles locked and veins standing out in his neck. Nothing happened. The tiger continued to focus blindly on choking the hollow, and for a few seconds he despaired that this was even going to work. Damn it all, it's got to breathe, doesn't it? Come on, tell me you need to breathe. Then its head shook ever so slightly. A moment later Torihara lurched back and forth rapidly, as though trying to buck him off. Grimly Renji held on, arms shaking, imagining its lungs filling up with blood and no air. The hollow's wild blows were diminishing as it fought to breathe to no avail. Only now the one throttling it was thrashing from side to side, its gruesome visage covered by the suffocating pelt. All of a sudden the tiger let one hand free and reached up to tear frantically at the impermeable wrap. Its claws failed to penetrate that armored fur once more, preventing it from getting any sort of hold. When it brushed against the bone mask, it jerked its hand away as though burned. The tiger sought to bite through with no success. When this failed, Torihara gave up and instead reached over one shoulder for Renji to drag him off. He dodged as best he could, fighting to retain his hold and not be caught, staring down at the dying hollow below. Like this, face filled with fear, it reminded him so much of Ichigo. Whatever you can do, man, do it now. Out of nowhere Torihara let go of the hollow completely and lifted its other arm, intending to seek out Renji. However, even as a great gasp of air came from the freed doppelganger's throat, it reached up and grabbed hold of the tiger's wrist, preventing it from catching him. The hollow wrapped its arms around that huge limb and went so far as to sink in its black teeth to keep from being shaken free. At the same time it kicked wildly at the behemoth's chest and stomach with all its remaining power. Torihara lurched upright, dragging Ichigo's hollow with it. The tiger waved its arm in an unsuccessful attempt to dislodge this new assailant. Meanwhile Renji did not let up. He couldn't do anything else, yet he was determined to keep at it for as long as he was alive. Because I think it's working. The tiger began to run awkwardly backwards in a zigzagging pattern while still striving to snatch Renji. It looked to be aiming to smash him against a wall. But as it did so, one knee suddenly buckled, and it fell heavily to its side. There the cruel killer flailed and scrabbled madly in an effort to rise, beating the hollow against the ground as it did. Having one arm trapped and no vision kept Torihara from regaining its balance enough to get back on its feet. It rolled across the floor, winding up on its back where it snapped both legs up and down, arching its spine to lift itself off the ground in an effort to crush Renji. He didn't even notice the agony of being battered and cracked against hard stone. All the tattooed fighter's senses were focused on the spasmodic jerking he could feel through the tiger's frame. Pushed past any recognition of torment, his body had gone cold as ice. In spite of this, his frozen fingers remained dug into the pelt, pulling it back to ensure this wicked animal did not draw in air. Absolutely nothing else mattered. Kill it. Kill Urahara. There's no other way. The efforts to smash him began to slow. Torihara gave a half-hearted jerk of its heels that barely left the earth. It stopped moving and just lay there shivering, which quickly became a shudder, a terrible jerking of arms and legs. Its body pressed against Renji's. He could swear he heard a strange rattling noise from deep within its chest. At last the giant lay still. Could be a trick. Make sure he's dead before stopping. Kill him the way he would have me. I know what I'm doing. No one can blame me for this. I'm not at fault here. No, you are. Not. But does that make this any less grotesque, Renji-kun? Staring up at the sky, the young man finally realized he was crying. He spied Benihime watching them, seemingly unmoved by what was taking place to her master. Don't be like that monster. Don't let her win. With that, he pulled the wrap loose. For a while all three of them just lay there, lacking the means to accomplish anything else. Renji felt the tiger's weight atop him. He could not tell if it was alive or dead. Breathe, he murmured weakly, almost like an admonition. Nothing. Then a gasp, very quick, followed by another. And finally Torihara sucked in a huge swallow of air before subsiding to lie panting helplessly splayed out on the floor. Enough. A soft white mist spilled from every side of the room. No more than ankle high, it swept over the three combatants. That sense of coldness passed from Renji. He rose to his knees without effort, barely aware of having done so. Torihara and the Hollow did the same until all three of them were in a line facing the same way. Abarai stared dully straight ahead. Wonder what happens next. He got his answer when Benihime appeared before them. Still a huge death mask with empty eyes and mouth, she now boasted a pair of hands larger than the tiger that hung to either side of her face. On that crimson visage there appeared a distasteful frown. This will not suffice. Renji heard something like a whimper from the tiger on his left. Benihime glanced at him disdainfully. You have failed again, boy. A death has not been provided. So it falls to us. Which of you will it be? He couldn't seem to move his head, but by the sound of it, Torihara was clearly afraid. Would she really kill her own wielder? If anyone's crazy enough to do it, it's her. This actually made him pity the cursed wretch even more. However, when Benihime turned her empty sockets on him, this sensation was immediately replaced with fear. As for you, we made the rules of our game quite clear. Yet you scorned our generosity. Generosity? He managed, surprised to find he could speak. Indeed. We could have simply killed you outright. Yet we gave you a chance to earn your future. And you threw it back in our face by daring to show mercy. The look on her beautiful features was utterly chilling. Only we determine who receives that favor. You have laid unworthy hands on what is ours by right. Worse still, you permitted foreign interference. Do you deny that you are guilty of these crimes? Renji didn't trust himself to speak. Foreign interference? What did that mean? He had no idea how to respond. Perhaps recognizing this, Benihime paused, a sly smile toying about her lips. She then swung about to the kneeling Hollow at the other end of the line. The relief he felt at not being the focus of her attention made Renji shudder. And does this said remainder of a child have anything to add? At that moment, Abarai knew exactly what was going to happen next, certain as the sun rising in the morning. Instinctively he drew breath to object before it could. Fuck off, bitch. Too late. Ichigo, you mouthy teenage punk. As soon as I get free, I'm gonna fucking kill you, that dipshit Urahara, and anyone else I can find for putting me through this shit. I will murder the whole cocksucking lot of. Benihime's eyes narrowed as this vile diatribe wore on, lips pursing. Beside him the tiger quailed visibly. Even Renji could tell something truly awful was about to take place. Couldn't happen to a more deserving fellow. No, I can't let this. It's out of your hands, brother. Even as Zabumaru spoke, Benihime's hands flashed to either side of the ranting demon, encompassing it between her palms. She smiled gently, like a mother would. The sight even gave the Hollow pause. Our choice is made. A red globe of energy emerged to completely encase the heartless soul. Its arms and legs whipped out suddenly to hang spread-eagled in midair. Renji felt his head turn to look against his will. Moments later a scream ripped the air without stop. Within that circle, the Hollow's body swelled like an engorged hog. White skin split in lurid tears from this sudden increase of pressure as it bloated up to obscene proportions. Blood squirted out in every direction, but none of it escaped the sphere. The face grew unrecognizable, eyes enveloped in overinflated flesh, cheeks puffing out to resemble a chipmunk before they simply popped. The Hollow's shrieks became a low hooting gurgle. Benihime slowly rotated her hands in opposite directions. Doing so caused the Hollow's outstretched limbs to twist as though they were made of cloth. The sound of tearing meat and snapping bone was horrifically audible to Renji's ears. And still it continued to expand even further, whole body rupturing in every direction, all while remaining alive. His empty stomach gagged at the sight. Renji found himself praying this same fate did not befall him. For mercy's sake, someone make it stop. But it didn't. The barbaric execution went on, when suddenly Ichigo's Hollow sucked in a breath through its ruined mouth and roared out. Cut the cord. It fell to screaming again after that, and Renji could do nothing but watch. Sweating, the wizard regarded the golden thread wrapped around his fingers intently. This didn't make any sense. The hollow had been growing weaker by the minute. Just what was going on? It shouldn't have encountered an opponent that difficult. How could anyone currently in Soul Society pose a threat to it? Maybe Zaraki at full power, but even then. He threw a sharp look over at the Sane's Chell. The sneaky old fart was seated with hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes closed as though asleep. Suspicion rose at the back of his mind. Was this all a scheme they concocted? Could I be in danger? You're a dead man, King. In more ways than one. Best make a run for it now before they decide to spring the trap. No. I'm just being paranoid. There's no one who can defeat the Hollow. I can't leave before the mission is complete. I just have to wait and cut the cord. The terror and pain in that psychic wail proved so overwhelming it actually knocked him back. Heart racing, the wizard scrambled up trying to gather his wits. Before him the cord had gone slack, unwinding, like it was about to. Oh, no. He dispersed it without a second thought. In moments the glowing string simply faded away until nary a trace remained. Frightened and confused, the solitary spy sat gaping under the full moon, wondering what to do next. Ichigo's hollow vanished. For a second Renji thought that was the end of the torture, and he almost heaved a sigh of relief, until Benihime uttered a furious oath. Damnation! What new effrontery is this? She turned about, searching the battlefield for any sign of her victim. Renji did the same. But their efforts were in vain. The hollow was gone without a trace. Uttering a hiss, Benihime floated up to hang over their heads, face worked in blackest fury. The deadly princess regarded her two remaining victims. We tire of this. Huh? He looked again. By all appearance the wicked Zanpakuto had lapsed back into outward calm. The game has been irreparably defiled, she stated matter-of-factly. Our chosen sacrifice has slipped away. It would be beneath our dignity to accept a substitute. We find ourselves quite put out by this turn of events. Benihime seemed to consider them both groveling on the floor beneath her. Then she gave a dismissive wave of one hand. That will be all. You may go. White mist surged up to envelop him completely. Renji peered all about, unable to see anything beyond his own body. He felt light, weightless. Next thing he knew, the Siamese captain found himself back where this had all began, in a huge chamber somewhere in the depths of the R&D Bureau. He looked around, noticing signs of battle, tumbled columns, and rubble all about. Yet no other fighters were present. Renji inhaled gratefully. His body seemed in no worse shape than when he went in there. Did that really happen? It hardly seemed real. No proof appeared to offer confirmation the whole thing hadn't been some kind of disturbed fantasy. How long were we in there? Attention, annihilation of complex to commence in 2 minutes. Oh. Okay. Administrative access, Urahara Kisuk, a hoarse voice rasped behind him. Emergency measures rescind. The threat has been terminated. Confirmed. Rescinding facility annihilation. All personnel, return to your assigned duties. Renji turned around to find Urahara standing behind him. And he knew it had not been a dream. The Ibis captain's white coat was soaked in crimson. His face looked a mess, sticky redness from the smashed nose and split lips doing little to hide deep purple bruises already showing on his skin. A ghastly wound in his chest continued to ooze, along with one arm that looked stabbed and mutilated beyond belief. Gray eyes gazed sadly at Renji, who could only stare back. Urahara swayed drunkenly. His jaw worked up and down in an effort at speech. He coughed, and blood came out. At last 2 words emerged faintly. Who died? No one, Renji whispered back. I think. Kisuk nodded, barely seeming to comprehend. Then his legs buckled, and he dropped like a stone. Aburai managed to leap forward and catch the man before he could hit the floor. They sank down together, the younger fighter holding onto his inscrutable colleague, feeling him shaking violently. Until that day, he had never thought to see Kisuk Urahara cry. Between one violent convulsion and the next, Ichigo simply went limp. He's dead, Nanao thought. Horror at the idea was replaced by confusion when she noticed his chest rising and falling regularly under the blanket. Astonished, Naneo stared at his pale sleeping features, which looked so peaceful she nearly mistook him for being dead again. It's over. She looked around as though seeking confirmation. Half a dozen Shinigami medics looked ready to concur with her diagnosis simply for the sake of not wanting to tempt fate. After having experienced symptoms more horrific than anything that came before, Ichigo had just gotten better. There was no other way to put it. The human paramedics seemed no less bewildered by this turn of events. They were in an ambulance halfway to the hospital when things got so bad they had been forced to stop the vehicle to perform life-saving measures. Right then it seemed certain the dying teen wouldn't make it there at all. His knees and elbows were going purple, and he had been given enough blood for 2 people, when just like that he was seemingly out of danger. Completely unconscious, but otherwise, fine. Hardly daring to believe their good fortune, Naneo threw a joyous look at his hind, who was so overwhelmed he dropped down to the pavement and put his head between his legs. The distraught father had been following them in his own car, not wanting to crowd the emergency van any more than it already was, even if most of the human occupants couldn't perceive the Shinigami in attendance. He had requested Naneo accompany them owing to her not being able to drive herself in his place. Now here they were, and, heaven only knew how or why, but their prayers had been answered. "He's stable," one of the human paramedics stated upon checking his instruments. "Holy Mother of Mercy, it's a goddamn miracle." After looking about for confirmation, he then indicated back towards the ambulance. "Come on, let's get moving while this lasts. We're only a few minutes from the hospital." He proceeded to pound on the wall separating them from the driver's seat. Moving back to the doors, the medic paused upon spotting his hind. "Doctor, we're heading out. Do you want to join us?" "I'll be right behind you." The Kurosaka patriarch was up on his feet in a flash. "Naneo, keep me posted," he called while bolting back to his car, which was halfway up on the sidewalk. She waved in compliance, too overwhelmed to risk further speech. Moments later the sirens were blaring again, and Naneo could have sworn she had never heard anything so beautiful. It was a sign that life had been preserved. Somehow, someway, the worst had seemingly been averted. "Think it's time you made that call to Rukia now." "I couldn't agree more." "Crap," Akon swore. Up ahead So-iPhone stood waiting for him, her face hard with displeasure. The reason for this was obvious. Their way was blocked by a giant squirming mass of rainbow-colored frogs that filled up the passage completely. More of the Quailnern copies hopped about in front of the blockage, unable to pursue and not inclined to do much of anything else. "I was afraid of this," the Demon Toad's creator sighed. "One thing that could truly hamper Quailnern is the environment. If he's in a tight restricted space, repeated attacks will result in forced reproduction to the point where they're all simply squeezed in with no means of getting loose. Seems Grimjo figured that out on his own. Is there another way around?" So-iPhone asked brusquely, stepping aside with obvious distaste as a purple behemoth went croaking by. "Not to that chamber. There's only one established entrance at Lieutenant Kuratsuka's express insistence. It's her project, so we had to comply. Those are the rules around here." Akon then gave a shrug. "Ah, well." One hand dove into his pocket and re-emerged with a small trigger of some kind. He pressed it. With simultaneous pops, over 100 Quailnern simply exploded. Their remains became thin as tissue paper that drifted to the floor and lay there like molted skin. Akon pocketed the device again. He won't be able to reconstitute without help. We'll have to deal with Grimjo and his party ourselves. Attention, annihilation of complex to commence in 2 minutes. Assuming we're not all dead in roughly 2 minutes, he added. The scientist turned to find he was addressing empty air. So-iPhone had already disappeared down the now unobstructed hallway. No one ever waits for an explanation nowadays, he groused to himself. As he did, however, the red lights suddenly flicked off and normal lighting resumed. Confirmed. Rescinding facility annihilation. All personnel, return to your assigned duties. Oh. All right, then. It was safe to assume Director Urahara had eliminated the main force of the invasion, which left only the Espada and his associates. They could probably handle this on their own. With that in mind, Akon went on his way feeling somewhat more reassured. Yuma Ogo looked up from the documents he had been perusing for the last 2 hours in his small cell. While just as enthralling as he had been told, for some reason the young scholar was finding it hard to concentrate. There was a sense of imbalance in the air, an itch between his shoulder blades. Being highly attenuated to any disturbance in his surroundings while working was part of what had led him to join the Kido Corps. Here one's privacy could be respected, virtually nobody bothered you in your academic pursuits. Yet this was different. It felt like several things going wrong at once. Not so much an outside disturbance as, hard to describe, really. And it had been getting worse. Oh, that does it, Yuma sighed and dropped the display. He got up and walked the few paces to the door of his unremarkable living quarters. Upon opening it he stepped out into the hallway to look around. When the party responsible did not present itself he trudged down the way, grumbling and shaking his head in exasperation. At last the diligent academic reached the research wing. Whatever he was feeling appeared to be emanating from here. Yuma went down the honeycomb of passages, following his instincts until at last he came upon a door emblazoned with a soaring phoenix. The sight actually gave him pause. He knew what was kept in this chamber. Not his area of research, but word of something like that got around, even amongst cloistered sorcerers not inclined to socializing. For a second he debated calling for help. Oh, why bother anyone? I just want to get back to my work as soon as possible. He opened the door and stepped inside. First thing he noticed was the enormous storage unit for this vault. It had retracted from the ceiling to hover only a few feet over the floor, a cylinder of tremendous proportions inscribed with protective charms. They glowed yellow, an indication the binding was dispersed. Just as plainly the unit had been opened. Some of its contents were piled in a heap on the floor. Yet nowhere in evidence was the party responsible. However, the feeling of wrongness had focused. And scholar or not, a Shinigami knew to trust his instincts. In obedience to this, Oga wasted no more time in canting a spell. Bakudo number 92, Stone Throw House. A high-pitched screech followed, upon which a transparent cube emerged around the gathered artifacts. Encased along with them were suddenly revealed 3 figures that hadn't been visible before. The tall one holding the staff reacted swiftly, raising it overhead before droning out something unintelligible. Immediately orbs of blue fire appeared to go streaking against the barrier, only to disperse harmlessly against it. Yuma regarded them with a certain erudite interest, taking a special note of how they all appeared to be sporting mask remnants of a sort. "Are you hollows, by any chance?" he inquired politely. "Sorry to offend, but that's really not my area of research. I can't remember actually meeting one before this, although I suppose." As he spoke, the bulky fellow lowered his shoulder and charged into the spell walls, which proved no more effective than his friend's attempt had been. "You're better off conserving your strength," the spellcaster advised in laconic fashion. "I'm something of a genius when it comes to containment. That particular casting won me high marks at the academy." They regarded him before turning to consult the third member, a smaller female. Nothing of their conversation could be heard from within the confines of his magical prison. Yuma considered. Well, that should hold them for a while yet. Enough time for me to alert the wardens. Or the captain. Guess I'd better get on with it. Say, who is our captain, anyway? He turned towards the door. Unnoticed behind him, the female Arankar's lips moved soundlessly. As she did, the world snapped into black and white. Yuma halted in puzzlement. How odd. All of a sudden it was as if everything in his field of vision had been reduced to bands of bright light and deepest shadow. They stood out starkly against one another, zigzagging across every available surface in a disorienting fashion. The effect messed with his sense of depth, causing him to misjudge the distance back to the door. Was it near, or far away? He could make out details of the room in some places, but in others they simply vanished within those chiaroscuro depths. When Yuma came around, it was to find the same thing had occurred to the imprisoned pair. He could still clearly see them, but they had become like silhouettes, nothing but outlines filled with one color or another. Half of the tall hollow was visible as a white shadow superimposed over a black gash, yet from around the waist down it simply disappeared into an adjoining white band running through that part of the room. The same was true in reverse for its partner, allowing only sections of its outline to be visible while the rest was swallowed up in purest night. Yuma felt dizzy just looking at them. His stone throw house had that quality of patchwork visibility as well. Hang on, there's only 2 of them. Where's the third? That prickle down his spine was back. He took the warning to heart. Bakudo hashtag. A long coiled tail wrapped around his throat. The astonished mage barely registered this before that noose constricted with brutal force. Pure white liquid spattered against the ebony patches of ground. Something black hit the floor with a thunk and went rolling across the checkerboard of colors, visible only when passing over white. It came to a halt in one of the dark stretches, thus turning invisible. Infane Tezuma dropped from the ceiling in full resurrection. She now sported a tail whose end curled round and around itself in the manner of a clay rope. From her forearms grew 2 curved sickle-blade talons, and 3 full horns sprouted from the Arrancar's reformed mask, which left only her nose and mouth visible. 2 huge eyes with pinpoint pupils swiveled to regard her colleagues, who were spared from the effects of chiaroscuro. Their prison had vanished with the death of its caster. "I'll keep an eye out for anyone else," she declared. "Finish packing away the rest and let's get out of here." Obediently the fat hollow's torso split open up in the manner of a flower blooming, his girth now branching out in 4 equal sections from the nub of his head. Revealed within was a great orifice whose spear-point teeth glistened wetly. His colleague proceeded to pick up their objective and feed it piece by piece into the gaping red maw where they disappeared without a trace. Tezuma made sure the operation was proceeding smoothly before turning to the corpse of Yuma Oga. She crouched down and hooked one of her claws into his belly to rip it open. The smell of Shinigami flesh made her tremble. Her accomplices too regarded the catch with undisguised hunger. But this was her kill, and Tezuma meant to savor it. So she dug in. Grimjo's arm came thundering down to split the chainsaw limb grinding futilely against his armor. The Psi X-9500 disregarded his bleeding stump in favor of letting loose with another blast of fire from his mouth, only for the Panther Demon to duck beneath the conflagration and whip around in a lightning-fast roundhouse kick that split Yamada in 2 at the waist. The Sexter rose up to regard the 2 halves of his fallen opponent, still twitching faintly with that same emotionless expression on his face. Giving a disgusted snort, he kicked the bifurcated cyborg aside before turning to address Loli and Mainoli. "You find the guy or not? How the hell were we supposed to with that thing coming after us?" Loli demanded, still holding her severed hand protectively to her chest. Both she and Mainoli had fared poorly against the Shinigami science experiment. Burnt, bloodied, and more freaked out than either of them would care to admit, the 2 sat huddled together a safe distance from the fight. They had been right at the point of deploying their only remaining trump card when Jagger Jax showed up and made short work of the android menace. Their mad-eyed savior now regarded the 2 of them with bland disdain before rounding on the still twitching remains of the Psi X-9500. "Hey. Your name Mayuri Kuratsuki?" No answer came back. Grimjo picked his teeth with one black claw and perused the lab in contemplation. That illusion of the big green rock at the center of the room didn't fool him, it had no scent. Additionally, the alarm system seemed to have turned off. Could this mean Ichigo's hollow was dead? The thought gave him no pleasure, even if he had been likely to die against it during their fight. And if that were the case, his main reason for being here was toast. "Well, hell," Grimjo proclaimed. "If we can't find him, guess the only thing left for us to do is vaporize this whole place." A scarlet streak snapped through the air towards his throat, which the hollow caught one-handed. Grimjo threw a curious glance down to find a long black and red lash imprisoned in his claw. He gave a violent yank on it, at which point Nimue Kuratsuka burst out from a wall into 3-dimensional space once more. She landed with feet braced firmly and the handle of her whip pulled back over one shoulder, refusing to give any ground to the hollow. The lieutenant's green eyes burned as she regarded Grimjo. "You know, I was really hoping to get some good fights under my belt from this stint," the Panther Demon chuckled. "But you smell damn tasty, so why don't we just—" A shriek from both Loli and Mainoli cut him short. Off to one side the Psi X-9500 suddenly gave a shudder, and 4 mechanical crab-like legs emerged from his split midsection. He came upright, wobbling a bit before finding his new quadrupedal balance. Those pointed tips clicked unnervingly as the mecha monster clattered forward once more. All available reserves charging for gut cannon, Yamada intoned, a cannon dropping from a hatch in his belly from whose barrel a perilous red glow began to build. That's it. Loli burst out, purple eye-wide and unhinged with terror. Enough of this shit. She then swung about to her partner. Merge, Kyodoku. The two slapped their palms together. Immediately a scarlet aura rose around them that caused the very air to quiver and ripple. Becoming mere outlines against this foreboding glow, their bodies began to blend together, refashioning into something much larger and more malevolent. The miasma around them intensified such that the very stones started to melt from close proximity to this virulent substance. So strong was the poison, in fact, that the rings they wore simply melted. Unauthorized element detected. Upon which the ground reared up and ate them. Grimjo stared, momentarily forgetting everything else in the room owing to the sheer weirdness of this occurrence. 1 second the conjoined pair of hollows had been powering up, and the next it was as if the stretch of floor they stood on turned into a big worm and just swallowed them whole. Analysis complete. Samples deemed as waste material. Initiating designated disposal method #2. At this the proboscis extended straight into the ceiling. There came a muffled boom as a large bulge inside it went rocketing upwards faster than a firework. Once this eruption cleared the room, the organic protrusion descended quick as a flash and became part of the floor once more without leaving a trace to mark its passing. What is this place, a goddamn funhouse? Jaggerjax demanded. People popping in and out of nowhere. You know what? Fuck it. So saying he wiped a smear of blood off his cheek left from his previous battle against the hollow. A Gran Ray Zero started to build in his palm at a terrifying rate. It was a force suited for leveling this entire structure if he chose, but for the time being, just wiping out the whole room and everyone in it would be enough. Nimue had been examining the spot where the two hollows had disappeared with keen intensity, but when everything lit up blue the Ibis squad lieutenant glanced briefly at Yamada. She then clenched her Zanpakuto's handle, at which point the blood lash born from it retracted back at speeds that launched her across the way at Grimjo, who still held the lagging end. The determined maiden thundered towards him, yet an instant before they could connect Jaggerjax released the whip and stretched out a hand to catch Nimue by the throat with ease. Swiftly he brought up his other arm where the Gran Ray Zero swarmed at full strength. The Espada grinned. I gotta admit. Trap jaw. Next thing Grimjo knew, pointed teeth sank into the flesh of his earlobe. There came a horrid ripping sound, and the hollow howled as the Psyx 9500 reared over one shoulder, a large chunk of tufted feline ear dangling from his mouth. On it there gleamed a small black and white ring. The frenzied Sexta prepared to unleash his attack against any and all present, but before he could so much as blink. Unauthorized element detected. The floor had already slid up and consumed him. Both the Psyx 9500 and Nimue slid through the sides of the defense system with no more resistance than if it were water. Lieutenant Kuratsuka took a moment to reassure herself of this measure's effectiveness. Her father had deemed it capable of handling the most dangerous elements ever contained within these walls. She hoped his precautions still remained sufficient. Analysis complete. Sample deemed as Category Gian. Relocating to appropriate facility. And with that the smooth lump flattened out into an innocuous stretch of pavement once more. Satisfied at this turn of events, she gave subliminal approval for her partner to commence his recovery. The Psyx 9500 skittered over to pick up his chainsaw arm before heading to where his lower half remained in a pool of something not quite like blood. He lowered himself down, the crab appendages reaching out to draw his severed segment closer. When physical connection was made they retracted into their fount, upon which the cyborg settled his arm against its stump. He then produced what appeared to be a tiny scalpel with a bar in its blade. If you develop a life-threatening infection as a result of lying on this filthy floor, don't come crying to me, Yamada. He touched Hisagomaru to the open halves of his body. Immediately the Zanpakuto absorbed these injuries completely, causing his flesh and bones to knit back together with nary a scar to be seen. The bar filled up almost full red. Once assured of his complete recovery, the various metallic implements emerging from his skin went right back in, and once more Hanataro Yamada lay naked on his back blinking up at the ceiling. It happened again, didn't it? He inquired to no one in particular. The door leading into this chamber slid open as So iPhone came speeding in. She drew to a halt upon noticing the pronounced lack of enemies. The Viper Company captain swept raging shark eyes over every square inch in search of her prey, the sight of which caused the buck-naked Hanataro to squeak and go scurrying towards his playpen on all fours, shutting the door behind him. "Where is Jaggerjax?" So iPhone asked. "He has been removed." So saying, Nemu slipped the handle of her whip securely up one sleeve. Towards the chamber's center the simulation of her father's prison vanished. A large hole in the floor beneath it opened, and past several levels of defensive magic there arose the real Mayuri Kuratsuki, still encased in calcite cohabitation with his old research subject. Nemu then crossed a few steps and knelt down, coming up with the piece of Grimjo's ear. From this she detached the ring and held it to the light for further study. Completed. So iPhone accepted her soul cutter's assessment of the situation. She therefore determined to check on Renji and Urahara, a prospect whose result the devoted shinobi did not relish learning. "May you have nothing to regret from this episode, Lady Yuriyuki." The wizard sat confused and sickened by what nearly took place tonight. "I almost lost my most valuable asset. Now there's no one left to complete the mission but me. Which means it's effectively over. I've failed. What are they going to do to me? You should leave here." He looked up to find the Sene's Chal had risen and now stood with hands hidden in the sleeves of his robe. The white-bearded courtesan regarded him with flat accusing eyes, as if already excoriating him for his weakness. "King. If your forces have been captured as you say, they might already have divulged our identities," his only remaining ally continued. "I do not recommend returning to the grounds. I will not open the way for you, and any attempt to enter on your own will surely draw attention." Gazing at him dully, the wizard considered his options. "Kill him, king. Flee." Mocking laughter receded into the deepest depths of his soul as his hollow side fell under the sway of that commandment. This allowed him a clearer head, yet still he found himself sorely in need of an alternative. The elderly noble then raised his chin and spoke in a firm tone of voice. "For the sake of both our houses, it is probably best that we die now, lest we contribute to the scandal further. If you will consent to do so for me, I would be grateful." He looked up, speechless at the thought. "I'm not." There was no way to complete that sentence. The old man just looked so calm and self-assured, everything he was not right now. Is that true bravery I'm seeing? Was suicide what a courageous person would do in this situation? Fall on their sword and be done with it? I can't do that. If I do, it'll mean everything I've done was wrong. The exploitation of Ichigo, attempting to murder that boy for whatever reason, and Haki. Haki worst of all. He heard a sharp intake of air above him. When he looked up it was to find the old man's eyes had gone wide with fright. Only then did he notice that they were surrounded. The wizard scrambled up and drew his sword. All throughout the woods and up in trees, a host of armed warriors observed them closely. They wore identical crimson and olive-green uniforms with face-concealing masks painted to resemble demons. Even like this he could tell they were arranged in battle formation. Into the glade strode Katsura, lord of the Arashi. A soft sigh came from the bent seneschal's lips. Meanwhile the wizard crouched in an agony of despair, bearing his weapon against someone who had been a force in the world since before he was born. The steely-eyed aristocrat drew to a halt, arms clasped behind his back. Swathed in the colors of his house with a dagger tucked into his sash, he radiated effortless power and command, skin gleaming bone-white under the cold moon. Death lurked in every line of his face. No. In terror the wizard did the only thing he could think of. From the hilt of his soul cutter there fired over 100 golden threads to unerringly strike each of the Arashi enforcers in the vicinity. Immediately all movement on their part ceased, and they stood still as stone. One thread took Katsura in the chest. He too remained in his previous position, the very picture of icy condemnation staring rigidly forward. The member of the masked army gazed right back. "It's him or me. I have no choice. It has to be done." The masked sorcerer came to within striking distance of the frozen lord and raised his weapon. No time to reflect, or think. Just make it quick. He's entranced, he'll never even feel it. None of them will. With a final look at that face he knew would forever haunt his dreams from then on, he swung with all his strength. Katsura's arm swept up to intercept the falling sword with a harsh clang, and in the same moment his other hand lashed out swift as thought to plunge through the wizard's mask deep into his right eye. An unholy scream tore the peaceful night apart. The members of the Arashi household regained their senses in time to watch the wizard fall to the ground with a hand pressed to his face, shrieking and swinging his sword through empty air in blind agony. Katsura Arashi looked disdainfully upon this wretched display. On his left hand was now revealed a large gauntlet made of dark purple metal. Its bands were studded with tiny spikes. The fingers of this war glove grew abnormally long and thin with wickedly sharp points reminiscent of a spider's legs. His amputated right arm sported a mate to this monstrosity. But while there was no hand within to manipulate it, the fingers still moved as though animated by an internal force, granting Katsura mobility he would otherwise lack. A convulsive jerk of the wizard's arm was accompanied by a high-pitched wail. Something small and round then went sailing through the air to bounce harmlessly across the forest floor. As it rolled to a halt, the thing turned black and dissolved away before any of the nearby guardians could get a clear look at it. After this the wizard lay curled on his side into a sobbing ball. The head of the Arashi clan flicked a claw at his mewling victim. Several attendants peeled forward to approach the wizard with weapons at the ready and incantations on their breath. Before they could reach him, orange light bathed the whole glade as though the sun had arisen. The guardians immediately regrouped in a defensive position around their lord. Katsura's head lifted to observe a rent torn in the night sky through which a swirling grey void appeared. A beam of blazing energy fell from this hole to envelop the fallen wizard. The very earth around him tore loose, and the whole thing went floating heavenward carrying its passenger. When the Arashi guardsmen looked to their master for orders, he waved a hand to indicate they should take no action. In moments the wizard had vanished from this plane. "You must stop." Their attention turned to the ancient retainer who remained alone in the clearing. His face had settled into regal impassivity once more as he regarded his sworn liege. At last Katsura deigned to take note of him, upon which the weary soul continued. "You are killing us by engaging in this selfish manner," the old man declared with all the dignity of his years. "The sins of the past demand no further amelioration than has already been done. If you persist with your unyielding obsession, it will only cause further tragedy to the Arashi." At a gesture from Katsura his ring of bodyguards parted to leave him facing the old man across the way. "The world has changed. Why can you not see that? The players you knew are no longer in evidence. It is a different age. But you remain bound by your old grievances. If you would only listen." Before he could speak another word Lord Arashi crossed the space between them and swept one of his talons across the retainer's flapping throat. Watery eyes bulged and the toothless mouth hung agape. He brought a hand to his throat. When it came away, there was no blood. However, a long black slit now clearly bisected his neck. A shudder passed up that spent frame. When the noble executioner turned his back, however, his desperate elder strove to speak. "Listen to me, my lord, please, ple." Right before their eyes, that wrinkled skin turned white just like Katsura's. His head slowly came up, shaking violently. Strangled gasps escaped his mouth as it opened and closed in vain. He gave a spasm, shrinking and twisting in upon himself before finally pitching over to lie in a graceless heap. A whisper of movement followed, a soft shush of power being let free, and the Arashi warriors found themselves now confronted by another group of fighters dressed in black with masks that left only their eyes visible, the mark of the stealth forces. Both sides watched one another without saying a word. Into that perilous atmosphere so fraught with threat, Lieutenant Tetsuzumon Iba of Viper Company stepped forth from concealment. "Lord Arashi," he greeted the nobleman warily, his dark shades reflecting the other man. "Go di, Lieutenant." Katsura spoke back, secure and serene as only one of his rank could be. "An incident took place this night," Iba continued when no more was forthcoming. "We have reason to believe it might have originated somewhere in this wood. Can you offer an explanation as to your being here?" Some of the Arashi bristled at hearing their leader confronted, even indirectly, by a mere plebeian. However, Katsura held up a gleaming metal hand to forestall any action. The gauntlets encasing his forearms glowed a soft fuchsia hue, then vanished, reforming into a double-edged jian whose handle its wielder caught in midair. A servant came forward holding an ornate black lacquer scabbard which he slid the sword into smoothly. I have disposed of a traitor to my house. Katsura indicated back to the lump in fine cloth on the ground. You are free to confiscate the remains if you so choose, or leave them there to rot. I care not. We shall take our leave now. The aloof aristocrat marched forward then, his long ponytail swinging behind him. The attendant bearing his zanpakuto followed closely. In accordance with their master's unspoken command, the Arashi guardsmen began to disperse. Their counterparts in the stealth forces looked to their second seat's example as to how to proceed. When Tetsuzumon made no move to hinder the clan head or his people, they melted into the shadows, becoming one with the night. Not long after he found himself alone in the clearing. Iba walked forward and bent down by the corpse. He reached forward to get a better look, only to rear back with an exclamation of disgust. The withered old body had shrunk even further, shriveled and desiccated like a mummy. No blood flowed at all from the cut in its throat, and the eye sockets in that ghastly skull were filled with a crumbling black powder. It looked as though something had sucked all the fluids out of him. With a shake of his head the lieutenant got back up. A sense beyond mere revulsion told him not to touch this body. He debated calling in Heron's squad to perform a cleansing ritual, but knew his first priority must be to contact Captain So-iPhone. Moments later a hell butterfly containing his report flapped across the clear sky. Iba then hunkered down against a tree and removed a booze gourd. He took a swig to wash the distaste of this affair out, mulling over everything he had seen and heard. There were no clear answers forthcoming, no idea of who the enemy might be. But it probably wouldn't be long before they revealed themselves. Some folks just couldn't wait. When that time came, he would gladly teach them how true men behaved. You should have run when you had the chance, boy, Rajani snarled as he edged along the narrow bridge of stone. Drool flecked his muzzle, and the werewolf rumbled deep in his hairy red chest. Like you did when I killed your grandpa. Ulrich Stern made no reply. All his concentration was bent on the enemy before him. He kept his bow notched and ready to fly in an instant, the silver arrow seeming to glow under the moon. Grandfather, he prayed, let me see this done. Let no more innocents die. The devil wind whipped around the castle with such force he feared being blown away. The young mystic didn't dare look down to see just how far off the ground he really was. This strand of masonry they both stood on rumbled beneath his feet, and at his back the huge mausoleum at the center of this web of columns burned with a crimson radiance reflected in the moon overhead. Had Engelbert made it? Could Rania be safe even now? He had warned the gypsy not to come back for him, offering to fend off the wolf pack alone. This deep into the castle, there could be no hesitation. Now bleeding, exhausted, and nearly bereft of silver arrows, he faced this most powerful opponent in what might prove to be the last fight of his life. Worried about your friend? The prime werbeast gnashed his fangs, speech rendered an almost unintelligible growl by his half-wolf form. Don't be. He'll never reach the Graf. Girin's in there, don't you know? The boy's as good as dead. Ulrich's arm did not stir in the slightest. The demmed soul clearly feared his weapon, small wonder, having lost so many of his host to them. Only one arrow left, and my dagger. I don't stand a chance against him in a close-quarters fight. Which means I can't afford to miss. The bridge they stood upon was no more than 2 feet across, limiting the werewolf's movement. It was the entire reason he led the sinful soul out here. There's no place for him to dodge. I have the advantage. I must choose my moment, just as you taught me, grandfather. The hulking beast drew ever closer, muscles flexing beneath his furred pelt and claws raised in preparation to rend his flesh. And once we're done with you, Birkin's trad will pay dearly for your rebellion as well. Don't think about that. Don't pay his words any heed. Forget about everything but this moment. Don't let your concern for anyone cloud your, Adelaide, judgment. Be strong. Rajani slyly noted how the human fighter's eyes narrowed behind his glasses at mention of his hometown. He crept ever closer, the wind running through his red pelt like a lover's hands. There anyone I should pay special attention to when I get there, eh? A sister, maybe. His eyes burned with unholy fire. Or how about, a girlfriend? The silver arrowhead never wavered from the beast's heart. Yet Ulrich could feel his own start to pound hard. Like the constable's daughter. Teeth gritted, the Avenger involuntarily pulled back his bowstring even farther. He could almost hear his father's spiteful words in his ear, "Fool boy. You're letting him bait you." I believe her name was Adelaide. Now. The bowstring thrummed as the arrow shot towards its target. "Dear God, please." The werewolf leapt straight into the air, the silver shaft passing harmlessly below him. His leap propelled him over 50 feet so that he hung for a moment silhouetted against the moon, borne aloft by the devil wind, a wild demon from hell itself. And then he was tearing down for his target like a juggernaut. Ulrich felt panic set in as he pulled the silver dagger from his belt. Run. No, he'll catch me. No room to dodge, no chance to fight, just. Rajani dropped straight toward him with a howl. Stern's body froze with indecision. In that moment Ulrich knew he was about to die. "Grandfather. I'm sorry. I failed." With a whistling note, an arrow erupted through the werewolf captain's open jaws. Ulrich gaped. On instinct he stumbled back and flopped down hard. For a moment he nearly fell off the edge, dropping his knife and gripping the stone sides feverishly so that they bit into his palms. Rajani hit the bridge right in front of him and collapsed face forward. A gurgling rasp came from the dying monster's throat. For a moment their eyes met, and neither could tell which looked more surprised. Then the Graf's lieutenant slid off and plummeted towards the castle roof, disappearing into the darkness as hell swallowed another black soul. "Didn't your teacher instruct you not to waste ammunition?" When Ulrich looked up, he felt certain he must be dreaming. "Grandfather," he whispered. "I suppose it's less insulting than your usual way of addressing me. Though hardly accurate." The stupefied teen blinked frantically. He took off his cracked spectacles and put them back on. There indeed on the bridge was a white-haired bowman wearing a hooded cowl emblazoned with the 5-pointed mark of their order. Yet the face proved even more shocking than even the thought of his dead teacher coming back to life. "Richter," he blurted out in disbelief. "Don't refer to me by my given name," his father ordered peremptorily. "How many times must I tell you?" With no evident trepidation the elder archer strode briskly along the stone beam until he stood over his astonished offspring. "You are a disgrace as usual." Richter Stern's expression was his usual icy mask as he spoke. "While I do not fault your intentions in coming here, I do question your execution. There is more at stake than one gypsy girl's life." He then knelt down and held out a hand. "But once begun, we must accept reality. Now let us go. Dawn is swift approaching." While you and your friend were drawing their attention in your usual overly dramatic fashion, I took the opportunity to construct a magic circle around this whole complex. It should prevent any of the Graf's forces from leaving the castle during the day when he is slumbering. Before then we must. Mikuro-chan. The girl gave a start and looked up from her writing. Oriya Manu came racing down the hospital hallway. Some of the nurses and attendants shouted at her for doing so, but the red-headed teen paid them no heed. Mikuro bolted up from her seat in the waiting area as her friend came skidding to a halt. "Inu-san, where have you been? We've been trying to reach you." Orium shook her distractedly. "I was at the train station waiting to pick up Tatsuki. She's coming back today. The battery in my cell phone had run down. When I got back home I checked my messages. Kurosaka-sensei had called. I ran here as fast as I could." Gasping and trembling, her knees appeared ready to give out. Seeing this, Ogawa tried to guide her down into a seat, but the frantic beauty wrestled away. "How is he?" she asked, desperation evident in her tear-filled eyes. "Ichigo's fine," her schoolmate sought to reassure her. "He's safe and resting in his room. Dr. Ishida came by a few minutes ago to update me. They still don't know what caused it, but he said it looks like Kurosaka will make a complete recovery." All the tension seemed to drain away from Orium's body so that she sagged on the spot. This time when Mikuro caught hold and directed her to a seat she did not resist. There she burst into tears, lovely face buried in her hands. The other girl felt like crying too. "I should have been there," Orium wept. Should have known. He almost. After this the sobs became too strong for speech. Ogawa draped a comforting arm around her shoulders. Best to let her get it all out. This episode has been rough on everybody. At last Inu seemed to get a hold of herself. Her shaking had subsided, and she looked a good deal calmer. Thanks, Mikuro-chan. She wiped her eyes with a sniff and smiled. Excuse me, now. I have to go see him. Orium then got up. Mikuro stood with her. You can't. He's in intensive care, only immediate family is allowed to be with him. Comprehension dawned in those deep bister eyes. Oh, that's right. I forgot, we're in a hospital. Looking around the waiting area, she took note of the lack of familiar faces. Is anybody else here? Kurosaka-sensei went home and picked up the twins. They're upstairs with him now. Good thing it's the weekend or there might have been a lot of explaining needed. Ishida-kun called everybody he could get a hold of to let them know. I was here already getting an eye exam, that's how I was in before practically anybody else. Khan's around somewhere, he just went to get us both some juice from the soda machine. Rukia. Orium gasped. Oh my gosh, has anybody told Rukia? She has to know. She got here fast thanks to Khan and... Mikuro hesitated. Should I really say this to her now? I mean, with everything that went on between them. I guess, that's all been settled, right? Rukia's with them now. The family. She's, with Ichigo. Orium's mouth hung open slightly, and she blinked. Oh, right. You're right. With that she retook her seat. They sat together for a time without saying anything more. After a bit Mikuro started to get uncomfortable and thought about going back to working on her cell phone novel. But that sounded rude, and so she sought to make conversation until Khan showed up. This came as a relief since Inu definitely wasn't up to chatting much. With a new source of stress in their lives, who could blame her? Hollows were bad enough. Somehow sickness seemed even more frightening by comparison. But for that, at least, you didn't need to be a Shinigami to help out. This wing of the Shihoin mansion had been donated to treat grievously injured Shinigami following the Autumn War. Since then it had taken on a sort of unspoken significance, those who were brought here stood as good a chance of living as anyone could hope. Yet standing outside Kisukura Hara's sick room, Yoriyuki Shihoin couldn't find it in herself to believe in superstitions. Not when there were real evils so close at hand. What happened to him? Noboru was peering in through a window beside her. He seemed more unnerved by the sight of Soifone tending to the unconscious patient's wounds than anything else. His mother reached out and stroked his hair reassuringly. Just when Noboru felt certain she wasn't going to tell him, Yoriyuki spoke. He used his Bankai. The boy studied their sleeping compatriot and made a face. Are Bankai supposed to take that much out of you? Not usually. But Kisuke is a special case. She turned and walked down the archway, stepping out into the carefully tended palace garden with its sakura trees and pruned bushes. Wearing an elegant gold brocade robe with jeweled pins in her hair, Yoriyuki definitely looked the part of master in her own domain. Her son was more out of place in a torn and dirted Stealth Forces uniform. When she notified Noboru that Soifone would not be training him today as per usual, it came as somewhat of a surprise when he insisted on learning the reason why. Normally the boy would have just seized his good fortune without question and run off to play. It was possible the lad had chosen to take on more responsibility, for himself and others. Perhaps in anticipation of meeting his father, so as to make a better impression? The experience of living with Rukia and the others might prove even more beneficial to his growth than she had hoped. You see, Noboru, Bankai training is one of the most overwhelming experiences you can subject yourself to. They sat down together on a tiny hill crowned by a leafless maple tree. Yoriyuki pulled Noboru in to rest against her, and he snuggled in securely. Mother and son gazed out across the vast Shihoin holdings. A Zanpakuto is part of your soul, but each has its own distinct personality. This is why getting to know your guardian spirit takes time and effort on your part. She reached down and removed a red ornamental chopstick from its place tucked into his ear, holding the disguised soul cutter up by way of example. Like all close relationships, this requires understanding, willingness, and patience. Normally a Shinigami must resign themselves to devoting years to this venture, or even several decades in some cases. It takes that long for your partner to open up fully. And there's no guarantee it will work. A Bankai is not meant for just anyone. Uruaki handed Hanuman back to him. She lifted her face towards the sun and closed her eyes to let its radiance dispel as much of the chill inside her as possible. But Kisuk didn't intend to wait that long or go through all that effort without being certain of a result. If it was possible to achieve Bankai, he wanted it proven swiftly and surely, one way or another. So our boy genius set himself to designing a method by which Bankai could be mastered in just 3 days. He worked out all the angles, checked the fundamentals, and reassured himself as to the necessary materials. The result was the Tenshintai, and initially it appeared to be a success. A tone of deep regret entered her words. What he failed to account for was Benihime. Noboru looked up at her worriedly. Uruaki's golden eyes had gone distant, lacking their usual playful sparkle. He could never remember seeing her appear quite so solemn. The Crimson Princess is one of the oldest Zanpakuto on record. She might even be the oldest. As such, she takes herself very seriously, and expects her Shinigami partners to afford her all due courtesy. Benihime is a rather temperamental weapon, and it takes a highly adaptive and accommodating individual to properly wield her. Kisuk believed he had a good handle on her personality by that point. But he failed to comprehend how vindictive she could be. And how merciless. I was there with him in our private training area when he put his design to the test. For 3 days I watched him strive to overcome Benihime and earn her final release. Kisuk was supremely confident. What I saw left me doubtful, however. It's not for show that traditional Bankai training takes a decade. You need that time to come to grips with your soul cutter and the power it could potentially offer. Compressing that into 72 hours was bound to come with risks. Yet even with that in mind, I felt something was wrong. Not that it was really obvious, just a suspicion. The truth is that Benihime was furious with Kisuk, the golden-eyed goddess continued. She felt he had insulted her by not putting in the requisite time and patience to really come to grasp their potential. By doing so he committed a crime in her eyes. One that deserved punishment. So the 3 days passed with no indication it was going to work. Then all of a sudden, Benihime relented. She offered Urahara Bankai, and he, being elated to have his concept proven correct, accepted. We learned the truth only when he used it for the first time right then and there. She wrapped her arms around Noboru and pulled him closer, perhaps to comfort them both. Unnerved, he settled into this embrace, letting the sound of his mother's strong heartbeat reassure him. Any questions he might have wanted to ask were consciously withheld. Urahara hadn't defeated Benihime, you see. He thought he had, and so did I, but actually she tricked us. The Bankai she gave him was a nightmare. Benihime took control during it, and Kisuk was reduced to her pawn, a repellent beast forced to obey the commands of its mistress, the Crimson Princess. But that wasn't all. To make sure Kisuk understand the enormity of his transgression against her, she felt a sacrifice must be made. So every time he uses his Bankai, someone has to die, whether it be Kisuk or at least one person caught in his final release. Killed by the lady or the tiger. A point dawned on him that seemed too important to let slide. Didn't you say you were the only one there when he used it? Uruaki stared up at the bright blue sky, running her fingers contemplatively through his smooth black hair. No, she finally sighed. There was one more. My bodyguard. His name was Zhen Feng, a man whom I trusted with my life. This caused him to perk up immediately. Feng? You mean he was So iPhone's last living brother? She had 5 to start with. 2 of them were killed while seeking vengeance against a deadly hollow. 2 others died on covert assignments. Zhen managed to survive 5 missions till this point, leading many to believe he would inherit the title of So iPhone previously held by his grandmother. The former fugitive shook her head wearily, as though reliving this episode was draining something essential from her. Nevertheless the tale proceeded apace. When Kisuk activated his Bankai for the very first time, it took both me and Zhen into it. We survived Benihime's maze and wound up at the trial, where we were confronted by a maddened Kisuk after he had been infused with the power collected from us. Even with my own Bankai, I couldn't manage to defeat him. We fought each other to a standstill, neither being able or perhaps willing to land a finishing blow. Eventually Benihime ruled the game was over and declared she would choose who must die. I begged her to spare Kisuk in exchange for agreeing to give my own life. A self-deprecating laugh followed. What a naive fool I was. She had her eye on me from the start, because my death was the most certain way to hurt and shame her wielder. Being a willing sacrifice would just make him feel even more guilty afterwards. Fortunately there was someone who saw Benihime's true nature more clearly than I. Zhen had worked out what was happening. With no way to break free, he offered himself instead. She ignored him, so Zhen stepped up his game. Yuryuki actually smiled at the memory of what came next. He called her a whore. Right to her face. Still holding her tightly, Noboru wondered if this last was a joke. The memory of the half-dead fellow in the hospital bed reminded him it was not, and he continued listening. That selfless man threw every dirty name under the sun at her. Zhen swore that if she allowed him to leave there alive, he would make sure to tell everyone in Seoul society that it was because Benihime let him have his way with her. That she licked Zhen's ass at his command, and sucked his cock, and let him beat her bloody. He went on to add that when he grew bored with her and was about to leave, she got down on her knees and pleaded with him to stay so he could treat her like the filthy cock-hungry slut she was. Just like he planned, Benihime was infuriated. So she took him apart. She killed Zhen in ways that you and I can't begin to conceive, and made sure to take her time at it. When it was over we were set free, Kisuk and I. She shivered at the retelling, causing her son to do the same. For his sake Yuryuki mastered herself enough to finish this shocking tale of indecency and integrity. He was horrified at what happened. Nearly killed himself right there. I managed to talk him out of it. I didn't want it to be known that Urahara was responsible for Zhen's death because the Central 46 and Yamamoto might have considered him a danger and called for his extermination. So I concocted a story that Zhen was killed protecting me on a secret mission. That's what we officially listed as his cause of death. Years later Kisuk used an official demonstration of his Bankai to earn a captaincy. We had tested it under controlled conditions beforehand and learned how it worked. This time we made certain that only some captured hollows were within range of Benihime's power, so that no one watching would be hurt. Well, the hollows were destroyed easily, and so Kisuk claimed the role of first seat of Division 12. The truth of the affair was shared only with Zhen's family. Noboru thought about this for a time. So that's the reason Feng hates him. No, his noble parent chuckled. She hates him for getting me mixed up in the Eisen debacle that caused us to be banished. The truth is, so iPhone is deeply grateful to Kisuk, because she feels he gave her brother the opportunity to offer his life in the noblest way possible by saving me. The one she truly hates is Benihime, for what she did to Zhen, and would have done to me. His mouth grew pinched at this line of reason. That's nuts. The smile Yuryuki wore in response made him even more confused. I like to think that's just Feng. It's the way they are. You'll never meet anyone more devoted to our family. Were it not for them, I wouldn't be here, and neither would you, my boy. Zhen, his brothers, and generations before them going back centuries, they were willing to sacrifice their futures to ensure that of the Shihoan. She bent down and kissed him on the forehead, causing Noboru to squirm in embarrassment. So try and cut her a little slack. She might just grow on you if you let her. Like a fungus, he wanted to argue back, but it was a half-hearted unimaginative effort, and Noboru felt bad for even thinking it somehow. With a conflicted groan the distressed prince buried his head in his regal mother's lap, kicking his heels as he sought to correlate the sour abusive iPhone he knew in any way with the heroic Feng family to whom he owed his very existence. I guess I could take it easy on her for a while, he finally muttered with ill grace. Eventually Noboru went to sleep. Yuryuki allowed herself this time to consider everything that had happened up to this point. It seemed clear the appearance of the demon Jigoku had ruffled more feathers than just that of Seoul society. Had Aizen and his cabal attempted to reach Mayuri Kuratsuka for the same reason as themselves? Were they trying to anticipate an advantage by allying with Hell? Or maybe it was the weddings of 4 great houses that had stirred them to action. Her impending nuptials were fast drawing near. Of course it was always more than just one thing with that man. She had received word about a break-in from Tessai Tsukabishi, reinstated captain of the Kido Corps. Seems while the debacle was taking place at the R&D Bureau, somebody snuck into one of the most secretive and elusive places in the afterlife. There they managed to avoid detection, killed a person who turned out to be the lieutenant of the division. How on earth did those absent-minded academics not even know their own second seat, and absconded with an extremely dangerous artifact that had been kept there for study? So was the attack led by Grimjo and Ichigo's hollow a feint to draw attention away from the burglary in an attempt to kill two birds with one stone. Yuriyuki slipped a hand into her sleeve to emerge with a small black and white ring which she held up towards the noonday sun. This powerful artifact was not unfamiliar to her. It was designed to allow entry past the security systems implemented by places such as the Shinigami R&D Bureau, the Kido Corps Interdimensional Fortress, and certain restricted areas of the Kinu Academy. High-ranking nobles of the Arashi used it when visiting such places. They had that authority. The Arashi clansmen who had been killed in the woods must have given them to the Hollows. But why allow such a damning piece of evidence to remain? It would have been child's play to include a simple spell that destroyed the ring after it had been removed. Was this an internal revolt by a lone disloyal retainer as Katsura claimed to Tetsuzumon? Or had the old man been attempting, in his own way, to call attention to the activities of the Arashi and their lord? She could really go for a few less unanswered questions. What's the point of having a private ninja army at your command if you can't even ferret out information? Like a genie summoned from a lamp, so iPhone flashed into view and bowed before her lady with fist pressed against the grass. Lady Yuriyuki. Kisuke Urahara is recuperating at an acceptable rate according to our physicians. He will recover in short order. Thank you, so iPhone. She smiled and proceeded to tweak the sleeping Noboru's ear, causing him to jerk and grumble before lapsing back into contented torpor. Even today, his every move delighted her. Motherhood certainly did open up a whole new world. Not all of it good, admittedly, but the positive outweighed the negative. And the other matter? Yuriyuki asked lightly. In no way did her behavior indicate anxiety on this score. It almost even had her fooled. The Viper Company captain's face took on a fierce cast, as though eager to dispense capital punishment upon some unlucky soul. My lady, we have confirmation. None of the other Vizard left their camp or engaged in activities outside the bounds of Hueco Mundo. Our eyes were upon them at all times. Yuriyuki heaved a languid sigh. Which means it's one of the two currently in Soul Society. Or both, so iPhone responded quickly. They each entered the lands of the Arashi where we could not follow. We should be prepared to dispose of them at a moment's notice. Yuriyuki did not respond to this harsh sentence of death. My friends, she thought. Two people whom I hid out with for 100 years after serving with some even longer in the Godi I-13. We lived together, laughed, fought, shared meals and stories. I know their voices and faces so well. I saved their lives when Soul Society would have had them executed as hollow hybrids. And one of them tried to kill my son. She looked down at the recumbent Noboru. For that I would see them both dead, innocent, or no. Make what preparations you see fit, so iPhone, she spoke softly. The master shinobi bowed her head. At her lady's unspoken command she then vanished, leaving the scions of the Shihoin house to their undisturbed rest. Heal it. I can't. Damn you to hell. I command you to heal it. I can't, King. It's gone. Why? How? It's been eaten. I can't restore something that was eaten, you know that. Eaten? What does that mean? If I go out like this, they'll know it was me. No they won't. None of them was there to see what happened to you. We'll just have to hide it, King, that's all. But I can't see. I'm half blind, someone's bound to notice eventually. Then take mine. What? Mine are still good. Use one of my eyes, and keep it hidden. I'm not sure. King, what exactly do you have to lose, I'm the only friend you've got left. The Vizard considered. He knew that wasn't true at all. Someone was watching his back. Someone had intervened back in the forest, transported him to Hueco Mundo via Negaxion. Only he had no idea who it could have been. Not Grimjo or any of his pack, that's for sure. And the Wild Hunt had no power in Soul Society. At least, That's what he had been told. Could Cernunnos have instigated his rescue? Why would it do that? Maybe it was Aizen, or even her. Like they give a damn about us. You're just their expedient pawn. The wizard stared in a mirror at his ruined face. The empty socket gaped back at him. After recovering in Hueco Mundo, he had managed to make his way back to Soul Society without being caught. Once dawn arrived, however, he would be forced to face them. When he did, there must be no trace of suspicion on his part, or they would surely kill him. Say it, King. You know it's the only way. You'll die otherwise. He trembled. This would give the creature more control over him, of that he had no doubt. Yet he could live with that. He had to do it, then. Already done. In the reflection there now appeared two eyes. One was his own, normal and safe. The other had black sclera and blazing yellow iris. It winked at him, and he shuddered, clapping a hand over it involuntarily. Be seeing you, partner. Did you sleep well, Ikawa-san? Izuru greeted him politely, standing outside the hostelry in the pre-dawn chill. Like a baby, my friend. Love flashed a happy smile and clapped him on the shoulder. I tell you, there is nothing like a woman's arms to help a man rest easy. Lieutenant Kira winced but endured the hearty gusto. I suppose you're right. I'll tell you the details later. The bushy-haired wizard glanced around, completely ignoring the cloud of despair that passed over Izuru's features at this prospect. What's Rose up to? Now don't tell me he's still abed. If I have to do this, then there's no way I'm letting him weasel out of it. Pardon? I thought he was with you. Actually, a new voice broke in, and they turned to find Rajuro Odoribashi sidling down the street of Siriti wearing a tired smile. I had my own intimate business to take care of, dear chaps. Rest assured, I won't be sharing tawdry details with you or Lisa when we get back. Well, aren't you more fun than a barrel of hollows early in the morning? His perverted partner stuck his hand in the pocket of his kimono and produced an Edo Uraskin mag, bound with velvet and lovingly hand-drawn. Kira blanched as he began to peruse the dirty item, while Rose simply lifted an eyebrow in long-suffering resignation. Say, you got bedhead or something? Love inquired, flicking a glance up from his illustrated treasure. Your hair's a mess. Nice of you to notice. The strawberry blonde rolled his eye disparagingly, the other one being hidden by a fall of his long curly hair. Actually, I'm trying a new do, based on young Kira's example. You'll find it's all the rage these days in the noble circles. His own lank fall of pale hair did nothing to hide the distinct look of trepidation the Greyhound Company lieutenant now sported. Ah, well, fashion changes so quickly, don't be surprised if no one else is wearing their hair like that today, Odoribashi-san. To cover his chagrin he promptly sought to change the subject. Are those new glasses, Ikawa-san? I seem to recall you having a different pair on yesterday. Love reached up to touch his dark shades, eyes hidden behind them. Oh, yeah. My old pair, well, she told me that it would enhance the mood, so I let her do it, and next thing I know they're in so deep that neither of us could. Yes, thank you. Kira spun away and trod purposefully off. Let's commence with the itinerary, we've got a busy day ahead of us. First I'll escort you through a tour of the halos, then we'll stop by a few of the newly fashioned planes. Vanaheim is coming along quite nicely, and Ryaga Palace has earned its spot at the top of the most acclaimed places to visit, so I suggest we. The two wizards exchanged identical grins before taking up step behind their guide. Some people you just couldn't help yourself with. At a sign from Tezuma, her overweight ally disgorged the contents of his second stomach. In moments a large pile of shattered implements took up space in the forsaken forest of Hueco Mundo. The avatar of Tia Halibel observed this offering. You left nothing behind. We got everything that was there, the chameleon Arankar supplied. Well done. Halibel selected the largest piece and held it up for inspection. Even in her huge hands, the blade of the Sokioku halberd appeared gigantic. She inspected the broken execution weapon for a while in silence. So then, what became of Grimjo? This question was addressed to Loli and Mainoli, who cringed openly. We don't know, Mainoli admitted. We think he might have been captured by the Shinigami. Or killed. And why was he in a location other than the one I assigned to him? They all looked to Tezuma then. She reflected how a leadership role in this crew most often meant the lesser members felt it was your job to take the brunt of any potential threat. It was tempting to just throw them all to the wolves and see how well they fared. But she had never been one for ducking out on responsibility. He wanted an opportunity to settle things with Kurosaki Ichigo, or whatever that thing might prove to be. This next part was much more perilous, but in for a penny. He also said Aizen should get used to not having everything he wants. To her surprise, Halibel actually laughed at this, a low disturbing chuckle. She shook her bloody head from side to side. I'm sure he will appreciate hearing that as much as I do. Halibel put down the Sokioka fragment and settled back to regard the small collection of hollows before her. Well, then. That leaves only the matter of your reward. In vain Tezuma tensed, as did her pack mates. Lot of ways this could go bad for us. Upon noting her anxiety, the Vastolord grinned wolfishly. She then presented her fist to them. When it opened, there was a small glowing green orb nestled in her liquid palm. If your leader should return, he'll find what he needs to know by following this. And please give him my regards. I look forward to working with you again. Grimjo's second-in-command stepped forward and gingerly retrieved the spell item in question. When she touched it, the sphere instantly absorbed into her skin, causing Tezuma to gasp. Nothing harmful took place, however. Instead there came a newfound sense of direction, like a message telling her where to go. She pondered this information before bowing to the Segunda Espada. Tezuma turned and led her comrades away from that place, leaving behind the artifact they had risked their lives to win without even knowing what it had been for. So what now? Loli suddenly asked as they slipped through the white forest. Maybe Grimjo really is dead. He'll be back, Tezuma replied in confident tones. She wouldn't have bothered to pay us if he were gone. They're keeping an eye on things over there, so most likely she already knows what the deal is. If the Shinigami captured him, he'll just use Plan B to bust out. What's Plan B? Tezuma shrugged. Got me. But Grimjo seemed pretty confident he could get out of that place when I brought it up before. If you want to know how, feel free to ask when we see him again. No more was said on the topic, and the loosely knit band of hunters set off towards their territory. Ichigo and Zanjitsu stood together in his topsy-turvy inner world. Before them was a blue pyramid of demon magic, and within that sat the Hollow, resolutely facing away with arms wrapped around its knees. He tried again. So who could put you through the ringer that bad, huh? Was it Ulquira? Did you bite off more than you could chew? His doppelganger still refused to respond. A glance at Zanjitsu earned nothing but a grim frown, so Ichigo decided to switch tactics. I've got a pretty good idea what you went through, considering I went through it too. I know how scary it must have been to you. Piss off, King. I wasn't scared. Finally, something to work with. He pressed his advantage. I think it should be obvious to all of us by now that you really don't know what you're doing with this whole out-of-body thing you've got going. Whoever's behind it clearly doesn't have your best interests at heart either if they threw you into a situation like today. Don't you think it's time we both knew who's behind it all? Your mother. For a moment Ichigo nearly lapsed into a Hado recitation, he was so angry. But he fought down the fury. That only helped one of them. You nearly got us both killed. How'd you manage to swing that? Was it just another case of assuming you could handle anything and everything on your own? 'Cause that's one trait I'm ashamed to say we share. Mind your own business. At this Ichigo actually laughed. Dude, this is my business. I can't believe you really said that. Talk about putting your foot in your mouth. The Hollow sank back into sullen silence. Further attempts to elicit a response proved futile. Eventually the master of this domain threw up his hands in defeat. Fine, stay in there and lick your wounds. Tell yourself whatever you need to make this okay. I've got a life to get back to. He turned to leave. King. Ichigo paused. I'm sorry, for what I said about your mom. Without turning around he offered, forget it. The inner world faded into whiteness around him. An approaching sense of weariness and lethargy let Ichigo know he was coming back to a physical orientation. Upon opening his eyes he found himself in the hospital bed of a private room. Warm orange light of dusk was streaming through a window. Yuzu and Karen curled up in a large chair together, both asleep with hands clasped. The sight helped him forget how utterly wasted he felt. Ichigo. Any remaining pall was dispelled when Rukia leaned over his bed wearing a look of concern. He couldn't help but smile. How many times am I going to make you fret, Rukia? Probably a lot. We're just getting started, after all. Mfoke. His tongue obviously hadn't recovered as sufficiently as his spirit. But she got the idea. Your father is here, and the ruler of the hospital, Ishida-sama. Nanao Ise and other mages of Soul Society are on hand to see to your needs as well. You're going to be fine, Ichigo. Hearing her say that made it true. They stared into each other's eyes, and right then he knew this was the perfect chance to kiss her. The one he had been waiting for. As a way of saying, While he was busy pondering the subtle intricacies of bedside romance, the morphine drip put Ichigo to sleep before he even knew it. Rukia watched his eyelids drift close. The sight of him sleeping peacefully served to take up all of her attention, making it hard to look away. There was something so gentle about Ichigo like this. She thought about kissing him, but decided to save that for a more appropriate time. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.